This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 505 Space God Crystal and the Battleship Strengthening. The Human River Community, Chiyu Divine Dynasty. A certain extremely prosperous star field in the Divine Dynasty, level 7 peak life floating land. In the depths of the vast rocky wasteland, the man raised the token in his hand and glanced at it. The next second, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Supergrade blood attribute law crystal. This thing is rare. Thinking, the man raised his left hand and clicked several times on the rather delicate bracelet on his wrist. After a while, he sent a message to the family group chat. Direct blood core Tan Tai Xian, a golden special grade blood attribute crystal. Exchange for goods. If you are interested, you can come to Pancher Wasteland. As the man sent this message, the group chat instantly became lively, and many people showed great interest. The Tan Tai family originally focused on the way of blood, and many of the family members had achieved great success in the law of blood. Therefore, a golden special grade crystal that can still have a strong sense of enlightenment even if it has entered the great perfection of the law of blood, can be imagined to be attractive to them. In a short time, many 5th and 6th level Tan Tai people rushed to Pancher Wasteland. Lord Bako, you are here too? The first creature to arrive at Pancher Wasteland surprised Tan Tai Xian. The reason why it is called a creature is that Bako Dracula is not a human, but a vampire. A 6th level Duke level vampire. The Tan Tai family is called the Blood Clan by outsiders. Not only because most of the Tan Tai people follow the path of blood, but also because they also keep a large vampire clan. Dracula clan. What is a large vampire clan? There must be a dominant vampire prince. The Bako Dracula in front of him is the real power in the Dracula clan, and now he is a slave creature under the command of an extreme fearless captain of the Tan Tai family. After hearing Tan Tai Xian's words, Bako said in a slightly hoarse voice, "The master is about to try to attack the Star Destroyer. I want to try whether this special law crystal can improve the perception of the blood law that has been stagnant for many years." After speaking, Bako Dracula waved his hand and took out a lot of items from his body. "Can you see if there are any suitable exchange items for these things?" Tan Tai Xian looked down and looked around, and did not give a very specific answer, but whispered, "That crystal of law is not mine, I can only help ask." Song Chi did not know what kind of reaction the message he said casually in the group chat had caused. At this moment, he had already arrived inside the Ancestral Temple. As the chaos mist spread, everything in the outside world was isolated. Take the initiative to activate the chaos mist, but is there something important? Inside the Ancestral Temple, Song Wujiang, who had received the message in advance, had already been waiting here, and in addition to him, Song Xingru, who exuded a strong 6th level life aura from head to toe, was also there. "Grandson, congratulations." Ru Zhu. Song Xingru, who was waiting for his words, smiled brightly. Song Wujiang, who had long been accustomed to it, did not react. His eyes were still on Song Chi, waiting for his subsequent words. He knew Song Chi's character very well. If it wasn't a major matter, his reaction would never be so big. Without hesitation, Song Chi took out the storage capsule containing the blood of the evil god and the chaotic energy. After checking, Song Wujiang's face froze, and Song Xingru even exclaimed, "Is this the blood of a high-level evil god? Xiao Qi, do you know the specific level?" The two spoke one after another, and Song Chi nodded and said, "Level 7 peak." The next moment, these 4 words came out of his mouth. Song Xingru took a breath of cold air. Even Song Wujiang, there was a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. The blood of the level 7 peak evil god, it can raise the success rate of Ding Hai Longxiang's future promotion to a level that an ordinary dreadnought can hardly reach. This thing is too rare. Are you sure you want to give it to Ding Hai Longxiang to use? In a blink of an eye, the excitement in Song Wujiang's eyes had disappeared without a trace, and he turned to ask Song Chi in a serious tone. Song Chi, who had already made up his mind, nodded without hesitation. "Grandfather, I am sure that with this drop of blood of the 7th level peak evil god, the chance of your ship's subsequent promotion will be greater. And only when Ding Hai Longxiang is successfully promoted, will our Longji Song family become stronger." "Okay." Song Wujiang's eyes flashed with a strong brilliance, and a look of relief appeared on his face. He developed the family from humble beginnings, and this process was accompanied by too much blood and tears, but the current Song family did not disappoint him, and it was completely in line with everything he had envisioned in his heart thousands of years ago. United, progressive, the clan members were of one mind. and the power under his command was growing at a very fast speed over time. Thinking of this, Song Wujiang felt not only relieved, but also happy and satisfied. When he came back, he took the drop of the blood of the 7th level peak evil god, because he knew very well that the current Dinghai Longxiang needed this drop of evil god's blood too much. However, he did not take it directly with a clear conscience. He first shot out several silver lights from his eyebrows, and sank into the ancestral orifices of the eyebrows of several people present. This was the light stimulated by the silver confidentiality agreement component. It was not a lack of trust or anything. The purpose of signing this confidentiality agreement was just to further ensure that the information would not be leaked. After all, it was about a drop of blood of the 7th level peak evil god. Once it was leaked, even those old immortal families would not be able to resist the temptation. After the confidentiality agreement was signed, the chaotic fog in the ancestral hall slowly dissipated. Under the leadership of Song Wujiang, the three of them went all the way to the family secret vault. Compared with the Pan family's secret vault, their own secret vault was obviously much larger. The key was that all the counters were filled with various rare items, and there was no empty space. Red upgraded fire source, orange upgraded fire source, silver super main gun, star death, ray cannon, silver hull armor, sky glass, stone hull armor, 6th level, starry sky plant, star devouring vine heart. Watching the items passing by in front of him, Song Qi was secretly amazed. Although there are no golden holy treasures among these items, they are definitely not low in value. The key is that the number is very large. If all of them are distributed to the core members of the family, they will be able to arm a very terrifying fleet in a very short time. These are the foundation accumulated by the Song family after 3,000 years of inheritance, and the wealth of the Jiexing clan civilization in the previous pioneering war. Of course, this is by no means all of the family's current foundation, and it is hard to say whether it can exceed half. After entering the secret vault, Song Wujiang did not stop, but continued to walk deeper into the secret vault, until finally, in front of Song Qi's surprised eyes, he opened the door of the 2nd level secret vault with a special mechanism. Compared with the 1st level outside, this 2nd level secret vault is more than 10 times smaller, and the number of items stored in it is also the same, but the quality is obviously higher. Song Qi took a rough look and even saw golden light flashing. At this time, Song Wujiang in front of him said, "Shao Qi, you can choose any item here, including the golden energy shield." Following the direction of the ancestor's finger, Song Qi saw the only golden holy domain component in the 2nd level secret vault. When looking at this component, Song Xingru, who was accompanying him, had a hint of heat in her eyes, but Song Qi was calmer. Dark energy fission constraint shield LV0 quality, gold features, dark energy constraint damage reduction features 2, real shield. He shook his head slightly, and directly skipped this golden holy quality energy shield. This scene made Song Wujiang and the other person pause. And then Song Wujiang quickly figured out something, and looked at Song Qi with a hint of deep meaning. About 2 seconds later, Song Xingru, who was a little nervous, finally realized and explained, "Qi, could it be that the ship you are carrying is the golden energy shield?" Seeing that Song Qi did not deny it, Song Xingru's eyes widened. This news was obviously quite shocking to her. Song Qi did not care about these. His eyes moved in the 2nd level secret library. Half a minute later, his eyes stopped on something. Feeling this crystal stone that was obviously larger than the crystal of law, but emitting a strong fluctuation of the law of space, he asked in confusion, "Ancestor, what is this?" Song Wujiang responded quickly, "Space God Crystal." Space God Crystal. Song Qi was still puzzled, and he did not find any information about these 4 words from his memory. As if he had expected this, Song Wujiang did not stop talking. He explained, "Space God Crystal, a special resource that has a small probability of appearing in high-level space mineral vein resource points. It is somewhat similar to the space law crystal, and also has an auxiliary effect on the space law, but it is more direct than the law crystal. According to the level of perception of the space law, one crystal can usually increase the user's perception of the law by 1% to 5%. After listening to the explanation, Song Qi's eyes lit up. This thing is a good thing. His perception of the space law has just reached 60%, and the difficulty of improvement is getting more and more scary. If one of these space god crystals is used, at least several decades of time can be saved. In addition, there is also a silver quality star robbery clan soldier tree component that is quite attractive to him. After thinking about it, Song Qi still chose the space god crystal. There are already many Star Robbery clan slaves on the Tianxu Sanqiong, and soldiers and other things are not too urgent for the time being. Seeing that he chose the Space God Crystal, Song Wujiang nodded gently. This Space God Crystal was sent from the Hidden Vein. There were originally 4 pieces in total. I used 2 of them, and Xiwan used 1. This is the last one. You can use it directly after taking it back. Yes. Before leaving, Song Qi did not let go of the 6th level Star Devouring Vine Heart in the 1st level Secret Vault. It has a great auxiliary effect on the subsequent growth of the Silver Apple Mother Tree. Although the 6th level Void Crystals have not been fully collected, Qi-Tsong's number 00 for Cultivation Secret Realm cannot be directly upgraded to the 7th level. But it is always a good idea to prepare first. I also asked about the titanium crystals in the middle, but the reply I got was quite helpless for Song Qi. The newly acquired vast territory of tens of thousands of light years has greatly increased the output of various special promotion resources, in addition to the backup of the 3-eyed solid soul ring components. The family members, who are trying to upgrade the battleship, are now in batches. After the successful promotion, it is necessary to further strengthen the parts of the battleship. Right? In this way, the amount of titanium crystals consumed by the family in the past 100 years is frightening. Even though the number of titanium crystals produced each year has also increased significantly, it is still in short supply. After leaving the family secret library, Song Qi was ready to return to the market as soon as possible to start the battleship for further strengthening. At this time, Song Wujiang suddenly reminded him, Shao Qi, don't rush to leave Longji continent in the near future, accompany me for a trip later. Song Wujiang did not specify where he was going, but his intuition told Song Qi that it was probably related to dealing with the Black Devouring King Beast later. After separating from the ancestor, Song Qi controlled the Tianxu Sanqiong to return to the Qinghua Lake base, but before he entered the market, the Yaguang Star Order in the Ancestral Cavity coincidentally set a reminder. When he was about to take out the Star Order, he found that someone had actively tagged him. Number 18. Blood Soul. Tag number 32. Jingjia, do you like these items? In addition to this number 18. Blood Soul immediately sent a screenshot of the items. Song Qi took a look, and they were all some valuable parts or high-level resources. Gold Quality Specialized Attribute Law Crystal. Gold Super Main Gun Bloodthirsty Streamer Cannon 80 strands of 7th level Floating Land Origin. Silver Upgraded Fire Source. Although they are all good things, but unfortunately, none of them is what he needs at the moment. The only thing he likes is the Super Main Gun. It is true that he already has a gold Super Main Gun in his hand, but when the Tianxu Sanqiong is promoted to a Dreadnought, the Super Main Gun slot will be upgraded to 2 slots, and 2 Super Main Guns can be loaded at the same time. But he was only slightly interested, and in the end Song Qi shook his head and refused. It will take quite some time for the Tianxu Sanqiong to be upgraded to a Dreadnought. Who knows if another golden Super Main Gun will be available in the next period of time. Number 32. Jingjia, sorry, these are not what I need right now. Number 18. Xuepa, it's okay, a great ancestor above is interested in this special great crystal of the Law of Blood, I'll ask again. Seeing that some members of the Star Tower were interested in this golden crystal of the Law of Blood, Song Qi gave up the idea of entering the market, to avoid missing the news of the Star Order group chat. All the way to the battleship summoning room deep underground in the courtyard, Tianxu Sanqiong was summoned out soon. His eyes moved around. Song Qi finally selected several parts. Tianquan Control Ring. Tai Quantum Sword Light Turret. Death Tracking Seal. Fixing Void Locking Heaven Seal and Time Chess. These 5 parts are all currently able to be directly enhanced. Song Qi did not hesitate. Soon, several parts were enhanced one after another. Tianquan Control Ring LV69 LV70 Tai Quantum Sword Light Turret LV69 LV70 Death Tracking Seal LV60 LV70 Fixing Void Locking Heaven Seal LV60 LV70 Time Chess LV40 LV50. The last time, Chess, it was not that he was unwilling to continue to enhance the part, but the time marrow fluid accumulated during the previous 50 years of retreat was only enough to enhance this part to LV50. Fortunately, the properties were not bad, and the cooling reduction for all parts on the battleship had reached 40%. Chapter 506 Golden Eye of Heaven. The enhancement of these 5 parts naturally improved the attributes of the warship. Then Song Qi looked at the Qi-Tsong's number 00 for Cultivation Secret Realm part. There are only 6 6th level Void Crystals accumulated in his hand, which are not enough to enhance this part to the 7th level, but don't forget, there is a simplest and most direct way to obtain the 6th level Void Crystal. Go deep into the dark side of the Void Sea to hunt void demons. With the current combat power of Qianxu Sanqiong, especially with the silver space blocking part Forbidden Sky locking seal, it is not difficult to hunt the 6th level void demon, and with the market projection order as a life-saving trump card, even if you meet the 7th level void lord again, you are not afraid. Thinking of this, Song-Chi made a decision. However, before taking action, he still had to get rid of the golden special grade crystal of the Law of Blood in his hand. After waiting for about a few minutes, a reply finally came from the Xingling group chat. But it was not from number 18 Blood Soul. White Eyebrow. Song-Chi was slightly surprised. He never expected that this invisible cold rich woman would be blown out. Number 30 White Eyebrow. Tag number 32 Jingja. Tag number 18 Blood Soul. I have a golden quality air patrol radar. And I want the Ice Attribute Special Grade Crystal of the Law. Then, there was a screenshot of all attributes. Eye of Heaven LV0 quality, gold. Features. Detection distance increased by 140%. Feature 2. Detection priority plus 3000. Feature 3. Spiritual detection. Feature 4. Full view 3D God's perspective. Feature 5. Eye of Heaven. Consumption. 50/s. Psionic points. Detection range. 200 light seconds accuracy. 2000 upgrade requirements. 50 strands of floating land origin. 0 order. 5000 psionic points. Spiritual detection. All life or objects with special energy reactions within the detection range will be specially marked on the radar display. Full view 3D God's perspective. Consume 100,000 psionic points. The patrol radar temporarily enters the 3D God's perspective interface and can view the full range situation changes in the specified area in real time. Duration 10 minutes. Cooling time 72 hours. Eye of Heaven. Consumes 200,000 psionic points under the influence of space blockade, magic shielding, supermagnetic interference, etc. Detects the designated area across the starry sky. Currently the farthest detectable distance is 10 light years. Duration is 30 minutes. Cooling time is 720 hours. After seeing this attribute screenshot, Song-Chi immediately became very interested. If we were to say what the biggest shortcoming of the Qianxu Sanqiong is, it would undoubtedly be the red quality peering eyes. Even though the peering eyes has the ability to detect the wonders of the starry sea, this cannot cover up its quality shortcomings. In comparison, the current Eye of Heaven component is obviously much stronger. The only pity is that the long-range detection of its Eye of Heaven feature is too limited, and it will be difficult to take effect if there is a slight interference. Song-Chi guessed that this was probably the reason why Baimei was willing to take out this golden patrol radar. Otherwise, such a high-quality patrol radar would not be traded casually. Blood Soul's reply came first. Number 18 Blood Soul. I have no objection. Seeing this, Song-Chi's reply followed. Number 32 Awakening. Okay. Since no one objected, the deal was quickly concluded. In the end, Song-Chi got the Eye of Heaven component. White Eyebrow was the special Ice Law Crystal, and Blood Soul was the special Blood Law Crystal, so everyone was happy. In the Zhutian market, Song-Chi did not rush to launch the hunting action that had been decided before, but walked quickly to the Origin of Strange Objects improvement platform. Just like the last time, he held 23 Star Sea Wonders in his hand, except for Eye of Heaven and Peering Eyes, which had been transformed into the initial state, which was the same as when he improved the Ring of Heavenly Power component before. 1 Orange Wonder, plus 20 Red Epic Wonders. Following the same steps as last time, the Peering Eyes feature finally replaced the detection distance increased by 140% on the Eye of Heaven component. The Golden Sky Patrol Radar. Its own detection distance is already extremely exaggerated, and the detection distance increased by 140% feature is just the icing on the cake. Now replaced by Peering Eyes, it is obviously more cost-effective. As for its characteristic 2, detection priority plus 3000. If there is a chance, Song-Chi will replace it with a characteristic that can ignore space blockade, supermagnetic interference, magic shielding, and other special interferences. In that case, the Eye of Heaven characteristic will no longer be flawless. After completing the improvement, Song-Chi loaded this new Golden Patrol radar onto the Qianxu Sanqiong, but did not strengthen it immediately. After strengthening the previous 5 components, the titanium crystal in his hand was already exhausted. The titanium crystal just separated from the peeping eye was not enough to strengthen a Golden Patrol radar to the 7th level. In desperation, Song-Chi could only ask his wife for some titanium crystals. Fortunately, Shin Yuren had gained a lot in the previous pioneering war, And this time, he directly allocated 20,000 titanium crystals to him. With these 20,000 titanium crystals for emergency use, Eye of Heaven was strengthened to level 70 at one time. Seeing that the last shortcoming of the warship was finally filled, Song Chi was naturally in a good mood. Buzz buzz buzz. In the sky of the secret realm of the market, the engine of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which was hovering in the sky, suddenly roared, and the next moment it rushed out of the psionic protection array in the sky, and soon disappeared into the depths of the dark sea. This time, Song Chi still brought the light attribute wonder to hunt the void demons. With its eye-catching brilliance, he quickly attracted the attention of the void demons in the depths of the void sea. Although the method has not changed, Song Chi is more cautious than before. Last time, although he also adjusted his position at any time, the overall activity area was not large, which made the subsequent void demons hunted all belong to the same void lord, which attracted the attention of the void lord. This time is different. Under his control, every time he cleaned up a batch of attracted void demons, he would immediately perform space jumps. And when he arrived thousands of light years away, he would lure and hunt the second batch of void demons. You heard it right. It is space jump. The reason why he dared to launch space jump in the dark side of the virtual sea where space gale frequently occurred was very simple. Song Chi had enough confidence in the Tianqiu Sangqiong. More than 200 years have passed. Today's Tianqiu Sangqiong is no longer the same as before. Not only has it continued to integrate an astonishing number of fixed space stones and eternal stone bricks, but also components such as void membrane, escape orb, behemoth heart, thick space lock heaven seal, which also provide a large amount of space resistance and hull strength. Under this premise, even if the jump point falls directly into the eye of the large space gale, it can still break free with the golden engine strengthened to level 70. Based on this operation without any action route, this hunting operation went very smoothly. 2 months later, when Song Chi returned to the market through the Shanghai market order, he had a large number of void crystals in his hands, including more than 35th and 6th level crystals. Freestall area. Battleship main control room. The prompt sound of the Sky Intelligence brain sounded in my ears. Are you sure you want to spend 3 strands of 6th level floating land origin plus 300,000 psionic energy points plus 204 titanium crystals plus 125 law stones plus 1 6th level void crystal to strengthen Qisong's number 00 for cultivation secret realm from LV60 to LV61? Confirmed. After 10 consecutive flashes of silver light, this silver shipborne secret realm component was strengthened to LV70. Qisong's number 00 for cultivation secret realm LV70 quality. Silver. Features. Plant growth rate increased by 250%. Feature 2. Allogenic plant transplantation success rate increased by 60%. Feature 3. Secret realm accelerator. Feature 4. Time marrow fluid. Secret realm accelerator. Consumes 200,000 psionic energy, accelerates the secret realm once. The specific acceleration ratio is 200x. Current component level, cooling time 1 year. Song Chi is concerned about the characteristics of the Secret Realm Accelerator. With the enhancement to the 7th level, its acceleration rate has now reached a terrifying 14,000 times. If the assistance of the Fairy Realm Spirit Soil and Green Water Spirit Spring in the Secret Realm is taken into account, the acceleration effect will be even more terrifying. With the completion of the strengthening of this component, it also means that the strengthening of the Tianqiu Sangqiong has basically come to an end. Song Chi counted the remaining resources in his hands. There are still 34 copies of the Master's True Spirit, more than 10,000 titanium crystals, and the 7th level floating land origin is still a lot because of the 2 visits to the Jiexing clan secret realm and the hunting kingdom. There are still hundreds of strands. Titanium crystal. Titanium crystal. After counting and calculating, it was found that the problem was still with the titanium crystal, and Song Chi did not continue to worry about it. After all, this thing can only rely on luck. If you are lucky, you may encounter it in a market transaction, or even accidentally discover a titanium crystal vein when exploring the alien star domain. But if you are unlucky, it is useless to think too much. After returning to Longji continent, he confirmed that the ancestor had not set out yet, and Song Chi left Kong Ling behind and went into the market again. Although the battleship enhancement was completed, it did not mean that he was free. In fact, there were still many things waiting for him. In the full attribute training room, Song Chi sat cross-legged, and after adjusting his state to the best, he picked up the space god crystal without hesitation. and then controlled all his mental power to flow into the crystal. The next second, a lot of insights about the laws of space emerged in his mind. Song-Chi felt that his understanding of the laws of space was increasing rapidly. It was not an illusion. His understanding of the laws was indeed increasing rapidly. Unlike the slow understanding of the crystal of laws, this crystal of space was more like cramming all the insights into the user's brain, regardless of whether it would be uncomfortable. Fortunately, Song-Chi's mental power has now reached 50 points, and his mental resilience is strong enough, so he did not feel too much discomfort. Half a month later, when he walked out of the all-attribute training room again, his comprehension of the space law had increased from 60% at the beginning to 63%. Although it was only an increase of 3%, it would take at least 50 years for Song-Chi to comprehend it by himself. After all, after the comprehension exceeded 60%, the difficulty of comprehension also increased by leaps and bounds. It seems that I can't absorb the original pupil essence of the multi-eye clan for the time being, and the comprehension of the martial arts heavenly eye secret technique will also be delayed. Song-Chi shook his head and said to himself. Absorbing space divine crystal did not have much impact on him, but it was not without any impact. For example, right now, he felt dizzy and completely out of energy. He needed to rest for at least 10 days, or half a month to fully recover. He was not given a chance to recover. On the second day, Ancestor Song Wujiang sent a notice that they were leaving. Inside the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the ancestral hall of the family. Looking at Song-Chi's eyes that were obviously dimmer than usual, Song Wujiang frowned. Shao-Chi, your mental state. Song-Chi smiled and shook his head. Replying to the ancestor, I'm really fine, I just absorbed that space god crystal, and I haven't recovered yet. After saying that, he turned around and asked the doubts that had been hidden in his heart for more than 2 months. Ancestor, where are we going? This time Song Wujiang didn't play dumb. The Silver Plate River System, the Tuoba royal family. Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. He was familiar with this. There is still a space anchor point left on the Silver Plate floating land. After thinking for a while, Song-Chi pointed to the Dragon Whale Palace above his head, and signaled the ancestor to activate the Chaos Mist. Song Wujiang didn't think much about it. Soon, thick fog filled the mountain ancestral hall. Seeing that the possibility of outsiders spying on him was completely cut off, Song-Chi took out the dimensional space stone. Grandson has a way to teleport directly to the Silver Plate floating land, but I have to ask the ancestor to stay in this dimension for a while. Song-Chi was talking about the space anchor point. The reason why he took the initiative to bring it up was because he knew that it would take at least a year to travel back and forth from the Dragon Ridge continent to the Silver Plate floating land, which was too troublesome. Borrowing space anchors can save a lot of time. The key is that with the cover of the chaotic fog, there is no need to worry about exposing the existence of the Jutian market. Song Wujiang did not doubt or ask any more questions, and took the initiative to enter the inner space of the dimensional space stone. It is no secret among the core members of the family that Song-Chi can return to the Dragon Ridge continent at any time. Since he can return to the Dragon Ridge continent at any time, he can also go to other floating lands. In less than a minute, when Song Wujiang came out of the dimensional space stone again, he found himself on the top floor of a shop. Looking out through the French windows, the streets were crowded with people, and hundreds of thousands of starships were rising and falling in the sky. It was so lively. Song Wujiang did not show any emotion on the surface, but his heart was not calm. Knowing it before was one thing, but experiencing it in person was completely different. You should know that the straight-line distance between the Dragon Ridge continent and the Silver Plate floating continent is more than 1,000,000 light years, and it crossed 1,000,000 light years in an instant, which made him feel a little unreal. Although the space wormhole generator parts can transmit up to 30 billion light years, how amazing is the movement when the space wormhole is opened? If you are not careful, you will be discovered by outsiders. How can you compare it with Song-Chi's silent means? Without dwelling on this, the two went down the top floor one after another, and prepared to go directly to the Tuoba royal family. On the first floor of Tai Bai's shop, looking at the dazzling array of various commodities, Song Wujiang turned his head and glanced at Song-Chi. This time he didn't need to ask. Song-Chi took the initiative to say, I just bought it not long ago. Chapter 507 Tuoba Royal Family. In the sky of the Silver Plate floating land, 2 Xinhua warships, one large and one small, were approaching at a low speed. For fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, the 2 warships did not activate the void membrane and other concealment components from beginning to end. After all, They had left the public area of the Silver Plate floating land and entered the territory under the command of the Tuoba royal family. In addition to not using concealment components, Dinghai Longxiang and Tianxiu Sanqiong did not launch a series of actions that might cause trouble, such as jump, as the two warships of considerable size continued to shuttle through the controlled area. They soon attracted the attention of the patrol fleet of the Tuoba royal family. In just a dozen minutes, a Julu ship and 10 cruisers appeared one after another from the distant sky. After the spatial fluctuations caused by the end of the jump dissipated, the 11 warships quickly approached, until entering the range of the warship's magnetic field. Dinghai Longxiang was the first to receive the other party's communication request. Sir, the fearless captain, you have entered the private territory of my Tuoba royal family. Please state your identity and purpose. Facing a fearless ship and a battleship, the captain of the Julu, who was born in the Tuoba family, did not have much awe in his eyes, and his tone was still neither humble nor arrogant, more like a formal inquiry. Song Wujiang did not act arrogantly, and simply explained his purpose. The Tuoba royal family has stood in the Yinpan River system for more than 30,000 years, and the family's foundation is unfathomable. Not to mention that the Song family has not yet entered the ranks of immortal families. Even if the Dinghai Longxiang is successfully promoted to a star destroyer, it is still just a tall and thin man in front of the opponent's strong physique, and it is difficult to compare with it in a short time. Song Wujiang of the Dragon Ridge Song family of the Morning Star Kingdom. I am here to visit an old friend. Please inform me. After hearing the words of the Dragon Ridge Song family of the Morning Star Kingdom, the Tuoba clan member opposite him obviously looked a little more serious. When the Morning Star Kingdom was successfully established, it immediately reported to the Xianqin Ancestor Court, and then notified the more than 20 kingdoms under its jurisdiction through the Divine Dynasty Ancestor Court. Now, nearly 100 years have passed, and the name of the Morning Star Kingdom has long been spread throughout the Xinhui Human River System community, and the reputation of the Morning Star family and the Longji Song family has also spread a lot, at least in the several river systems near the Tianpan River System. It is still very well known. Excuse me, sir, which ancestor of our clan are you visiting? Tuoba Jun. Okay. Please wait a moment. After hearing the 3 words Tuoba Jun, the respect on the face of this 4th-level Tuoba clan member became more and more serious. After all, in the entire Tuoba royal family, the number of ancestors at the level of fearless captains is extremely limited. Only about 20 or so. And the Tuoba Jun mentioned by Song Wujiang is one of them. Although he has just been promoted for less than 200 years, his status is real. During the waiting process, Song Wujiang explained to Song Qi through the encrypted communication of the warship. After listening to the explanation, Song Qi suddenly realized. It turned out that this Tuoba Jun was a person of the same generation as his ancestor. When he was still the captain of Julu, the ancestor traveled to the Yaoan Kingdom and happened to meet Tuoba Jun, who was also training in the Yaoan Kingdom. The two did not know each other until they fought. In the end, they explored the alien star field together many times and became friends for many years. As for the reason for this visit, Song Wujiang only said that he was temporarily borrowing a part from the other party's warship. But he didn't say what kind of part it was. Song Qi didn't care, but changed the subject. So, in the previous pioneering war, the ancestor was originally planning to seek refuge from the Tuoba royal family. Seeing that Song Qi's thoughts inexplicably turned to this, Song Wujiang's eyebrows moved, and said, that's right. But it's impossible for a 6th-level dreadnought captain to persuade the other party's star-destroying ancestor. At that time, he was ready for a big loss. But he accidentally noticed something strange on the Rosetta's side. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. Song Qi nodded. But in his heart, he sighed that the timing of this coincidence was too perfect, which directly saved a large part of the family's foundation. During the conversation, the Tuoba family's 4th-level Zulu captain in front also sent a reply. You too. Ancestor Jun has sent a reply. Please follow me. Silver Plate floating land. Haoyue Lake. Lake Island. This Haoyue Lake is the residence of Tuoba Jun, the lineage of the Tuoba royal family. Compared with Qinghua Lake, this Haoyue Lake is much more vast. In other words, you can see its full view from the floating land sky. Song Qi estimated in his heart that instead of calling this Haoyue Lake a lake, it is better to call it a sea. Compared with the Pacific Ocean of Blue Star in the previous life, it is not much different. As for the island in the middle of the lake, it looks bigger than Australia in the previous life. on a towering mountain in the middle of the island. There are pavilions and palaces dotted around. Song Chi and his companions met Tuoba Jun in a loft near the top of the mountain. Wujiang, it's been nearly 1,000 years since we last met. You must have a drink with me this time. After meeting Song Wujiang, the fearless captain, who was born in the Tuoba royal family, did not put on any airs. His words were full of joy. And it didn't seem fake. As a junior, Song Chi naturally stood quietly to one side while the elders drank and talked. Without making any sound. Lao Jun, I heard that you successfully boarded the dreadnought captain before, and I was happy for you from the bottom of my heart. Unfortunately, it was at the stage of the preliminary preparations for the Yaoan Great Development War, and I was unable to come to congratulate you in person. Here, this cup is an apology. Okay. In this way, maybe we can team up to explore the alien space again in the future like before. After half a round of wine, the two had finished talking about some intimate things over the past 1,000 years. And Song Wujiang slowly turned to the topic. Old Jun, actually, I have another unwelcome request when I come to visit you this time. Seeing Tuoba Jun looking over, Song Wujiang continued, my Song family will have a big operation later, and we need to borrow the sea-ceiling prison on your sea-ceiling Juntian. As soon as these words came out, the attic suddenly fell silent. It was not that Tuoba Jun was unwilling, but there was only one golden component on his sea-ceiling Juntian, and to be honest, this sea-ceiling prison was equivalent to half of his life, and it was naturally very difficult for him to borrow this component directly. However, Song Wujiang was well prepared. A flash of light appeared between his eyebrows. And then a component emitting golden light rushed out from the Xinhua Zuchu. This is the dark energy fishing constraint shield, which can be used as collateral for borrowing the sealed sky prison. In addition, when it is returned later, my Song family will give out 3 copies of the Lord's True Spirit as the rental fee. Hearing this, the entanglement in Tuoba Jun's eyes suddenly disappeared, leaving only joy. He didn't have to do anything, and he could get 3 copies of the Lord's True Spirit later, even if an accident occurred in the middle, causing the sealed sky prison to be unable to be returned. He would also have a golden component of the same level as compensation. He didn't need to take any risks at all. Facing such a deal, no one would refuse it. If it were someone with a normal relationship, he would have pretended to refuse. But Tuoba Jun did not pretend to be so. He just nodded and agreed. When he put away the dark energy fission constrained shield that Song Wujiang took out, Song Wujiang also took the LV-69 sealed sky prison that was unloaded without damage. Originally, Song Chi thought that the matter was almost over, but when he was ready to leave with the ancestor, the two people's eyes suddenly turned to him. Facing the scrutiny of a 6th-ranked dreadnought captain, Song Chi felt uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, this person had just entered the 6th rank, and he was wearing the insect mother purple crystal skin bionic inner armor, which had a certain effect of isolating the mind from detection. So Tuoba Jun did not see anything. After retracting his gaze, Tuoba Jun said, is this your most outstanding junior? Wujiang? Yes. At such a young age. He is already a battleship captain, and has unlimited potential in the future. These words came from the heart. The video footage of the Tianqiu Sangqiong destroying the dreadnought projection on the Jiexing floating land was widely circulated, and Tuoba Jun also heard about it, and took the initiative to look up Song Chi's relevant information. Because of this, he highly recognized Song Chi's potential. Song Wujiang just smiled and said nothing, and did not answer. Song Chi knew that it was his turn to speak. Thank you for the praise, Ancestor. Song Chi is unworthy of it. Tuoba Jun shook his head gently. You deserve it. It's good to be humble, but not too humble. Young people still need to be aggressive. After saying that, without waiting for Song Chi to speak again, Tuoba Jun turned his eyes to Song Wujiang, and scolded with a smile. I said that you can't just come to borrow parts. You know that the once-a-century Divine Fire Festival of my Tuoba family is about to begin. And you are also asking for a place in the Divine Fire Tempering for your younger generation? Song Wujiang had a smile on his face, but still did not speak. Tuoba Jun snorted heavily in annoyance, but his eyes towards Song Chi were quite gentle. Although it is difficult to get a place in the Divine Fire Tempering, I have now become a fearless captain, and I still have 2 places. One of them must be reserved for my grandson, and the second one can. Song Wujiang's eyes flashed, and he said softly, So what? Am I still alone? There are more than 2 palms of juniors above the 4th level below. I can give the place to your kid. But whether he can hold it firmly depends on him. Without Song Wujiang saying anything, Song Qi took the initiative to say, "Thank you, Ancestor. I have confidence." Time passed, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. As the Tuoba royal family's sacred fire festival gradually approached, the members of Tuoba Jun's lineage gradually learned that the second quota was taken by an outsider. So the result was that, even though Song Qi had been living in the guest house on the island and had never stepped out of the courtyard, he still suffered a lot of provocations from the Tuoba people. With the current combat power of Tianqiu Sangqiong, how could Song Qi look down on these ordinary 4th and 5th rank captains? If it was the previous generation of the Tuoba royal family, or the previous generations of the direct lineage, then he might have some interest, but Tuoba Jun's lineage was just an ordinary direct lineage of the Tuoba royal family, not to mention the direct lineage of the Tuoba royal family. There was not even one person who could rank in the top 30. Finally, Song Qi could not bear the annoyance anymore. So he could only release the news, and he would accept the challenge in Haoyue Tianji half a month later. After this, these people finally settled down. All of this naturally could not be hidden from Song Wujiang and Tuoba Jun Wujiang. What do you think, old Jun? I really don't want to hit you. Even if the direct descendants of your Tuoba family from previous generations personally came to the battlefield, my kid would not necessarily be weak. As for the younger generation of your lineage, forget it. So confident? Tuoba Jun was surprised to hear Song Wujiang's words. He knew this good friend who had known each other for nearly 3,000 years very well. Song Wujiang has never been the kind of person who likes to brag, and he is even more cautious in his actions. If he is not absolutely sure, he will never make such an assertion. Because of these words, Tuoba Jun's eyes fell back on Song Qi. Although he is optimistic about Song Qi's potential, he thinks that the power of the direct vein behind him is not bad. It may not be a big deal in the Tuoba royal family, with a heritage of more than 30,000 years. But if it is taken alone, it is also a real duke family with 2 fearless captains sitting in the palace. The strength of the younger generation in the vein is also acceptable. Even if it is not as good as Song Qi, it should not be too much worse. Right? Half a month later, the sky above Haoyue Lake. Because of what Song Qi said before, an astonishing number of Xinhua captains gathered over Haoyue Lake. Among them, there were no less than 24 Zulu ships and battleships. Until the Tianqiu Sangqiong slowly flew over, the entire lake and sky were completely boiling. You are an outsider. What qualifications do you have to occupy the quota for tempering in our lineage? If you know what's good for you. Without the slightest interest in arguing with these people, Song Qi chose to take action directly without waiting for the Tuoba clan members to finish their harsh words. He only takes advantage of the opportunity. Seeing Song Qi's attack without any warning, some Tuoba clan members believed that Song Qi was just a tough guy. However, before he finished speaking, the next moment, they saw that their 12 Zulu warships and battleships were completely included in the blockade space. What's going on? Does he want to face our 12 warships alone? Soon, Song Qi gave an answer with practical actions. Seeing that the blockade of Dingkong locking Heaven's Seal had been completed, he no longer had any scruples. A calm voice came from the Tianqiu Sangqiong. I have something else to do, so I won't play that kind of one-on-one trick with you. Besides, due to the limitations of the battleship, this time it's just a brief stop. There will be no danger of the battleship sinking. I'm notifying you of this in advance, so that you can be mentally prepared, don't panic later, and do anything unauthorized, as long as you stay in the battleship. Nothing will happen. Okay, that's all I have to say. Now, the battle begins. After speaking, Song Qi's mind turned quickly, and the parts on the Tianqiu Sangqiong were quickly activated. But what's interesting is that, despite all the talk, Song Qi has only activated one component at this moment. The 10,000 symbols Purple Thunder Prison of the Purple Thunder Cannon. And even the black hole energy of the black hole evolution layer has not been used. It's not that Song Qi is unwilling to activate more means, but he is afraid that he might accidentally sink a Zulu warship. It can be considered a friendly exchange, but once it causes the battleship to sink, it will be the battleship causing internal friction. Chapter 508, Vulnerable in Body Tempering by Divine Fire. As the purple lightning began to gather at the bow of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the 12 Tuoba warships around it also responded quickly. The 12 warships fired their cannons one after another, trying to actively stop the Tianqiu Sangqiong from accumulating energy. Although Song Qi's series of actions before were clearly contemptuous of all of them, but despite their anger, no one dared to ignore the combat power of the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Everyone knew what a ship body of more than 14,000 meters meant, so all 12 people chose to go all out. Some warships seemed to be equipped with components that reduced the energy storage time. In less than 5 seconds, the super main guns of 2 Tuoba battleships exploded one after another. The particle beams with impressive power fell on the energy shield on the outer layer of the Tianqiu Sangqiong ship. But the imagined energy shield overload did not occur. How is it possible? What quality of energy shield is installed on his warship? The attack characteristics of the 2 super main guns only dimmed the shield by half. Seeing that the holy light shield on the surface of the Tianqiu Sangqiong ship was only dimmed by 3 points. All the Tuoba clan members changed their expressions. No one believed that there would be no warship repair parts on Song Chi's ship. Taking this into account, they had no possibility of interrupting the energy storage of Tianqiu Sangqiong from a distance. Thinking of this, 2 of the 4 battleships suddenly rushed out. The 2 battleship captains reacted quickly. Since the long-range firepower could not be effective, then they switched to close-range collision. Caw-caw-caw, the sound of metal friction passed by, and the bows of the 2 battleships had already turned into cold alloy rams. Under the powerful thrust brought by the active characteristics of the engine, the 2 battleships turned into afterimages and rushed straight into Tianqiu Sangqiong. However, they obviously took it for granted. The current Tianqiu Sangqiong is not only powerful in terms of energy shield defense, but also in terms of hull. When the 2 battleships were about to collide with the hull of Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Chi activated the Behemoth Tyrant Body feature of Behemoth Heart. The immune control granted by the Tyrant Body feature, plus the double strong armor granted by Neutron Star Core Armor and Black Hole Evolution Layer, the head-on collision of the 2 battleships did not even cause the hull of Tianqiu Sangqiong to tremble. Just as the 2 battleship captains were trembling in their hearts, the energy storage of the Purple Thunder cannon of the Tianqiu Sangqiong finally ended. Unfortunately, the game is over. Song Chi's still calm voice just rang in the ears of the 12 Tuoba captains. And the next second, an astonishing number of Purple Thunder symbols appeared in the entire blockade space. These thunder symbols were scattered in every corner of the blockade space, and they were followed by a collective explosion. In an instant, the blockade space was completely enveloped by infinite thunder energy. The 12 Tuoba warships were almost dizzy by the terrifying number of thunder explosions. The energy shields of the 8 Zulu warships only lasted for a few seconds before they were completely overloaded in the raging thunder. In the end, they could only activate the protective characteristics of the ship armor. Even so, the thunder blast wave that had been raging for a long time still blasted the hull of their ship into pieces. That is, Song Chi did not make a finishing move. Otherwise, all of these Zulu ships would have sunk directly. The results of the 4 battleships were better. Although the energy shields were also overloaded, the integrity of the hulls was still above 50%. In the middle of the blockade space, Song Chi activated the Wanfuzixia Thunder Prison. He did not take the second step. He just stood in the middle of the Thunder Prison and quietly watched the embarrassed reactions of the 12 Tuoba warships. The bombardment of the Wanfuzixia Layu lasted for a full 10 minutes. When all the thunder power dissipated, Song Chi took the initiative to cancel the blockade effect of Dekong locking Heaven Seal and then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of Tuoba captains, he controlled the Tianqiu Sangqiong to slowly fall downwards. During this process, no one tried to stop it. There was a captain of Zulu, whose ship was still in good condition, who was about to speak, but was stopped by several battleship captains. Okay, let's stop here. Can you see that the battle power of the other ship is completely different from ours? If he had really used all his strength just now, all 12 of our warships would have been grounded. I even feel that the first order captain of the previous generation in the clan, who was also promoted to the captain of the battleship, is not his opponent. This battle did not cause too much waves. After all, the entire detailed battle process from beginning to end was known only to the 13 captains in the blockade space. As long as Song Chi did not take the initiative to publicize it, the 12 captains of the Tuoba clan, who were almost unilaterally crushed, would naturally not tell others. However, for Song Chi, the effect has been achieved. After that, no other Tuoba clan members came to harass him, allowing him to practice the guiding technique with peace of mind. In the all-attribute training room in the market, Song Chi held a deep-water clam pearl that was one size larger than a ping-pong ball. This was a high-year-old deep-water clam pearl produced in the Blue Water Spirit Spring in the Secret Realm in recent decades. It was 11,000 years old. After taking out another top-level bodybuilding potion to neutralize it, Song Chi directly put the potion into his mouth at once. With the powerful effect of this 11,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl, he began to practice the guiding technique with all his strength. A month later, when Song-Chi walked out of the practice room, his guiding technique had unexpectedly broken through to level 51. In the previous 50 years of comprehending the laws, he rarely practiced the guiding technique, so it was still level 50. This was the first progress after his guiding technique broke through the 5th level. I still have two 10,000-year-old deep-water clam pearls in my hand. I hope that my guiding technique can break through 1 or 2 small levels in the future. He left the market while muttering. Calculating the time, the Tuoba royal family's Divine Fire Festival is in these 2 days. The next day, early in the morning, today's Silver Plate floating land is particularly lively. A large number of level 4 and above Shinhua warships came from outside the floating land to participate in the Tuoba royal family's Divine Fire Festival held once every 100 years. The Divine Fire Festival, as the name suggests, is a sacrificial ceremony for the special high-level fire controlled by the Tuoba royal family. The Tuoba royal family is different from other Shinhua clans. Their fundamental inheritance does not come from those Starsea gods or starry sky beasts, but from a legendary fire called Taitsong fire. This strand of Taitsong fire seed not only contains a variety of fire attribute inherited secrets, but can also give the Tuoba clan members a higher fire attribute talent to a certain extent. This is why the Tuoba royal family is famous for the fire in the entire Shinhua river system community. However, this Taitsong fire seed is not omnipotent. If you want it to continue to give the clan members the fire attribute talent, the Tuoba royal family also needs to continue to sacrifice to it. Only in this way can the Taitsong fire seed never go out, or even gradually strengthen. Silver Plate floating land. Taitsong Sacred Mountain. As the ancestral land of the Tuoba royal family, Taitsong Sacred Mountain, like Longdi Sacred Mountain, also has a large square at the foot of the mountain. Today, a large number of invited Shinhua captains from the outside world gathered here, waiting for the Tuoba royal family to start the century-old Sacred Fire Festival. In the crowd, Song-Chi followed his ancestor, quietly waiting for the festival to officially begin. Soon, an old figure slowly rose into the air, and finally stood in the air above the white jade square. This old figure exuded a life breath that was infinitely close to the 7th level, bringing a strong sense of oppression to all the Shinhua captains present. Fortunately, it was just for shock, and soon all the pressure was retracted. In the crowd, Song-Chi heard a slight discussion. It's Tuoba Machong. I heard that he is over 9,000 years old. He entered the ranks of extreme dreadnought captains 5,000 years ago. His combat power is unfathomable. I don't know when he will attack the Star Destroyer. There is not much time left for him. Tuoba Machong. Song-Chi raised his head and glanced at the old figure above, and then quickly looked back. Not long after, an old voice came from the sky. The time has come. I declare the official start of the Sacred Fire Festival. Please bring the sacred fire. As soon as the voice fell, a dreadnought suddenly appeared in the sky above the square in front. If nothing unexpected happened, this dreadnought should be a heritage warship of the Tuoba royal family. The hatch of the dreadnought opened, and a wisp of fire emitting a fascinating gray light was drawn out from it. With the appearance of this wisp of fire, Song-Chi could feel that the temperature above the entire square had risen a lot. However, the other captains were already used to it. Not long after, Tuoba clan set up a staggering amount of various resources. Among them were red, orange, purple fire treasures, fire-attributed mineral resources, high-quality Shanghai wood-attributed spiritual plants, etc. Several 6th-level half-dragons continuously threw these resources into the Taitsong fire in the sky. Through his own double pupils, Song-Chi could see that with each batch of resources thrown into the fire, the Taitsong fire would become brighter. Obviously, the resources prepared by Tuoba clan were all of great benefit to the Taitsong fire. This is not the end. Or it is just the beginning. All the resources prepared by the Tuoba clan were put into the fire. And then it was the turn of the invited guests on the square. The guests were in their own positions. Captains came forward one after another, and took out red, orange, purple, and other fire treasures, or took out rare fire resources, and continuously put them into the Taitsong fire in the sky. Why did the Tuoba royal family hold a grand divine fire festival every 100 years, and also allocated a part of the limited number of divine fire tempering quotas? The reason is here. Borrowing the power of many forces in the entire river system to assist them in feeding the Taitsong fire. Of course, the people from other forces were not fools. The fire seeds they brought out were basically purple. or some decent fire attribute resources. Only those forces that were interested in competing for the divine fire body tempering quota would bring out orange, or even red fire seeds. Finally, the top 20 forces that brought out the most valuable items would each get a body tempering quota. When it was Song Wujiang's turn, he brought out an orange fire seed that could not be converted into an upgraded fire source. It was not high, but it could be ranked above average. Although he had already obtained a quota from Tuoba Jun, he couldn't be too shabby. Otherwise it would only embarrass Tuoba Jun. It was just right to take out an orange fire seed treasure. After all the quotas were confirmed, it was the turn of the long-awaited divine fire body quenching stage. This stage was the feedback of the Taicong fire seed that absorbed enough fire resources to the outside world. It would transform a small part of all the absorbed energy into a divine fire for quenching the body. The captain who got the quota for quenching the body needed to step into the sea of quenching fire in person, and use the divine fire to quench his body. Just as Song Qi's phantom energy surged, and he was about to walk out of the crowd, he heard Song Wujiang's voice. Xiao Qi, this Taicong divine fire tempering body is of great benefit to Captain Xinhua. Try to persist for a while. The longer you temper it, the greater the benefit. Grandson understands. Song Qi nodded. And then, under the influence of the 5th level phantom energy and the law of space, his figure quietly disappeared in the crowd. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the high platform in front of the square. Seeing him appear out of thin air, the faces of several 4th and 5th level captains who had stepped onto the stage earlier were surprised. The law of space, this law is not something that ordinary captains would touch, and it is too difficult to comprehend. Song Qi ignored the curious eyes beside him, and quietly closed his eyes to adjust his state. According to his estimation, with the current physical strength, the time of tempering the body in this divine fire cannot be too short, but after the ancestor's reminder, he naturally has to try his best to adjust his state, in order to persist for a longer time in the future. Song Qi knows the importance of physical strength very well, which corresponds to the strength of the mind. For a Xinhua captain, simply wanting to improve his mental power is not enough. Because the stronger the mental power, the higher the requirement for the captain's own physique. Only a stronger physique can accommodate more mental power. Although his physique is not weak now, and can still support the mind state of being focused and attentive. Don't forget that he still has a 7th level spiritual source essence in his hand. Once absorbed, his mental power will inevitably surge. It is hard to say whether his physique can withstand it at that time. Song Qi's idea was very simple. Since the body tempering of the Taicong fire could strengthen the physique, he would naturally do everything possible to prolong the tempering time. About 2 minutes later, when all the people came on stage, the Taicong fire in the sky also dropped the body tempering fire. Suddenly, Song Qi felt as if he was thrown into a furnace, and the terrible high temperature was baking everything on his body. Knowing that this was the fire tempering the body, Song Qi forced himself to calm down, and the dark energy in his body was flowing rapidly, trying his best to eliminate the discomfort caused by the majestic flame energy. Time passed by bit, and one could hear captains staggering away from the platform because they could not bear the increasingly intense flames. But Song Qi did not open his eyes, because he was also in pain. Gradually, there were only 5th level battleship captains left on the platform, and all the Zhulu captains had left the platform. After about half an hour, some battleship captains began to find it difficult to hold on. There was one person at the beginning, and more battleship captains left the platform. Chapter 509 Hidden Veins. It has only been 2 hours since the divine fire tempering began. But at this moment, there are only 8 or 9 people left on the high platform. There is a characteristic among these dozen people. Except for Song Qi, their cultivation level of the guiding technique is almost all above LV57, and 5 of them are LV59. The peak of the 5th level. As for Song Qi, relying on the repeated strengthening of his physical body in the past, he was able to persist for such a long time, but as the temperature of the surrounding tempering flames increased, he also reached the limit of what he could endure. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, but did not turn around and leave the platform. Instead, he raised his clenched right hand. In the palm of his right hand was an ice bead the size of a dragon eye. This ice bead not only exuded a thick cold mist, but also had silver light flowing. It was a silver wonder with ice attributes. The ice bead was called the Ice Spirit Bead, which Song Qi had obtained from the dimensional space stone of the god of hunting not long ago. It could not transform the shipboard parts. Originally, Song Qi had put it in the Wonder Exchange shop to be used has the charging need for the market projection order in the future. It was after he heard about the divine fire tempering that he tried to carry this ice spirit pearl with him. I hope it can be of some use. Raising his hand slightly, the ice spirit pearl was directly stuffed into his mouth. Of course, there was no need to swallow it, but just hold it in his mouth. In an instant, Song Chi felt an extremely cold feeling filling his entire mouth. But with the transfer of the phantom energy in his body, this cold feeling quickly flowed through his body along with the phantom energy. A feeling of comfort came from his mind. The unbearable burning heat of the previous moment was instantly replaced by frost, which really made Song Chi feel much better. Just like that, Song Chi sat cross-legged on the platform again. Slowly, the number of 9 people on the platform slowly decreased again. 7 people. 5 people. When Song Chi stood up, he found that besides himself, there were only 2 people still holding on the platform, and he was one of the 3 who held on the longest. Not caring about these, he turned around and walked down the platform with difficulty. Even with the assistance of Ice Spirit Pearl at this moment, he still couldn't bear it anymore. Forcing himself to hold on would only cause uncontrollable damage to his body. There was no need. Moreover, he has gained enough benefits by persisting until now. His body is much stronger than before the tempering. For Song Chi's current physical strength, this improvement is extremely precious. As for the 2 people who are still persisting on the stage, they are all the direct descendants of the Tuoba royal family. And like Song Chi, they have water or ice attribute artifacts in their hands, plus the 5th level peak guidance technique, which is why they can persist for so long. However, after Song Chi stepped down, the 2 of them could not persist for a while, and the divine fire tempering phase was completely over. The next step after the divine fire body quenching was, of course, the banquet. This process was not very exciting. Only after the banquet was over, the divine fire ceremony was completely over. Above the sky, Ding Hai Longxiang and Tianxiu Sangxiong were speeding along. The 2 were rushing back to Haoyue Lake. With the end of the divine fire ceremony, there was no need to stay any longer. But the basic etiquette of saying goodbye in person was still required. On the encrypted channel of the warship, Song Chi suddenly said, "Ancestor, what level is the seed of the newly promoted ancestor over there?" There was naturally nothing to hide about this. Song Wujiang said directly. "Same as Ru Girl." Hearing this, Song Chi immediately understood. "Is it also red? Alas, silver upgraded fire sources are too rare." Thinking, his brows were furrowed, his eyes were moving rapidly, and his mind was constantly running. A 6th level dreadnought captain, if he does not even have a silver fire hull, and only has red quality, then the combat power will be greatly limited. In this way, even if he now has 4 dreadnoughts, plus the Tianxiu Sangxiong, which also has the combat power of a dreadnought, including the 3-eyed royal family's dominant flagship, and his own market projection order dominant projection, it is by no means foolproof to deal with the dominant level black devouring king beast. There are still considerable risks. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of the silver apple mother tree. Now he can upgrade to the red upgraded fire source at will. And he only needs to upgrade the silver apple mother tree to the 7th level. And then, he can produce 7th level silver apples continuously. At that time, it will not be difficult to produce silver fire seeds. With a firm look in his eyes, Song Chi seemed to have made up his mind, and turned to Song Wujiang directly. "Grandfather, my grandson needs the 6th level starry sky plant heart. As long as there are enough 6th level starry sky plant heart, my grandson may." "Yes." Before Song Chi finished speaking, Song Wujiang responded first. He glanced around, and Song Chi instantly understood what he meant. After all, he was in the Tuoba royal family's territory, and there might be some means of monitoring. The magnetic wave encryption channel of the 6th level dreadnought was not absolutely confidential. Knowing that the ancestor had understood his meaning, Song Chi said no more. Tens of minutes later, 2 warships rose from the surface of Haoyue Lake, and finally submerged in the clouds under the gaze of Tuoba Jun below. 6th level star plant tree heart. Could it be that a core member of the Song family is about to die? He was vaguely puzzled. But Tuoba Jun didn't think much about it. No matter what, he got a silver component. That's right, just now, Song Wujiang took the initiative to propose a deal to exchange silver parts for the 6th level starry sky plant tree heart, and finally got 3 6th level starry sky plant tree hearts from Tuoba Jun. The silver parts were naturally obtained by Song Chi from the private vault of the god of hunting. Originally, they were intended to be used to exchange for Star Tower Mall points. Now it is naturally better to exchange for 3 starry sky plant tree hearts. But this is not enough. Only 4 6th level starry sky plant tree hearts are far from enough to upgrade the silver apple mother tree to the 7th level. More acquisitions are needed in the future. This time, the two did not go to the Silver Plate Mall, but rushed straight out of the floating land. In this Divine Fire Festival, Song Chi attracted a lot of attention with his 3rd place. If he really disappeared in the Silver Plate City, it might attract the attention of someone with a purpose. Finally, after many jumps, the two chose an unmanned debris belt and returned to the Dragon Ridge continent. Qingwe Manor. Song Chi and Song Wujiang appeared from the courtyard at the same time. Before leaving, Song Wujiang once again asked, "The family will take action against the Black Devouring Beast in the next few years. Don't run too far. The Hun Tian Star region is the territory of the Morning Star family. Maybe one day, they will discover the existence of the Black Devouring Beast. We have to act as soon as possible." Grandson understands. After receiving Song Chi's reply, Song Wujiang summoned the Dinghai Longxiang and soared into the sky. Jutian Market, all attribute training room. Song Chi started practicing the guiding technique again. Between comprehending the martial arts Heavenly Eye and practicing, he chose to practice. In his eyes, the guiding technique is the foundation of a long life. In comparison, combat power is only a means and guarantee to help oneself gain a longer life. It is easy to tell which is more important. This time he stayed in the all-attribute training room for 3 months, and used all the remaining 2,000-year-old deep-water clam beads in his hand. However, his luck was not very good this time, or it could be said that as the guiding technique improved, the difficulty of breakthrough also increased. In the end, he only broke through from LV51 to LV52. Just as he was familiar with the changes in his strength, and was about to use the multi-eyed clan's origin pupil essence to comprehend the martial arts Heavenly Eye secret technique, his ethereal body in the outside world received a notification from the family. Buzz! Above Qinghua Lake. With the activation of the space jump, the Tianshu Sungqiong disappeared. Longji Divine Mountain. The family's ancestral temple. When Song Chi arrived, a thick chaotic mist had risen in the ancestral temple. Looking up, there was a human-shaped projection on the golden starry sky throne above. Who else could it be but Song Shiwan, who was far away in Jiefeng floating land. In addition, there were 5 figures standing in front of the ancestral temple. In addition to Song Wujiang and Song Xingru, there are also Song Dingbang and Song Tianhao. As for the last figure, Song Chi saw it for the first time. However, judging from the 6th level life breath emanating from him, it is not difficult to guess that this is the ancestor of the hidden vein who successfully promoted to the captain of the fearless ship. Seeing this lineup, Song Chi understood that except for Song Xuansong, who was far away in the Jieshing floating land and could not get away, his family had already completed all the high-level combat forces. Song Tianshu's ship was successfully promoted to a battleship, but he was still trying to reach the 5th level guidance technique. In addition, he was now over 1,900 years old and had little time left, so the ancestors of the family did not disturb him. Soon, Song Wujiang took the initiative to introduce Song Chi. "Xiao Qi, this is the Shishing ancestor of the hidden vein. Why don't you come over and pay your respects?" Shishing? Is he from the same generation as the original ancestor? Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and Song Chi reacted quickly. He walked quickly to the ancestor of the hidden vein of the family, bowed and said, "Song Chi, the 10th direct vein." Greet the ancestor Shishing. "Good." As Song Chi saluted, the ancestor Song Shishing was obviously very happy. He first smiled and praised, and then continued, "I have heard that there is also a brilliant younger generation in the Xinhua ancestral vein. Today, I see that he is indeed extraordinary. In addition, I, the old man, also benefited from you. This is how I became a fearless captain. Here, this is a gift for you." Song Chi knew that the other party was talking about the 2 5th level time realm fruits. It is said that the ancestor Song Shishing benefited from the 2nd promotion opportunity given by the time realm fruit, and he successfully promoted his ship to a fearless ship. As for the greeting gift handed over by the other party, looking at the familiar palm-sized crystal, it was not the space energy that was emitted, but the light energy, so Song Chi could be sure that it should be a light crystal. When he thought that his current understanding of the law of light was not even 50%, Song Chi's eyes flashed with a fiery color. However, based on restraint, he still turned his sight to Song Wujiang on the side. as if to seek the opinion of the ancestor. Before Song Wujiang spoke, Song Shishing in front of him smiled first and said, "No need to be so polite. Although the hidden vein has been developing in a foreign land, my Song family's ancestral vein and the hidden vein have always been one. Soon you will have to live in the hidden vein for a while." Hearing this, Song Qi naturally did not hesitate anymore and directly took the light crystal. Because of the Chongming divine bird, the Chongming blood contract had already been made public among the core members of the family. It was also no secret that Song Qi not only practiced the law of space, but also the law of light. Therefore, Song Shishing prepared such a gift for the meeting. After the introduction, everyone immediately brought the topic to the point. Song Wujiang took the lead and said to Song Xiuan and Song Tianhao, "Xiuan, Tianhao, this operation is of great importance. The family's peak combat power cannot be reserved. Therefore, the two important places of the family, Dragon Ridge Continent and Jiefeng Floating Continent, are handed over to you." As he said, he threw two projection subcomponents to the two people respectively. This is a subcomponent of the silver projection component. If there are any unsolvable problems later, you can activate it directly. After entrusting Song Dingbang and the others, Song Wujiang turned his attention back to Song Qi and the others. "As for us, we will set off immediately tomorrow. But in order to reduce the chance of being discovered, everyone will first enter Xiuqi's Space Wonder, and then Xiuqi's Tianqiu Sangqiong will set off alone." Originally, Song Wujiang was going to use the Dinghai Longxiang to complete this part. But based on Song Qi's trust in the Mirage Dragon Wanhua Pearl, he took the initiative to take over the matter. Besides that, "Xiuan, you must pay attention. There are many people watching Jiefeng Fulu." In the sky, Song Xiuan's projection nodded gently. "Don't worry, Ancestor. The high-dimensional portal on my ship has been strengthened to level 70, which is enough to be silent. The key to the problem is that if we disappear collectively, it may be okay in a short period of time. But if it lasts too long, it will definitely arouse suspicion and prying from the outside world." Hearing this, everyone frowned. At this time, Song Qi said, "How about this? I will drive the Tianqiu Sangqiong to the Huntian Star region first, and when I successfully reach the black hole, I will return to Longji continent to pick up people. And during this time, the ancestors can show up intentionally or unintentionally, so that the outside world will notice your existence." Several people looked at each other, and all felt that this method was feasible, especially Song Wujiang, who had experienced Song Qi's magical method, and could reach the Huntian Star region in an instant to launch operations, which could save a lot of time. Okay, that's settled. The next day, Song Qi activated the Mirage feature of the Mirage Dragon Pearl, and rushed out of the Dragon Ridge continent silently, along the Red River Star region, and rushed towards the central part of the Chaos Star region, in order to ensure the absolute secrecy of his whereabouts. He only traveled within the duration of the Mirage. Although this method would delay a lot of time, it could ensure the absolute safety of his whereabouts. Moreover, the old ancestor and the original ancestor were still under the surveillance of outsiders, so there was no need to worry about the time issue. It took Song Qi more than half a month to finally enter the central part of the Chaos Star region, as the territory that has been assigned to the Morning Star family. There are many patrol fleets in this star region. However, with the Mirage feature and the High Authority feature of the Void Membrane, no one can detect the Tianqiu Sangqiong shuttle in secret. Chapter 510 Top Secret Operation. Huntian Star Region, Misty Star Region. As before, this star region filled with alien mist has not yet been developed by the Morning Star family. After all, it is a royal family that has been listed among the immortal clans, with a territory of more than 100,000 light years, and a lot of high-quality star regions waiting to be developed. Under such circumstances, how could the Morning Star family focus on such a troublesome star region? However, this also provided sufficient convenience for the Song family's actions. The Tianqiu Sangqiong went straight into the mist ahead. With the help of his own double pupil's insight and the experience from the last time, Song Qi quickly entered the familiar void belt. There was no rush to return to the Dragon Ridge continent. The Tianqiu Sangqiong did not stop advancing. The black hole was located deep in the void zone. He wanted to try to move the teleportation point closer. When he arrived at the appropriate area, Song Qi set a space anchor point on the spot, and then took back the Tianqiu Sangqiong. The moment his body was exposed to the starry sky, Song Qi's breathing suddenly became heavy. The powerful tearing force brought by the black hole in the distance made his whole body suffer great pressure. Fortunately, he took this into consideration when choosing the coordinates of the space anchor point. The tearing force here is still within the tolerance range of the physique given by the 5th level guidance technique. After returning to Lungji continent via the market, Song-Chi activated the Mirage feature once again, and then started the warship jump. The jump point was the falling fire plane, which was 100 light-years away. When the Tianxu Songqiang arrived, Song Wujiang, Song Shishing, and Song Xingru were already waiting there. He put the 3 of them into the dimensional space stone. And while the Mirage feature had not yet expired, Song-Chi quietly arrived at Jiefeng floating land through the space wormhole connected to Jiefeng floating land. After picking up Song Xiuan, he returned to the empty zone of the Misty Star region. Coming out of the dimensional space stone, Song Wujiang and his companions immediately felt the terrifying tearing force around them. The 5 of them quickly summoned their respective warships, and then began the pre-war arrangements that had been planned long ago. The next thing they had to face was a dominant star beast. Apart from anything else, once the battle started, the noise it caused would definitely not be small, and the arrangements that the Song family had to make were aimed at this point. Inside the Dinghai Longxiang, as Song Wujiang's mind turned, the sealed sky prison component that he had temporarily borrowed was activated. However, it is important to note that when it was borrowed from Tuoba Jun, it was only level 69, because Tuoba Jun had not yet been promoted to the Silver Fire Seed. But now, it has been strengthened to level 74 by Song Wujiang. The riot of a dominant creature is not too serious, and in order to ensure that the riot caused by it is concealed in this foggy star area, it is naturally isolated by powerful space blockade components. Although the Song family has several silver quality blockade components in their hands, facing a real star beast, this is far from enough. If you are not careful, the other party may break through it. This is why he took the initiative to take out 3 dominant true spirits to borrow this sealed sky prison component. Along the edge of the entire black hole void belt, the space barrier derived from the sealed sky domain was quickly formed. But this was not enough. Soon, the Fixicon locking heaven seal on the Tianxu Songqiang, the Ningkong Tower on the Akala, the blocking prison on the Dinghai Xinglong, and other silver blockade components were activated one after another, and 3 layers of blockade barriers were added to the interior of this golden blockade space. After 4 consecutive insurances were activated, the 5 people of the Song family were relieved. Then, under the guidance of Song-Chi, the 5 warships flew all the way to the center of the black hole's gravitational field. When they got close to the location where they got the black hole evolution layer, the 5 warships stopped. The black devouring king beast is at the center of the black hole ahead. After hearing what Song-Chi said, the 5 people in the warship communication group chat looked at each other, and the next second everyone nodded. Thousands of module projection secondary guns in various places on the hulls of the 5 warships fired at the same time. Although in the core area of the black hole, the attacks triggered by these secondary guns could not enter its core area at all, and would be detonated in advance. But what they wanted was never for these secondary guns to cause damage to the black devouring king beast, but to lure the opponent out. They were not disappointed. In this dense roar, the sleeping black beast in the center of the black hole was quickly awakened, and the 5 people clearly caught the blood-red pupils that suddenly opened in the center of the black hole. Roar, the next second. A deafening roar came from the center of the black hole, and the horrible fishy wind blew in their faces, causing ripples in the energy shields on the surface of the 5 Xinhua warships. Knowing that the time had come, Song Wujiang took the initiative to open the hatch, and soon the 3-eyed royal flagship rushed out of the Dinghai Longxiang. When this dominant warship of the Overlord civilization recovered its full form, the giant beast in the center of the black hole in front also pounced. Xiaoqi. In the magnetic wave communication group chat, Song Wujiang called out in a low voice. Song-Chi, who had reacted, immediately activated the Pajuo Time Realm feature of the Pajuo Zen meditation seal. With the activation of this golden time domain that had been strengthened to the 7th level, the speed of the black devouring beast in front of him also slowed down several times. Although it was far less exaggerated than 10 times, it at least had a restrictive effect on it. In comparison, Dinghai Longxiang, Akala including the flagship of the 3-eyed royal family, these warships were not affected at all. Song-Chi had already activated the neutron link feature of the neutron star core armor, and completed the link binding of several warships, which made the Posha Time Realm automatically classify them as its own units. Although the black devouring king beast's movement slowed down by nearly 3 times. For a master level beast, Its speed was still amazing. Clang! The beast's claws penetrated the superclass nuclear energy shield on the outer layer of the three-eyed royal family's master flagship, and touched the body of the master flagship, making a sharp metal collision sound. However, as the flagship of the hegemonic civilization's royal master, how could its hull material be ordinary? In the collision with this special metal armor, the black devouring king beast did not cause much damage to the flagship. Now, the Song family would naturally not miss this opportunity, as the charging was basically completed. The super main guns exploded one after another. 5 warships, 9 super main guns, and the lowest quality was silver. When the attack characteristics were activated at the same time, you could imagine how amazing the power was. As if it sensed a strong threat, the black devouring king beast's dominance power surged, and it tried to dodge with its huge body. How could the 5 people from the Song family let it escape so easily? Blood-stained divine chains, sky prisoner chains, space confinement, frost freezing, and various control methods fell on the black devouring king beast one after another. These control methods were not too strong. They were either activated by red parts, or at most silver parts. The control effect on the black devouring king beast was very limited, but it could not withstand the large number. For a moment, the black devouring king beast was restricted to its original position and could not move, which also made it lose its last chance to dodge. Life Annihilation Arrow, High Energy Particle Beam, Dark Star Shock Wave. A large number of powerful attacks landed accurately on the black devouring king beast, causing a terrifying explosion shock wave. Even after the black devouring king beast realized that it could not dodge, it immediately condensed a large amount of devouring law on its body's surface, actively devoured a small part of the explosion power. The remaining attack energy still caused multiple wounds all over its body. Roar! The pain that struck the heart made the scarlet in the eyes of this star beast more intense. It suddenly turned around and stopped colliding with the flagship of the master. Instead, it turned around and rushed towards the 5 fire ships of the Song family, which were the culprit. The infinite power of the master, carrying a large number of perfect devouring laws, rushed all the way. Even if they were in the core area of the black hole, under the surge of the power of the master, everyone could still clearly see the further distortion of space. For a moment, everyone's heart trembled wildly, and there was fear in their eyes. The wrath of a master creature, no one present could bear it. Once the other party got close, the only outcome would be the destruction of the ship and the death of the people. After a brief panic, everyone came to their senses and turned their attention to Song-Chi. Song-Chi nodded gently and directly handed over the control of the warship to the Sky Intelligence Brain, leaving Kong Ling behind. His figure suddenly disappeared in the warship. Buzz! The purple mist filled the air, and the void vibrated as Kong Ling activated the market projection order in his hand. The purple mist projection of the Zutian market soon appeared above the Tianxu Sanqiong. Deep in the purple mist projection, the Zutian market was reflected, and the infinite purple mist quickly gathered into a purple mist palm formed by the 3 energies of purple mist, space, and light. As Song-Chi's mind changed in the secret realm of the market, the purple mist palm suddenly slapped out, and soon, the palm collided with the figure of the black devouring beast rushing over. Zizizizi. The 2 completely different dominant forces were rapidly offset, and the black devouring beast's frantic running figure suddenly stopped in the dense corrosion sound. However, that was all. The purple mist palm was completely shattered by the black devouring beast. After all, it was just a projection of a virtual body. How could it go head-on with the terrifying starry sky beast? Behind, the purple mist projection on the Tianxu Sanqiong once again condensed a second purple mist palm, and once again slapped the black devouring beast, whose speed had slowed down a lot. At the same time, Song-Chi used his ethereal body to signal the Qiongtian intelligent brain to activate the super body contraction feature of the super body contraction card. Under the effect of this feature, the size of the black devouring king beast in front of him shrank by about 10%, including the dominant power and devouring law in his body, which were all weakened by about 10% at this moment. Through his ethereal body, Song-Chi sent a message to several ancestors. Dear ancestors, go all out. After receiving his message, the Song family members did not hold back. Star Destroyer's Fury. Secondary Star Destroyer's Fury. Silver External Neutron Annihilation Bomb Launcher. Master Flagship Star Destroyer Cannon Death Star Cannon. Even the Tianxu Sanqiong has activated its strongest attack method at the moment. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Plus temporarily loaded Blood Spear Weakness, Mark of the Hunting God. Plus Black Hole Evolution Layer All Black Hole Energy. At this moment, the Black Devouring King Beast, whose own strength had been weakened to a certain extent, truly felt the threat of death. He no longer held back, and the power of domination in his body was fully mobilized. And the inherited magical power of the Black Devouring King Beast swallowing stars was activated. Infinite devouring laws gathered on the head of the Black Devouring King Beast. At first, it was just a small dot, and in the next second, it instantly turned into a micro black hole with strong devouring power. As soon as this micro black hole was formed, the attacks from the Song family also completed the energy storage. Several artillery fires that were comparable to the active attack characteristics of the Star Destroyer cannon roared out and rushed straight towards the Black Devouring King Beast. However, at this moment, the gravity in the micro black hole above the Black Devouring King Beast suddenly surged 100 times, and all the attacks launched by the Song family were unexpectedly sucked into the micro black hole without control. The expected horrific explosion did not occur. The star-devouring power of the Black Devouring King Beast was like a real black hole that could never be filled. All the powerful attacks were sunk into it, without even a splash. However, Song Chi in the Zhutian market had a strange look on his face. Looking at the miniature black hole on the top of the Black Devouring King Beast, he murmured, "Both are black holes, but I don't know which one is more powerful." As he murmured, a huge tremor suddenly came from the miniature black hole on the top of the Black Devouring King Beast. Under the black light, a dull roar came from inside it. The singularity condensed by 30,000 points of black hole energy finally exploded. The result was that, inside the black hole condensed by the Black Devouring King Beast itself, a second micro black hole appeared. In this case, the two micro black holes instinctively produced a fierce confrontation. Amidst the violent collapse and tearing sounds, the two micro black holes on the Black Devouring King Beast's head both exploded, and the attack methods that it had swallowed before reappeared. However, the power of the several attack methods at this time had been mostly consumed when they fell on the head of the Black Devouring King Beast again. Although they still caused some damage, they were not fatal. After such a shocking change, the Black Devouring King Beast completely fell into a frenzy, and the blood in his body began to evaporate wildly. He suddenly used a new inherited magical power that burned life. Under this magical power, his combat power returned to its peak state, and he rushed towards the 5 Xinhua warships of the Song family again. Damn it. This thing is too tenacious. We must not let it get close. In the dome of the market, Song Chi's voice was cold, and the dominance power in his body was mobilizing wildly. Inside the black hole, the projection of the market of all heavens took the initiative to meet it, trying to block the frontal attack of the Black Devouring King Beast with itself. However, the projection time was not short, and the power of the market projection had been greatly weakened. In this head-on collision, it was no match for the Black Devouring King Beast, which burned its life to increase its combat power. After many collisions, the Zhutian market projection was finally completely defeated by the Black Devouring King Beast. After defeating the market projection, the Black Devouring King Beast did not stop, and violently rushed towards the 5 warships of the Song family, vowing to crush these ants that caused great harm to it. At this moment, the hatch of the Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly opened, and the 6th level Cyclops rushed out. At the same time, the Sky Intelligence Brain also activated the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature of the Tianquan Control Ring without hesitation. Chapter 511 Final result. Before this, everyone in the Song family thought that this battle would be very difficult. After all, it was a dominant star beast known for its vitality, and it occupied an advantageous environment like a black hole. If not for this, this action would not have been delayed again and again, until Song Xingru and Song Shishing were both promoted to fearless captains, and then it was officially launched. Originally, I thought it was taken seriously enough, and the preparations were sufficient, but I didn't expect that reality would still give everyone a slap in the face. If Song Chi hadn't just exchanged the Tianquan control ring from the Yoguang Star Tower, and improved the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature, it is still unknown what kind of consequences would occur in the future that would be unbearable for the entire family. With the activation of the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature, the aura of the Cyclops, which was originally only an ordinary 6th level troll, began to surge wildly. At the end of the senior 6th level, peak 6th level, half-step 7th level, It barely stepped into the threshold of the 7th level master. Of course, the combat power of this master is very weak. It is impossible to expect it to confront a master-level star beast head-on. It is inevitable to be suppressed by the opponent. Fortunately, Song-Chi never expected to rely on it to make a comeback. At this time, he summoned it, just to let it temporarily delay the black beast rushing over, and eliminate the threat faced by his own people. Under Song-Chi's command, the Cyclops in a violent state also rushed out, holding the silver dragon spear that was given to it in advance. The two completely different laws of devouring and chaos collided with each other, and the energy whirlwinds generated continued to sweep around. Under this amazing energy fluctuation, even though they were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, the energy shields of the 5 warships of the Song family were still being consumed at a very fast speed. The good news is that after the previous market projection and the current Cyclops is blocking, the figure of the black devouring king beast finally stopped. Swish! The silver spear light shone. The silver dragon spear was wielded wantonly in the hand of the Cyclops. The excellent physical strength gave the silver dragon spear the greatest destructive power, trying to make up for the gap in strength with the black devouring king beast. Taking this opportunity, the ethereal body in the Tianxiu Sangqiong quickly took out the second market projection order and activated it without hesitation. The purple mist gathered, and the projection of the market in the heavens once again crossed the sea of stars and shone. After all, he was facing a dominant black devouring king beast. Song-Chi maintained the highest level of attention from beginning to end, not to mention the second market projection order. The third one was also on the ethereal body. Even if the situation is not right, he will never be stingy with the silver treasure in his hand, and use it to charge several market projection orders one by one. The time for the projection to be completely reflected is actually only a few seconds, but for the Cyclops, it seems extremely long. In just less than 10 seconds, it was covered with wounds under the violent attack of the black devouring king beast that actively burned its life. The 5 warships of the Song family did not miss this opportunity. With the obstruction of the Cyclops, countless artillery fire poured towards the wound on the head of the black devouring king beast. As time went on, the injuries on the black devouring king beast continued to worsen. Coupled with the reprojection of the market at this moment, the balance of the battle seems to have tilted towards the Song family. However, Song-Chi was not so optimistic. The vitality of a giant star beast was far beyond imagination. If it continued like this, it was unknown how long the stalemate would last. If the duration was too long, not to mention how many silver wonders he would have to use to fill this hole, the possible variables would also be difficult to control. Song-Chi still preferred to resolve the battle as soon as possible. With a change of mind, he told the ancestors about his thoughts. And then he activated the Yin-Yang Strive feature of the Yang Tongxin Pei without hesitation. The next second, the attack characteristics of the silver super main gun on the Bai Shui Qingyu that was enhanced to level 69 were temporarily borrowed by him, and Blood Spear directly burst out. Although it was only an attack characteristic enhanced to level 6. Any attack method was precious at this moment, let alone the silver super main gun. After the attack, the wound on the top of the black devouring king beast's head deepened again. But Song-Chi's movements did not stop at all. With a change of mind, his ethereal body directly took out a storage capsule from behind. The storage capsule contained nothing but blood crystals. The blood crystals needed to strengthen the blood spear. These blood crystals were brought by Song Shirshing from the hidden vein. There were quite a few of them, enough for him to strengthen the blood spear. The golden super cannon, to level 70. In the golden light, the blood spear was directly strengthened to level 70. Compared with the all-spirit destruction bow, the power of the golden super cannon was obviously more exaggerated. More importantly, the attack characteristics of the blood spear had not been used yet. After receiving Song-Chi's signal, the Sky Intelligence activated the blood judgment feature. Endless blood-colored energy gathered at the bow of the Tianxiu Sanqing ship, and finally turned into a blood-colored punishment spear tens of thousands of meters long. This is not over yet. In order to maximize the power of this attack, the Sky Intelligence directly used the 5 million psionic energy pool attached to the antimatter energy evolution engine component. Although the activation of various component features previously had left less than 3 million psionic energy points in the psionic energy pool, the Sky Intelligence still called on 2 million of the psionic energy and put it all into the black hole evolution layer component. 2 million psionic energies were invested, and the black hole evolution layer quickly transformed them into black hole energy. Even if only a few thousand points were converted in the end, it was enough. 3,000 points of black hole energy were invested in the blood spear turret, waiting for the condensed blood-colored spear to hit the black devouring king beast. These black hole energies will derive a violent collapse effect, thereby causing as much damage as possible. Swish! Blood light spurted out, and Song-Chi, who had been prepared, controlled the market projection to avoid a distance. The full-strength explosion of a golden super main cannon was powerful. The black devouring king beast also wanted to dodge, but the Cyclops, under Song-Chi's command, burst out with the last bit of fighting power. The silver dragon spear fiercely pierced into the flesh and blood between the gaps in the scales of the black devouring king beast, tightly entangling the black devouring king beast, not giving it any chance to dodge, because the Sky Brain took the initiative to avoid the Cyclops. The first target of the Judgment Blood Spear was the black devouring king beast. However, even if the most direct attack was avoided, the energy shock wave triggered by the Judgment Blood Spear could not be avoided. Already covered with wounds and, with the slavery seal frenzy constantly burning its life, the Cyclops finally fell completely in the raging blood energy. Roar! The erosion and corrosion of the overbearing blood power made the wound on the head of the black devouring king beast even more hideous, and the corrosion pain that penetrated deep into its bones made it even more manic. But Song-Chi was not ready to simply end this round of attack. Fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machine, turn on. After receiving the command, Sky Intelligent Brain activated the fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machine feature, and 3,000 Sky Intelligent Brains swarmed out, and in a flash, they completely controlled the Hellfire mechs that Song-Chi had just increased to 3,000 not long ago. Swish! The hatch opened, and densely packed Hellfire mechas rushed out of the Tianqiu Sanqiong in an orderly manner. When they entered the outer space, these Hellfire mechas expanded rapidly, and finally all became a 100-meter-long body. 3,000 portable nuclear ray cannons were aimed at the black devouring king beast in the distance, and the terrifying firepower network began to cover the black devouring king beast in all directions. For the black devouring king beast, the fourth-order nuclear ray cannon might be no different from tickling, but it couldn't stand the large number, and the already serious injury on its head. After a long time, even if it had thick skin and flesh, it gradually became unable to withstand the dense artillery fire. The power of domination surged in his body, and the black devouring king beast began to try to distance himself, without the obstruction of the Cyclops. The projection of the market had already avoided it. At this moment, it seemed that no one could stop him from dodging. But the next second, the black devouring king beast suddenly paused. It was fixed by a golden light shot from the Tianqiu Sanqiong. However, due to its life level, the Zen meditation seal outer time stop did not stop it for too long. In less than 3 seconds, the black devouring king beast had already broken free from the time stop state. The reaction of the Qiongtian intelligent brain was undoubtedly questionable. Zen seal internal speed was activated. The next second, Zen seal external time stop was put into cooling again. The figure of the black devouring king beast, which had just escaped from control, paused again at this moment and fell into the time stop state for the second time. Seizing this opportunity, 5 Shinhua warships and 3,000 Hellfire mechas attacked with all their strength. Not enough. Jutian market. Song-Chi's mind turned to the projection perspective of the market. With the blessing of the power of domination, he could see clearly that the injury on the head of the black devouring king beast seemed serious, but its life breath was far from being weakened to the extreme. His mind raced, and the next moment, the market projection far away in the core area of the black hole moved again. The hatch of the Tianqiu Sanqiong was reopened, and a black light rushed out, waiting for the market projection to grab it. This black light had already turned into a black spear over 12,000 kilometers long. The market projection raised its purple mist arm high, and the perfect level of space laws gathered at the tip of the meteorite spear. However, there was no time to mobilize too many space laws, and this meteorite spear was thrown straight by the market projection with all its strength. Tear! The space that had been compressed to the extreme by the gravity of the black hole was further torn apart, and the meteoric spear that had turned into a black annihilation light rushed out. Before the second Zen seal outer time stop effect was about to expire, the meteoric spear successfully crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and penetrated directly through the wound on the head of the black devouring king beast, almost completely piercing through its entire body. Until then, the black devouring king beast broke free from the second time stop state. But this time, he no longer had the mind to dodge or target the Song family warship. The meteoric spear that almost penetrated his body brought unbearable pain. Roar, 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 blood mucus. The black devouring king beast seemed to be completely crazy at this moment. The power of domination and the law of devouring were raging aimlessly around him, causing chaos inside the entire black hole. Seeing this, the faces of the Song family members showed joy. This was what they wanted to see the most. Except for the 3,000 Hellfire mechas that remained in place and attacked freely, the 5 Shinhua warships all tacitly pulled away. As long as the black devouring king beast remained in this crazy state, they could completely use long-range attacks to slowly consume the opponent's vitality without putting themselves in danger. But before they could get far enough away, the field changed again. The nearly insane black devouring king beast began to absorb energy from the depths of the black hole. These black hole energies gathered in all parts of his body, causing his aura to surge rapidly. No, he is going to use his own body to carry a large amount of black hole energy, and then self-destruct to die with us. The words "die together" did not scare off the Song family. Since they already knew some of Song Chi's methods, they knew that Song Chi could take them away at the fastest speed at any time. The only thing that made them hesitate was whether to lead directly or try another way. The speed at which the black devouring king beast devoured the energy of the black hole was not slow. They did not have much time to consider, and had to make a decision as soon as possible. At this time, Song Wujiang said quickly, "Xiuan, Shirshing, Xingru, the 3 of you should go directly into the dimensional space stone first. I will try again. If it fails, evacuate immediately." As soon as Song Wujiang's order came out, Song Xiuan and the other 2 did not hesitate at all and directly recalled their own ship. Soon, the dimensional space stone thrown by the Sky Intelligence brain was taken inside. After the dimensional space stone was taken back again, the Tianxu Sangqiong did not retreat. The duration of the second market projection order has expired. At this moment, Song Chi has returned to the warship. Like his ancestor Song Wujiang, he also wants to give it one last try. The newly loaded ring of heavenly power control has been strengthened to the 7th level. In addition to the feature of increasing the authority of enslavement by 1 level, he has a certain possibility of enslaving the opponent. This is a 7th level star beast, and it has mastered the extremely strong devouring law among the alien laws. If he does not try to enslave it once, he feels that he will regret it. Buzz buzz buzz. The 2 warships activated their evasion parts at the same time, but Song Chi used the Angel Wing escape feature of the Golden Part Angel King Power Wings, which was much faster than the Dehai Longxiang. When the Tianxu Sangqiong was the first to evade the black devouring king beast that was madly absorbing the black hole energy, a ray of golden light also rushed out of the ship at the fastest speed, which was the slavery mark of the Tianquan control ring. The slavery mark sank into the body of the black devouring king beast, just like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response at all. Obviously, this attempt at enslavement failed. Song Chi was naturally unwilling to accept this. He glanced at the self-destruction prediction given by the Cheongtian intelligent brain and activated the Tianquan control ring again. Based on the average speed of absorbing black hole energy, the energy fullness in the body, etc., the estimated self-destruction time is after 2.3. Captain, please evacuate as soon as possible. The second mark quickly sank into the body of the black devouring king beast. But it still failed. Song Chi gritted his teeth and insisted on activating the Tianquan control ring for the 3rd time. If this black devouring king beast was not a space beast, but just an ordinary dominant creature, he might not be so persistent. But there is no way. It is both a space beast and a dominant creature. When these 2 points are met at the same time, the value of this black devouring king beast is too great. As long as it can be successfully enslaved, Tianxu Sangqiong will have a terrifying auxiliary combat force in the future. In addition, a dominant space beast can also greatly enhance the family's peak combat power, speed up the promotion of Lingji continent, and even further increase the promotion success rate of Dinghai Longxiang. Whether it is for Song Chi personally, or for the entire Song family, it has a great effect. Unfortunately, the true spirit state mind that dominates the living beings is too powerful. Unless they are beaten to the point of near death, there is no possibility of enslaving them. There is no doubt that Song Chi's 3rd attempt to enslave them also failed. To be honest, he really wanted to try the 4th time. But when he saw that the speculation given by the Cheongtian intelligent brain was only 1.4 seconds away from the self-destruction, Song Qi gave up. Ancestor, it's time to go. On the side, Dinghai Longxiang had been escaping for quite some time. But Dinghai Longxiang did not attempt to enslave, but began to gather a large amount of space laws at the bow of the ship. 1.2s 0.8s 0.5s. Seeing that the time of self-destruction calculated by the Sky Intelligence brain was approaching, but the ancestor still had no intention of leaving, Song Qi gritted his teeth and did not choose to leave alone. With a change of mind, the Angel King's True Spirit Guardian feature was activated. This alone was naturally not enough. This was a face-to-face self-destruction of a dominant star beast. The figure suddenly disappeared from the Tianshu Sangqiong. Soon, the True Spirit Phantom of the 8th level Angel King accurately wrapped the Tianshu Sangqiong and Dinghai Longxiang, and almost immediately afterwards, the projection of the Zhutian market appeared for the third time. With Song Qi's active control, the purple mist projection of the market and the phantom of the Angel King's True Spirit overlapped, forming two of the strongest defensive barriers, enveloping the Tianshu Sangqiong and Dinghai Longxiang. However, surprisingly, as time passed, the imagined self-explosion did not occur, but instead a violent spatial fluctuation came from the front. Looking down, Song Qi's eyes suddenly condensed. Is this a seal? His eyes fell on the black devouring beast whose figure slowly disappeared into the black hole void. And Song Qi's sight slowly turned to the Dinghai Longxiang on the side. After a while, Song Wujiang gave the answer. Void Exile LV75 quality, Gold characteristic, Void Exile characteristic 2, Space Resistance plus 8700 characteristic 3, Loading Warship Space, Law Perception increased by 8% characteristic 4, Void Wanderer characteristic 5, Void Seal. The characteristic he just used was the Void Seal of the Void Exile component. This characteristic can forcibly seal the designated target in the depths of the void. The LV75 Void Exile has a maximum sealing time of 400 years. Of course, due to the level of the Black Devouring King Beast itself, the duration of the seal is naturally impossible to reach a full 400 years. It is estimated to be about 200 or 300 years. However, this is not the key point. The key point is that this Void Seal feature is completely isolated from the influence of time. In other words, everything about the Black Devouring King Beast will be frozen under the seal. Although outsiders cannot use this to attack it, it is also not affected by time. It will remain the same as it was when it was sealed. Thinking of this, Song Qi couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. This way, he would be able to try to enslave him again. Because by then, the Zen Seal Outer Time Stop feature must have been cooled down again. Counting the speed feature, he would have at least 5 seconds to perform this operation. Chapter 512, Hidden Veins Secret Super Dimension Continent. For this result, the Song family is very satisfied. 200 or 300 years of buffer time is enough for Dinghai Longxiang to complete all the preparatory preparations for attacking the Star Destroyer. In this way, whether this black devouring beast is used as fuel for promotion in the future, or enslaved by Song Qi, it is very good. Compared to this, directly killing it now is obviously not the best choice. It is less than 100 years away from the end of the Pioneering War. The Song family has gained a lot, but it will take a long time to turn it into the foundation of Dinghai Longxiang. Okay. The Black Devouring King Beast has been sealed, and the time is set for 200 years. After 200 years, when the Dinghai Longxiang has made final preparations before the promotion, we will find a way to completely solve it. Now let's go back to the Dragon Ridge continent. As they said this, everyone waited for Song Qi to take back the 3,000 Hellfire mechas to the warship. And then, they went through the Dimensional Space Stone and the Zhutian Market and returned directly to the Dragon Ridge continent. It was not until they returned to their own territory that they canceled the effects of several space-blocking components on the warship. Silently, the foggy star zone in the Huntian Star region returned to normal. Even if a captain accidentally broke into the empty zone, he would not be able to find any abnormality. Deep in the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the ancestral temple of the family, wrapped in the chaotic fog, everyone began to summarize this action. The reason why this result is the problem of strength. If it weren't for Shaoqi, there would not even be a chance to seal the last seal, and they could only evacuate in a panic. Everyone listened attentively, and no one spoke to refute. This is the fact. Then Song Wujiang continued, there are many silver parts in the clan's secret vault. Xuan's Akela is quite capable. But Shisheng and Xingru, you too. He stopped talking here. But the meaning was very clear. the next priority is to continue to extract the core of the alien floating land, and to accelerate the process of the Dragon Ridge continent to become a level 6 peak floating land as much as possible. The second is to obtain the silver upgraded fire source and the level 7 silver apple. At this point, Song Wujiang glanced at Song Qi. Although the family has used all its energy to acquire the 6th level Starry Sky Plant Heart, the two had a detailed discussion before. If they want the Silver Apple Mother Tree to break through the 7th level, the 6th level Starry Sky Plant Heart alone is probably not enough. It can only make the Silver Apple Mother Tree reach the peak of the 6th level. As for why the previous two promotions were so easy, it was only because the Silver Apple Mother Tree originally degenerated from the 6th level. Based on this, the two speculated that if they want the Silver Apple Mother Tree to break through the 7th level, they only need the 7th level Starry Sky Plant Heart, or even more than one. In this way, the promotion of the Silver Apple Mother Tree to the 7th level cannot be completed in a short period of time, let alone producing a 7th level Silver Apple. In comparison, the family is currently in urgent need of a 7th level Silver Apple. Although the Origin Core stealing device component is sufficient for now, it is the same as the promotion of the Silver Apple Mother Tree to the 7th level. If the Dragon Ridge continent wants to be promoted to the 7th level floating land, it is not enough to rely on the Origin Core of the 6th level floating land, not to mention a whole 7th level floating land Origin Core. But at least 1 or 2% of the whole 7th level floating land Origin Core must be provided. Only in this way can the Dragon Ridge continent take this opportunity to quickly impact the 7th level floating land. Otherwise, with only some 5th level and 6th level floating land Origin Cores, the Dragon Ridge continent will have to settle for at least 1,000 years, or even several thousand years, before it can be promoted to a 7th level floating land, which is what the Song family does not want to see. After a conversation, several secret family supreme orders were sent to all 4th level elders through the Song family's exclusive quantum communication bracelet, with the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain as the center, including thousands of 2nd and 3rd level core members of the family. Under these orders, the Song family, this behemoth, quickly took the silver upgrade fire source and 7th level silver apple as its targets, and began to operate at full capacity. And a large amount of dark energy under the family was mobilized, while the various halls of the Song family were working at full capacity. Song Qi was able to relax. Song Shirshing needed to collect a large amount of resources for the hidden vein, and there were also many other things to deal with. It was said that he would have to stay in Longji continent for at least 10 to 20 years. There was nothing he could do about it. It was said that the cost of a round trip to the hidden vein was not low, so he naturally had to take this opportunity to purchase all the resources needed from the hidden vein at once. For this reason, Song Shirshing took the initiative to borrow the dimensional space stone from Song Qi, so that he could hold more items. In addition, Song Qi also learned some relevant information about the hidden vein from the words of several ancestors. It is said that the number of people under Emai has reached tens of millions. They all live on the same floating land in the alien star domain. But don't underestimate that floating land. According to Song Shirshing, that life-type floating land is called Red Star Continent, which is an extremely rare superdimensional continent, and it is an 8th level superdimensional continent. What is a superdimensional continent? It is an extremely rare continent in the Broken Star Sea. It does not have the will of a floating land. The floating land rejects the existence of this concept. Every corner of the entire continent is covered with a large number of superdimensional space gates connecting different alien star domains. In this case, every superdimensional continent is almost uniformly home to a large number of different civilizations. Civilization wars, evil god cultists, resource transactions, slave trade. On the superdimensional continent, you can basically see everything you can think of, not to mention that it is an 8th level superdimensional continent. It can be said that Red Star Continent is a place where opportunities and risks coexist. When the superdimensional portal leading to it was first discovered, the top leaders of the Song family were also entangled, arguing for a long time, and finally a hidden vein was separated and settled in Red Star Continent. Fortunately, the Song family was lucky. Not only did the hidden vein not decline, but it developed step by step. Now, a large underground city has been built in the Red Star Continent, and various resources are being plundered continuously. When Song Qi thought that he would go to the Red Star Continent with the Shirshing Patriarch to live for a long time, he felt very excited. At the same time, he also wanted to spend some time with his parents before that. While Song Shirshing was collecting various resources, Song-Chi stayed in the vein with peace of mind. In addition to occasionally comprehending the martial arts Heavenly Eye secret technique, practicing the guiding technique, and trading in the market once a month, he was with his parents. Days like this passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. On this day, another market transaction ended, and Song-Chi opened the market attribute panel that he had not noticed for a long time. Name, Sutian Market. Market owner, Song-Chi. Level, LV56. Specifications, 650 km x 650 km. Basic configuration, 2,550 shops. 165 km x 65 km stall area. 1 4-story inn. 1 LV56 full attribute training room. Efficiency doubles when practicing psionic energy. 1 LV56 psionic protection array. 1 LV56 ultra-long-range space door random release platform. 1 5th level spiritual machine synthesis platform. 1 5th level strange object origin improvement platform. Additional configuration, light hiding platform, orange, LV50, level 5 bloodline baptism platform, red, God's Kingdom mission platform, gold, LV70, 720 seconds. Features, avoiding danger, can move freely in the void, avoiding natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point, can set 4 coordinate anchor points in any star field in the broken star sea. Feature 3, domination status, being in the market, possessing the power of domination. Required for upgrading, 350 strands of floating land origin, level 5. The market transaction volume reaches 350,000 strands of level 5 floating land origin. Think about it carefully. It has been nearly 100 years since the market was promoted to level 5. But now it has not yet reached the peak of level 5. If you want to upgrade from LV56 to LV59, I am afraid it will take at least several decades. Thinking of this, Song-Chi couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. After the 5th level, the market level was increasing more and more slowly. This was still the 5th level. When it reached the 6th or even 7th level, it would take even longer. But there was no other way. The market transaction volume was not something he could decide. Without further dwelling on this, Song-Chi withdrew his attention from the market attributes. The next second, he sat cross-legged on the spot, his mind completely immersed in the illusion of double pupils. It's almost there. 1 or 2 more times. The martial arts heaven I will be completely enlightened. After muttering, he focused his mind on the stone carving of the immortal Zhui Ming in front of him, where he was enlightened to the secret art of the martial arts heaven I. I don't know how long it took. When he woke up from the state of meditation, Song-Chi's face had a visible smile. As the dark energy in his body surged, a faint vertical line suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. But this vertical line was jumping, but it never opened completely, and it seemed to have no connection with the martial arts I in the introduction. After trying several times, seemingly there was no effect. Song-Chi stopped on his own initiative. He shook his head and said, I have just started. If I want to open this martial arts I completely and skillfully, I have to continue to meditate. But this way, it also saved him from the entanglement in his heart. Originally, Song-Chi was still thinking about whether he should use the 6th level time realm fruit or the 7th level time realm fruit if he really opened his heavenly eye. The 6th level time realm fruit can only allow him to directly control the time law of a small success, 10%. While the 7th level time realm fruit has a high probability of reaching a medium success, 40%. The difference between the 6th level time realm fruit and the 6th level time realm tree in the secret realm of cultivation has already borne fruit, and it will be able to produce soon. However, the 7th level time realm tree is still in the secret realm. If you want to wait for the market to be promoted to the 6th level and transplant it out, you will have to wait at least a few decades. And even if it is transplanted, it will take time for subsequent production. Seeing that the current level of the martial arts sky I was still far from perfect, Song-Chi simply didn't bother to worry about it anymore, and would talk about it later. Outside world, Qingwen Manor Sky. Song-Chi activated the alien starfield launch function of the Tianxu Sanqiong. In the past 5 years, he has explored alien starfields a lot, but his luck was average, and he didn't gain much, not to mention that he happened to encounter the time chest parts left outside. After the violent space fluctuations, the Tianxu Sanqiong disappeared into the depths of the sky. Unknown star field, under the cover of the Mirage feature, the Tianxu Sanqiong that emerged from the launch did not reveal any trace of space fluctuations. Before Song-Chi could recover from his faint drowsiness, he heard a reminder from the Sky Intelligence brain. Attention! The warship is under the impact of high-intensity energy from the outside world. Please dodge. Hearing this sudden reminder, Song-Chi woke up from his drowsiness and saw the surrounding situation clearly. His eyes suddenly focused. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the landing point of the warship, 3 terrifying figures were fighting in the starry sky. 2 of them were giant insects with wings on their backs and scary mouthparts in their mouths. The one facing off against the 2 super Zergs was a space dragon shark with a volume of more than 10,000 kilometers. Although the space dragon shark was not a space beast, its physique was far superior to that of ordinary creatures. In a one-on-one situation, it could easily crush the super Zerg. However, the problem now was that the 2 giant Zergs cooperated very well. In a 2-on-1 situation, the space dragon shark was naturally at a disadvantage. Dominating the battlefield. It has been peaceful for 5 years. And this time it is suddenly so exciting? As he was complaining, the analysis screen of the Sky Intelligence brain suddenly popped up in front of him, monitoring surrounding energy fluctuations, estimating the size of both parties, comparing databases. 96.8% of designated Unit 1 is the Overlord-class Star Dragon Shark. 94.8% of designated Units 2 and 3 are the Medieval Queen-class Zerg Queen's personal insect guard Sawtooth King Worm. Sawtooth King Worm? Hearing this name, Song-Chi carefully controlled the Tianqiu Sangqiong to turn the ship around, trying to get away from the battlefield range of the 3 Overlord creatures, and at the same time, relevant information about the Sawtooth King Worm emerged in his mind. Sawtooth King Bug? It is a king-level insect guard that can only be bred by the dominant-level Zerg Queen. Generally speaking, it always follows the Zerg Queen closely, and will never leave unless it is absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, his eyes moved. Could it be that there is another Zerg Ancient Queen nearby? Instantly, Song-Chi was very interested. He knew very well what the Zerg Ancient Queen meant. With its powerful breeding ability, a Zerg Queen itself is a walking Zerg army, and the Zerg itself is the best carrier for breeding. Energy crystals, which are additional promotion resources for warships. If a high-level Zerg can be eliminated, it is certain that a lot of high-level energy crystals can be obtained. As long as they can get 1 or 2 high-level or even super energy crystals, the subsequent promotion of Tianqiu Sangqiong to a dreadnought, and even the promotion of Ding Hai Longxiang to a star destroyer, will further increase the success rate of the promotion. Thinking of this, Song-Chi was not in a hurry to evacuate the battlefield. The location of Tianqiu Sangqiong at this time was not the central area of the battlefield, and the aftermath of the battle it endured was not too strong. In addition, with the holy light shield provided by angel kingship wings, it can still hold on for a long time. At the same time, while looking at the battlefield ahead, his eyes also began to flow over the death tracking seal component. If it was really as he thought, then perhaps he could really use this component to operate it. Boom! Before he could think about it, a violent roar suddenly came from the battlefield ahead. His double pupils penetrated the violent energy impact and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Soon Song-Chi captured the specific changes in the battle situation. For some reason, the 2 Sawtooth King insects suddenly became manic. Their ferocious mouthparts and sharp front legs, like alloy sickles, all condensed the perfect level of devouring laws. As its wings fluttered, it transformed into countless phantoms and cut the Sky Dragon Shark in the middle with all its strength. Although the Sky Dragon Shark was strong, it seemed particularly clumsy under the ghostly speed of the 2 Sawtooth King worms. The thick sebum on its body could not resist the full strength cutting of the 2 Sawtooth King worms. Awing! A seemingly dragon roar came from the mouth of the Sky Dragon Shark. The next second, a large amount of blood-colored mysterious power overflowed from its body. After a while, a layer of illusory blood mist gathered by blood formed around it. Dragon Shark blood armor. Seeing this, Song-Chi has already determined the ability used by the Starry Sky Dragon Shark. The Dragon Shark blood armor is one of the inherited magical powers of the Starry Sky Dragon Shark. As a Starry Sky creature whose bloodline is very close to that of the Starry Sky Beast, the Starry Sky Dragon Shark is still quite well known. Many forces or civilizations have relevant information about it, and the Song family is no exception. According to the family's records, the Starry Sky Dragon Shark has 3 inherited magical powers: 1 attack, 1 defense, and 1 escape technique. Among them, the Dragon Shark blood armor is the defensive secret technique. With the activation of this defensive secret technique, the defense of the Starry Sky Dragon Shark suddenly increased, and the quick cutting method of the 2 Sawtooth King worms was no longer effective. and the two sides were once again in a stalemate. However, Song-Chi, who was acting as a spectator, knew very well that this situation would definitely not last long. The duration of the dragon shark blood armor would always end, and the quick attack of the sawtooth kingworm was the advantage of their bodies. As long as they wanted, they could be activated again at any time, and there was no duration. However, Song-Chi obviously underestimated the reaction of the Zerg. After sensing that the attack was unlikely to work on the sky dragon shark, a powerful dominant force suddenly came from afar. Song-Chi was shocked, and his sight quickly changed. The next second, a black armored giant worm that was no less than the sky dragon shark came into view. Tiger King Worm, Song-Chi said in his heart, and his eyes were stern. Not only because this Tiger King Worm was also a dominant Zerg, but also because he was extremely sure at this moment that there must be a Zerg queen nearby, watching the battlefield. Only in this way could the opponent have absolute control over the battle situation, and send out other suitable Zergs to cooperate in the battle in time. After confirming this, Song-Chi carefully controlled the Tianxiu Sangqiong to retreat. Although he didn't run away directly, it was still necessary to maintain a safe distance. He glanced at the Mirage Dragon 1 Wapro parts, and saw that the duration of the Mirage feature was still more than 2 hours. He was completely relieved and estimated that he should be able to hold on until the end of this battle. After the Tiger Turtle King Worm appeared, unlike the two Sawtooth King Worms, the Tiger Turtle King Worm acted as the front row in the large Zerg team. So as soon as it appeared, it rushed straight towards the Star Dragon Shark. Chapter 513 Death Hunting Order and Slave Master. Puff, after the dull sound of flesh hitting each other, accompanied by the wail of the Sky Dragon Shark. Tiger Turtle King Worm. Why is it named after the two words Tiger Turtle? It is precisely because of the existence of Tiger Turtle secret pattern on the thick head armor of this Tiger Turtle King Worm, which not only allows them to have a terrible head defense, but also has the ultimate dark force penetration, usually ignoring the outer defense of the object of collision, directly acting on its inner flesh and blood, and even internal organs. At this moment, the flesh and blood of the Sky Dragon Shark was obviously greatly damaged, but the Tiger Turtle King Worm was not prepared to give it time to breathe. With the help of the recoil force generated by the collision, he once again pulled away a long distance, and then rushed forward again. At this time, the Starry Sky Dragon Shark also responded, and the second inherited magical power was activated. Dragon Shark splits the sea. Under the shadow of an ancient Dragon Shark spirit, the Starry Sky Dragon Shark, wrapped in the law of infinite power, collided with the Tiger King Worm. A moment later, the two supergiant creatures collided fiercely. Even though they were nearly 1,000,000 kilometers apart, the Tianxiu Sangqing ship still trembled greatly under the strong storm of the dominant power. That is, the Mirage feature did not determine that the warship was attacked. Otherwise the Tianxiu Sangqing ship would be directly exposed. Carefully maneuvering the warship to continue moving backwards, his eyes never left the battlefield in front. In the previous collision, the Star Dragon Shark and the Tiger King Worm did not decide who was better, and at this moment, the two were still colliding head-on. This process lasted for about 10 minutes. When the blood armor on the surface of the Star Dragon Shark ended, the two Sawtooth King Worms wandering on the side immediately came up, and the sickle blade flashing with cold light continued to cut on the surface of the Star Dragon Shark again. Affected by the two Sawtooth King Worms, the Starry Sky Dragon Shark could no longer face the Tiger Torn King Worm head-on, which meant that it had to endure the unilateral attacks from the Tiger Torn King Worms. After a long time, the Starry Sky Dragon Shark finally could not bear it anymore, and began to mobilize the power of domination in its body to gather at its tail. As if seeing his intention, the three domination-level King Worms quickly responded. The mouthparts of the two Sawtooth King Worms opened, and then a sharp hissing sound came out of their mouths. The soul of the Zerg Queen screams, as expected. Knowing that his previous guess was not wrong, Song-Chi turned his gaze to the Starry Sky Dragon Shark, wanting to see if it had other means of response, or was it being strangled step by step by the Zerg Queen hiding in the dark? While carefully observing the battle situation, Song-Chi's eyes kept flickering, as if a lot of thoughts were flowing in his heart. Sure enough, as the soul screaming method was used, the Starry Sky Dragon Shark that was preparing to escape had to be interrupted. Taking advantage of the moment when its soul was shocked and completely stagnant, the two Sawtooth King Insects and the Tiger Claw King Insect launched a highly coordinated continuous attack. When the Starry Sky Dragon Shark turned around and was about to activate the escape ability again, the Zerg Queen hiding in the dark used the same trick again and activated the soul screaming ability again. And then the three dominant king insects immediately seized the time to attack. After repeated actions, the injuries on the sky dragon shark became more and more terrible. Inside the Tianshu Sangqiong, Song-Chi held a market walk order in his hand. Under the blessing of the market rules, his phantom energy surged to the 6th level. The 6th level of phantom energy, combined with the double pupils that were fully activated, allowed him to detect the extremely dim life breath on the sky dragon shark even if they were 1,000,000 kilometers apart. Song-Chi frowned. The sky dragon shark was not very strong. If it was a normal space beast, it might also be suppressed by 3 dominant king insects that were controlled by the Zerg queen herself. But it would never be so exhausted in just a short while. However, seeing this, Song-Chi's eyes were completely determined. The warship's interior was shining, and many parts were activated by him. In the distance, the 3-headed Zerg overlords distanced themselves from the sky dragon shark again. Almost instinctively, after recovering from the state of spiritual shock, without the entanglement of the 3-headed Zerg overlords, the sky dragon shark once again mobilized the power of the overlord to gather towards the tail. Even though he was extremely weak, his instinct for survival still made him strive for the last glimmer of survival. The queen of the Zerg hiding in the dark wasted a lot of time and energy, and naturally would not let the star dragon shark escape at this last moment. The mouth parts of the 2 sawtooth king worms opened again, and they were ready to launch the soul scream again. At this time, a sudden change occurred. A large amount of lightning flew from afar, and in an instant, it crossed the endless distance, and condensed thousands of purple thunder symbols around the 3 dominant king worms. In addition, along with the thunder symbols, there were also 2 golden lights that were difficult to capture with the naked eye. The golden light followed the thousands of purple thunder symbols, but it did not scatter like the other thunder symbols, but pointed directly at the 2 sawtooth king insects with their mouths wide open. It was nothing else but the 2 Zen Seal external time stop characteristics activated by Song-Chi one after another. The first one was activated normally, and the second one was activated after the speed effect. As the 2 accurately penetrated into the bodies of the 2 sawtooth king insects, the bodies of the 2 sawtooth king insects suddenly stopped, and even the scream that was about to come out was also temporarily frozen. This sudden change caught several Zergs off guard, even the queen hidden in the dark. The queen's reaction was very fast. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately communicated with the 3 overlord kings through her soul. Under their special soul connection, the time-stopping state of the 2 frozen sawtooth kings lasted only less than 2 seconds. However, when they turned around again and wanted to continue to stimulate the soul scream to interrupt the star dragon shark, it was too late, as a large amount of dominant power gathered at the tail. The starry sky dragon shark had already activated the last inherited magical power of the dragon shark clan before the 2 sawtooth king worms turned around. Dragon shark burning blood escape. The power of space fluctuated, and the scarred starry sky dragon shark suddenly sank into the void. When the screams from the 2 sawtooth king worms came out, it was too late. Hiss. Suddenly, a large number of Zerg roars came from the entire starry sky in front. After sensing the anger of the queen mother, the tens of millions of Zerg distributed in the surrounding starry sky made them roar. Hearing this somewhat terrifying roar, Song-Chi, who had also activated the space jump of the battleship, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Although he had guessed in advance that there was a high probability of the existence of a Zerg queen around, guessing was just guessing after all. It was a completely different matter to actually hear the dense roar. Fortunately, he had already activated the space jump in advance. When the millions of irritable starry sky Zergs in front of him swarmed towards the source of the artillery fire and searched for the Tianshu Sangqiong, the battleship had already disappeared in the space vortex. Some Zergs even happened to see the Tianshu Sangqiong, which had exited the mirage state after the active attack. But the warship disappeared completely in the next second. Before the jump, Song-Chi looked at the Zergs behind him with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. What they didn't notice was that in the previous attack, not only did it contain the 2 methods of Wan Fuzishia Leiyu and Zen Meditation Seal Outer Time Stop, but there was also an extremely obscure silver mark. This mark, which was almost impossible to be captured by ordinary eyes, instantly sank into the body of one of the Sawtooth King Zergs along with one of the Time Stop golden lights. This silver mark is nothing else but the Death Hunting Order feature of the Death Tracking Seal. With the successful injection of this hunting order into the body of the dominant level Sawtooth King Worm, as long as the other party has not died, He can accurately locate the other party's position at any time through the death tracking seal component in the next 450 years. This is also part of the plan he made in a short period of time. Although for the time being, he and the entire Song family cannot provoke a swarm of insects with at least one Zerg queen and 3 dominant level king insects. But the death hunting order can last for 450 years. When that time comes, perhaps everything will be different. But he didn't think too much now, because there was another important thing waiting for him to do. Kill a 4th level splashing insect, and get a 3rd level floating land essence. Kill a 3rd level iron beetle, and get a 2nd level floating land essence. He kept hearing the reminders from the Cheontian intelligent brain. Those were the insects that died under the Wan Fuzixia Thunder prison, providing him with various levels of floating land essence. Song Chi ignored the continuous reminders and fixed his eyes on the radar map in front of him. It escaped more than 1,000 light years at a time. It is worthy of being a dominant level sky dragon shark. According to the family's records, ordinary 4th level sky dragon sharks can only escape a few light years at most when using this burning blood escape. If it weren't for the Aurora jump device as jump star map generated in advance, it would have been lost. With a sigh, Song Chi's sight did not move at all, and it still stayed on the radar map displayed by the Eye of Heaven, the Golden Sky Patrol radar. It can be clearly seen on the display screen of the radar map that not far from the Tianxu Sangqiong, a huge monster is trying its best to rush in. Its body is almost covered with silver blood, and its life breath has been extremely weak. It was the dominant level star dragon shark from before. Song Chi did not dare to let the Tianxu Sangqiong get too close, but just followed it from a distance. After all, the mirage feature had not yet cooled down. With only a piece of red quality void membrane that was always in a hidden state, if he got too close, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered. Even though the star dragon shark was extremely weak at this time, Song Chi believed that he would never underestimate any dominant level creature. Which creature that could enter this level of the peak of the star sea would be simple? Just like the black devouring king beast before, even though the Song family had given it the highest attention, the result was still just barely acceptable. As for his purpose this time, it was actually very simple, which was to determine the last sleeping place of this star dragon shark. The star dragon shark, which was already on the verge of falling under the attack of several overlord insects, had only one purpose left, which was to find a sufficiently hidden place as much as possible, and try to repair the extremely serious injuries on its body by sleeping deeply. Therefore, as long as the sleeping place was determined, Song Chi could boldly try to enslave it later. Even if it could not be enslaved, it could be used as fuel for the battleship upgrade later. Finally, the flying star dragon shark finally found a level 3 resource floating land. This floating land is not currently occupied by a civilization. Although the level is lower, the floating land absorbs the free energy from the outside world too slowly, which may affect the time required for its recovery in the future. However, the star dragon shark obviously can't care so much at the moment. The life breath in his body has weakened to the limit. If he doesn't fall asleep, only death will be waiting for him. In the depths of the dark starry sky outside the level 3 floating land, Song Chi, who was hidden in the void, watched with his own eyes the dominant star dragon shark slowly drill into the core of the floating land. There was a shining light in his eyes. In this way, everything was under his control. However, he did not rely solely on his own eyes to make judgments, and quickly activated the spiritual detection feature of the Eye of Heaven. When he saw that the radar showed only a 5th level biological energy fluctuation on the floating land below, he finally confirmed that the star dragon shark had entered a deep sleep. It was precisely because of the deep sleep that it had almost converged more than 99% of its own life energy, that it only showed a 5th level life energy fluctuation in the spiritual detection. After confirming this, for the sake of safety, Song Chi left the 2 5th level void demons on the Tianxu Sangqiong here, letting them keep an eye on the 3rd level floating land below, and contact him telepathically if they find anything. After doing this, he turned his sight and landed on the 2 components, Eye of Heaven and Death Tracking Seal. He first used the Death Tracking Seal to determine the current position of the dominant level Sawtooth King Worm. When he saw that the coordinates of the King Worm were still moving continuously, he thought to himself, is it still searching for the Tianxu Sangqiong? Or is it searching for the escaped star dragon shark with all its strength? Shaking his head, he was too lazy to guess, because no matter which one it was destined that the other party would not succeed. After all, both the star dragon shark and the sky-ruined sky had previously jumped more than 1,000 light-years at a time. Although 1,000 light-years is just a drop in the ocean in the broken star sea void, it is not an easy task to find the designated target within 1,000 light-years for a search without any clues. Song-Chi was no match for him. While leaving his ethereal body in the warship to monitor the specific situation in real time, he entered the Zhutian market and continued to familiarize himself with the secret technique of martial arts Sky Eye. It was not until half a month later that the ethereal body received a reminder from the Sky Intelligence brain. Attention! The target has not moved for more than 24 hours, and it is estimated that it has returned to the nest. After hearing this reminder, Song-Chi immediately returned to the warship to confirm that the Death Hunting Order mark had indeed not moved. He walked closer to the Eye of Heaven component. I hope there is no special interference. Thinking of this, the Eye of Heaven feature of the Eye of Heaven component has been activated. The next moment, a projection screen with golden light suddenly appeared above the battleship's control console. Looking at the image in the screen, it was a large insect nest located on a 6th-level floating land. Seeing that the remote monitoring effect of the Eye of Heaven was not affected, Song-Chi was surprised. Then he began to quickly observe this large insect nest located on a 6th-level life-type floating land. At present, those ordinary 4th and 5th level insects were not his target of attention. His attention was completely focused on the perfect, weird, and hideous figure in the middle of the nest. The skin of the whole body is crystal clear, with a faint purple color, which adds a touch of grace and nobility to the beauty. In addition, the fullness of the chest is about to burst out, and the exquisite face is perfect. If it is only here, it can be said that this Zerg queen fully meets the word absolute beauty in human aesthetics. However, this is only the upper body. His eyes moved down, passing over the slender waist that could be held in one hand. And soon Song-Chi's eyes appeared to the other party's bloated, bloodshot, and like a giant fleshworm lower body, which gave people goosebumps. This is why Song-Chi used both perfect and ferocious to describe the other party. His eyes moved away from the Zerg queen, and turned to scan her body. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aren't the 3 dominant king worms before all? Seeing the 4 giant pupa chambers around the Zerg queen, Song-Chi knew that this was where the Zerg queen's exclusive king worm guards usually stayed. Although there was only a sawtooth king worm and a tiger claw king worm guarding the side, it was not difficult to see from the conspicuous pupa chamber that the Zerg queen in front of him was currently guarded by 4 dominant king worms. Are the other 2 out searching for prey? As soon as one thought came to his mind, the second thought quickly popped up. If I'm not mistaken, if that dominant level sky dragon shark is successfully hunted, it won't be long before this Zerg queen can rely on the huge blood energy in its corpse to breed the 5th, or even the 6th king worm. Forget it, the most important thing now is to think about how to successfully enslave that sky dragon shark. If enslavement can be completed, the combat power of the Tianqiu Sanqiong will be close to, or even exceed the extreme dreadnought in the future. Shaking his head, Song-Chi cancelled the remote monitoring projection of Eye of Heaven, leaving a space anchor point at the original place. He went straight back to the Dragon Ridge continent through the market, regardless of whether the Zerg queen was still searching for the trace of the sky dragon shark. He had to hurry up. As the saying goes, it is safe to put it in your pocket. Only by successfully enslaving the sky dragon shark as soon as possible can it truly become part of the combat power of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Moreover, the sky dragon shark is now seriously injured. The earlier it is enslaved, the earlier it can enter the life system medical repair cabin for treatment, and then restore its peak combat power as soon as possible. Of course, all this is based on only one premise. That is, the enslavement must be successful. Chapter 514 Slavery Longji Continent. After Song-Chi returned, he immediately rushed to Longji Mountain. It was about a dominant enslaved creature, and he could not afford to delay for even a moment. Longji Mountain, Dragon Will Ancestral Temple. For some reasons, the family Ancestral Temple has recently opened the Chaos Mist more times than in the past 100 years, but it is not opened randomly. Each time it is activated, it must be accompanied by a major event that can affect the entire family. Above the hall, 3 golden thrones are hanging high, and 3 figures, 1 woman and 2 men, are sitting on them. Xiaoqi, you can tell me now. As soon as Song Wujiang finished speaking, Song Xiuan, Song Shishing and Song Xingru, who were sitting on the 3 golden thrones above, quickly looked at Song Qi below. Every time Song Qi took the initiative to ask to open the Chaos Mist, what he said next was enough to shock the entire family. Now that it was Song Chi's initiative, the three people who were not in Longji continent were naturally full of curiosity. Song Chi did not waste time and directly recounted his experience of exploring the alien star domain as concisely as possible. After hearing everything, the hall was silent for half a minute. And then the voice of the original ancestor slowly sounded. Xiao Qi, are you sure that the star dragon shark is really extremely weak? Yes. Song Chi's reply was simple and straightforward. Hearing this, the ancestors who knew his character very well no longer had any doubts. And their faces suddenly became very serious. Dominating a living being, or an extremely weak one, if it can really be enslaved, it will be groundbreaking for the entire Song family. Whether it is the subsequent promotion of the Dinghai Longxiang, the safety and resource acquisition efficiency of the base hidden in the Red Star Super Dimension continent, or the subsequent refining of the 7th level floating land origin core, the Song family will benefit infinitely. Xiao Qi, what do you mean? Before the original ancestor finished speaking, Song Chi had already listed the relevant attributes of the Heavenly Power Control Ring. The Golden Slave component strengthened to LV70, plus the feature of the Slave Authority being raised by 1 level. This component theoretically meets the basic conditions of the Slave Master. After reading the attributes listed by Song Chi, Song Shirshing's voice was a little hurried. Even with his 3,000 years of vision, he couldn't help but lose his composure when he suddenly saw such a top-grade slave component. However, Song Wujiang and Song Xiuan had already known about the configuration of Song Chi's ship. Although there was a flash of strangeness in their eyes, they were not too surprised. The two looked at each other. And then Song Wujiang said, Xiuan and I have seen a special silver component. That component can increase the enslavement success rate of the slave component. Don't worry. Xingru will immediately return to Jiefeng floating land to take charge. And let Xiuan try to run a trip to see if the component can be temporarily rented. As he said, Song Wujiang turned to look at Song Chi. In addition, in order to ensure that the enslavement will not fail, we have to help Xiaoqi try to strengthen this Heavenly Power Control Ring to level 79. This matter is related to the subsequent development of the family for hundreds of years, and there must be no accidents. At this point, the ancestors discussed it for a while, and finally each pieced together some resources. After the discussion was completed, Song Chi received a total of 4 dominant true spirits and 20,000 titanium crystals. In fact, the ancestors were planning to collect 8 dominant true spirits, plus 100 strands of the 7th level floating land origin. But Song Chi also knew his own background. The ancestors were not well off, and he still had a lot of resources. So he only asked for 4 dominant true spirits and 20,000 titanium crystals. After discussing the matter of enslaving the star dragon shark, the topic turned to the large insect swarm. A large insect swarm with an ancient queen. It would be a lie to say that you were not tempted. After all, it means that there is a high probability of producing high-level or even top-level energy crystals. However, the Song family members were clear about their own strengths and weaknesses. With 4 dominant king insects guarding them, this level of insect swarm was not something they could plan for now. As for the insect swarm, let's put it aside for now. Even if we succeed in enslaving the sky dragon shark later, with the help of the 3-eyed royal family's dominant flagship, it would still be far from enough. Only when Dinghai Longxiang is successfully promoted to a star destroyer, maybe we can make some plans then. The ancestors of the family acted quickly. In less than half a month, the original ancestor and the Shirshing ancestor returned to the Dragon Ridge continent quietly through the space wormhole. At the same time, Song Chi also successfully saw the silver auxiliary slave component. Biological affinity device LV60 quality, silver. Features. The probability of the loaded warship being attacked by external creatures is reduced by 40%. Feature 2. The success rate of actively enslaving creatures is constantly increased by 50%. For this component, Song Chi is very satisfied. The 50% slavery success rate bonus, plus the quality and enhancement level of the Tianquan control ring, the possibility of subsequent successful enslavement is already very high. The Song family members were also resolute and decisive. Seeing that all preparations were ready, the 3 of them boarded the Tianshu Sangqiong. And then, led by Song Chi, they arrived at the 3rd level resource type floating land selected by the star dragon shark from the Dragon Ridge continent in a blink of an eye. Song Xiuan and his companions had no intention of leaving the Tianshu Sangqiong, so they stayed inside the warship and slowly fell to the floating land below with the Tianshu Sangqiong. After all, summoning too many warships would easily alert the enemy. Of course, because the star dragon shark fell into a deep sleep. The probability of this happening was actually very low. But it was better to be careful. Under the dual concealment of mirage and void membrane, the Tianqiu Sanqiong silently followed the passage that the sky dragon shark had previously drilled into the Earth's core, and slowly swept into the core of this third-level floating land. After carefully traveling for dozens of minutes, when a giant black star appeared at the end of the field of vision, Song Qi and his companions realized that they had arrived. It must be said that the recovery ability of the sky dragon shark is quite good. In just over 10 days, although the life breath of the whole body has not recovered much, the wounds on the skin fat of the whole body have healed a lot, and the blood of the Silver Master that has stained the whole body has also dried up. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi turned around and exchanged glances with several ancestors. Seeing Song Wujiang and the others nodding, he took a deep breath and activated the Ring of Heavenly Power Control, which had been strengthened to level 79. The golden slavery mark suddenly shot out from the ship's hull and quickly sank into the body of the starry sky dragon shark below. After a moment, Song Qi shook his head slightly under the gaze of several ancestors behind him. The first slavery ended in failure. However, Song Qi did not pause for a moment. With his mind turning, the second golden light shot out immediately. But it still failed. After 2 consecutive enslavement attempts, the deep-sleeping star dragon shark below seemed to notice, and a muffled hum came out of its mouth and nose, as if it was waking up. Song Qi ignored these, and the 3rd and 4th enslavement attempts followed. Finally, after the 5th golden enslavement mark was made, golden light began to emerge from the body of the star dragon shark below, and Song Qi also found that he had a mysterious connection with the star dragon shark below. Success? The 3 words he had been waiting for a long time came out of his mouth, which made Song Wujiang and others, who had been extremely nervous, suddenly relax, and at the same time, they could no longer hide their joy. Haha, good, God bless our Song family. Although it was only 3 short words, it paved a long way for their Song family in the future. They could even foresee that the family's development speed would surge in all directions in the future. Before this, the next 200 years seemed a bit rushed to them. Dinghai Longxiang may not be able to make all the preparations for promotion during this period. But now that the slavery has been successfully completed, with this star dragon shark, many preparations can be accelerated directly, and there is no need to worry about these things. As they were thinking, Song Qi had already activated the Ring of Heavenly Power Control, and saw that the huge size of the sky dragon shark below began to shrink rapidly. After a while, it shrank to a miniature form the size of a palm. However, the sluggish state of the sky dragon shark was still obvious. Seeing this, Song Qi opened the hatch, carefully towed the sky dragon shark into the warship, and then thought of something. He turned to the ancestors and said, "Ancestors, do you have high-quality medical cabin components on your warship?" The life system medical repair cabin on the Tianqiu Sanqiong was only a red component. For a severely injured dominant creature, the healing effect might be limited. So he asked this question. He was not disappointed. Soon, the Shirshing Patriarch took the initiative to say, "There is a silver-quality multifunction medical cabin on my ship. I will give it to you after returning to Longji continent and unloading it without damage." Song Qi smiled and nodded. The silver medical cabin, which is also multifunction, has a good effect on both external and internal injuries. It is obviously better than the life system medical repair cabin. After that, several people observed the Zerg nest thousands of light years away through the eye of heaven and confirmed that it was no different from what Song Qi said before. Then, they returned to Longji continent. The first thing they did after returning to the Dragon Ridge continent was to transfer the silver medical cabin component from the Dinghai Xinglong to the Tianqiu Sanqiang. After strengthening it to level 70, they directly sent the star dragon shark into the medical cabin for all-round healing. After doing all this, the Song family returned to peace again. In the eyes of ordinary members of the Song family, the family was still the same as usual, without much change. Only the few core members of the Song family knew that in just half a month, they had successfully enslaved a dominant creature, adding an extraordinary peak combat power to the family again. Time passed, and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 20 years, the Song family's development momentum remained unaffected. In these 20 years alone, the family added 4 new captains. At the same time, the diameter of the Dragon Ridge continent has exceeded 700 light-years, and is rapidly catching up with the 6th level peak floating land of 1,000 light-years. There is also good news. Song Tianshu successfully came out of retreat and officially announced that his guidance technique had broken through the 5th level, and he has since entered the ranks of the 5th level battleship captains. In this way, the Song family still has as many as 5 battleship captains currently exposed. They are Song Dingbang, Song Tianhao, Song Tianshu, Song Xuansong, Song Qi. However, it is said that Song Dingbang has also entered the final preparation stage, and is about to officially attack the dreadnought. Compared with some changes in the family, Song Qi himself has also changed a lot in the past 20 years. In addition to further mastering the secret art of martial arts Sky Eye, which is about to reach the level of being able to accommodate an original law, in addition, with the assistance of several newly produced deepwater clam pearls of 10,000 years, the guidance technique has been upgraded from LV52 to LV54. In addition, through the light crystal, his perception of the law of light has reached 55%, which finally exceeds the average level of ordinary battleship captains. Not far from the Dragon Ridge continent, in a small inconspicuous debris belt within the former Dinghai star field, a 3,200-meter-long Zhulu ship with 3,000-meter cruisers entered the small debris belt from the outside world in a rather covert manner. After passing through the outer debris group, the 4 warships successively sank into the combined illusion space in the center of the debris belt and disappeared from the outside world's vision. After entering this combined illusion space, the first thing that appeared in the vision of the 4 warships was a Zhulu ship with a captain of more than 3,000 meters. This is the elder of the Xianfeng clan, who guards the transmission channel. Haven't you met the elder yet? As the 5 warships' magnetic wave communication group chat was connected, the 3 clan members who entered the final stage of the family sequence competition said respectfully, Junior Song Yiming, Song Hang, Song Yichuan, meet the elder of the Xianfeng clan. Song Xianfeng had a gentle smile on his face, and nodded kindly to several of the most outstanding juniors in the family in recent years. Then he turned his eyes and looked at the captain of the Zhulu who escorted the 3 juniors this time. Bay boy, remember not to be careless. There are a lot of high-level alien races over there. Your class, with the head of the family personally escorting you, almost had a car accident inside the northern galaxy. Song Bei nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Xianfeng. Although the northern galaxy has only been promoted to a chasing ship for 100 years, there is an elder who can provide guidance. In addition, he has also encountered many opportunities in the past 200 years. He still has a lot of confidence in the combat power of the ship. After receiving Song Bei's reply, Song Xianfeng nodded and said nothing more. After the 4 warships entered the transmission channel one after another, the combined illusion space fell silent again. At the same time, in the star field where the Pajuo Heritage Tower was located, the northern galaxy appeared with 3 cruisers of the Song family. As they slowly approached the distant Pajuo Heritage Tower, the 4 people received a good news that the next round of the Heritage Tower Challenge would start in 10 days. And they did not have to wait too long. 10 days later, Song Bei took out 3 orange treasures on his own initiative, and then the 3 cruisers of the Song family were quickly sent to the Posha Heritage Tower. Not knowing how long this challenge would last, Song Bei's eyes began to wander around the trading points. Not knowing if it was because of good luck, it didn't take long for his eyes to completely freeze on a certain trading point. At the same time, he heard the familiar old voice. Bei boy, it's the 7th level Silver Apple. Chapter 515, Return to the Posa Heritage Tower. Song Bei was not unfamiliar with the Silver Apple without the reminder of the old voice. Song Qi had long ago changed the relevant information of the Silver Apple in the family database, including the detailed introduction of the 7th level Silver Apple. Seeing this 7th level Silver Apple, Song Bei suddenly remembered the collection order issued by the family more than 20 years ago. Without hesitation, the hatch of the northern galaxy opened, and then a 5th level Jiexing clan walked out of it. At the same time, Song Bei took the initiative to say, I don't know how long the challenge of this Posa Heritage Tower will last. Teacher, I have to trouble you to take care of it for a while. As soon as this seemingly self-talking voice came out, a phantom quickly shot out of the battleship's main control room and rushed out of the battleship hatch. This phantom quickly and accurately sank into the body of the 5th level Jiexing clan in the outside world that had returned to normal size. Until then, Song Bei finally heard a strong hum sound. After doing all this, Song Bei no longer had any worries. He turned the battleship around and headed for the teleportation point, with his teacher commanding a 5th level Jiexing clan to guard. He did not have to worry about safety issues in the short term. even if the 3 younger generations of the family finished the Inheritance Tower challenge. As for himself, he arrived at the teleportation point at the fastest speed, and then connected to the teleportation channel with a special method. Seeing that the Northern Galaxy returned so quickly, Song Xiafeng inside the Tai Xian Zhiling thought that some of the younger generations had met with an accident. However, when he heard Song Bei say the word 7th level silver apple, he instantly understood. I will report this matter to the family immediately. Bei boy. You hurry back. Yiming. Each one and the other 2 are rare elites among the younger generations of the family. They can't get into trouble. When Song Qi received the notification from the ancestor on the quantum communication bracelet, it was after Song Xianfeng took the initiative to notify him with the starry sky projection. The dragon spine continent must be guarded by someone. Now that the fearless captains in the clan are no longer around, they can only notify Song Qi to go there. The Tianqiu Songqiong soared into the sky from Qingwen Manor, and soon broke through the floating shield of the dragon spine continent. Song Wujiang did not propose to give the 3-eyed royal family flagship to Song Qi for support. After all, the dragon spine continent also needs such a dominant force to deter the outside world. In addition, the most important reason is that he is confident enough in the Tianqiu Songqiong. First, although the starry sky dragon shark in Song Qi's hand has not yet recovered its full combat power, the silver medical cabin in the past 20 years has not been in vain. Now its injuries have been healed by more than 60%, and it has the basic strength to attack. Moreover, even if he does not summon the starry sky dragon shark, Song Qi can also fight with the market projection. In short, as long as he can get the 7th level silver apple, there will be no problem in taking the Song family members away. In the alien gathering area around the Posha Heritage Tower. After returning, Song Bei has taken the initiative to approach the trading point where the 7th level silver apple was taken out. Before the family's top combat power arrived, he had to at least ensure that the 7th level silver apple would not be completely traded out. However, even though the combat power of Northern Galaxy was quite good, it was already at the level of a senior chasing ship. And even if it could face the top 5th level creatures in the Star Sea, as it gradually approached this trading point, Song Bei inside the warship became very vigilant. Because of this 7th level silver apple, this trading point has gathered a large number of alien races in a short period of time. And there are many 5th level and 6th level creatures among them. This is not surprising. After all, it is a 7th level silver apple, which can be used on all red Star Sea artifacts and evolve them into silver legendary artifacts. Which 5th or 6th level Star Sea alien with good combat power would not have 1 or 2 red artifacts? Bei boy. Be careful. If you feel something is wrong, immediately activate the protective properties of the ship's armor and clash in close combat. Your 6th level silver shield will not be able to play any role. If you are not careful, the result will be the destruction of the ship and the death of people. Understood? Song Bei naturally knew all this. His chief master was sunk head-on by a 6th level peak level Star Sea alien when he was a fearless captain, thanks to a special component on the battleship. He saved his life. Finally, the two met by chance during an exploration of an alien star domain. With such a bloody precedent, he would naturally not let down his guard. When the Northern Galaxy gradually approached the trading point, Song Bei just heard a 6th level star devouring wolf opening a bid for the 7th level silver apple, a weapon type silver legendary item, plus 50 strands of the 6th level floating land origin. Hearing this already extremely high bid, the surrounding aliens were reluctant to bid. Seeing this, worried that the 7th level silver apple would be taken directly by the other party, Song Bei could only bite the bullet and say, a silver legendary item, plus 52 strands of the 6th level floating land origin. Hearing his sudden bid, except for the happy trading stall owner, the other star aliens all looked at him with extremely surprised eyes. After discovering that the Northern Galaxy battleship only exuded a 4th level aura, the surprise in their eyes quickly turned into teasing. At the same time, the star-devouring wolf, which was close to the peak level of the 6th order, also glanced over. Under the gaze of this star beast close to the peak level of the 6th order, even with the obstruction of the warship, Song Bei still felt great pressure. Fortunately, the star-devouring wolf quickly retracted its gaze, and its ferocious wolf mouth opened and closed again. Weapon-type silver legendary item, plus 60 strands of the 6th order floating land origin. As expected, it spoke again, and there were still no other aliens bidding in the field. All creatures looked at the Northern Galaxy on the side. as if curious about whether Song Bei would continue to bid. But after nearly a minute, no more voices came from the northern galaxy. Just when all the alien races in the Star Sea thought that the 7th level silver apple would be taken by the star-devouring wolf, Song Bei suddenly spoke again. A silver wonder. Plus 62 strands of the 6th level floating land origin. This second speech finally completely angered the nearly 6th level peak star-devouring wolf. 4th level ant. You are trying to anger me. While roaring, the terrifying 6th level life pressure emanated from his body. This pressure did not affect other alien races around him at all. And the entire effect was on the Northern Galaxy ship. Inside the battleship, Song Bei did not feel any discomfort. But the sound of the shipborne intelligent prompts that kept ringing in his ears made him feel a chill in his heart. Under high-intensity pressure from the outside world, the battleship's energy shield was damaged, and the current shield value was reduced by 4%. Under the outside world, reduced by 6%. Under the outside world, reduced by 8%. Almost every 2 seconds, the battleship's energy shield value would be weakened. At this rate, even if the orange battleship repair component loaded on the Northern Galaxy was taken into account, it would not last long. Just as Song Bei's scalp was tense, and he was thinking about countermeasures quickly, a slight space fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. And then a 14,000-meter-long Xinhua warship suddenly appeared in front of the Northern Galaxy. Is it Brother Song Chi who came? Song Bei thought to himself. And he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In his opinion, as long as his legendary brother came, he could be completely relieved. Until then, the plain Shanghai common language came from the Tianxu Sanqiong. It's just a fair bid. How can you say you're angry? It seemed that he saw the relationship between Tianxu Sanqiong and Northern Galaxy. Although the pressure from Tianxu Sanqiong was far greater than that from Northern Galaxy, it was still only level 5. The star-devouring wolf in front did not take Tianxu Sanqiong too seriously. Level 5. It's ridiculous. Before the level 6 star-devouring wolf could continue to speak nonsense, an extremely shocking aura suddenly emanated from Tianxu Sanqiong. Instantly, the 6th order star-devouring wolf, which was extremely arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly fell silent. It could even be seen that it subconsciously shrank its neck. Its dark green pupils looked at the Tianxu Sanqiong anxiously. Is this the master? That's right. The pressure coming from the Tianxu Sanqiong ship at this moment was the life pressure of the 7th order master level. However, this was not formed by Song Chi actively letting the star dragon shark mobilize the power of the master in his body, but from the unpopular characteristic of a component, the Mirage Dragon spiritual pressure of the Mirage Dragon Wanhua Pearl. This feature has been rarely used for more than 200 years. This time, Song Chi used it in this place where many alien races from the Star Sea gathered. It's really useful. Seeing that the 6th level star-devouring wolf was subdued, Song Chi did not continue to make trouble, and his eyes looked at the 7th level silver apple on the trading point. After so many years of buffering, the various trump cards on the Tianxu Sanqiong have long been cooled down. He has too many ways to deal with this star-devouring wolf. Why did he finally use the Mirage Dragon spiritual pressure? In fact, the key lies in the 4 words making trouble. This Posha Inheritance Tower is surrounded by countless alien races from different star fields. Although it does not allow creatures of the domination and above to enter, there are many creatures of the half-step 7th level. Although the Tianxu Sanqiong now has a good combat power, due to the restrictions of the rules, the Market Projection Order and the Star Dragon Shark are not sure whether they can take action here. In comparison, he would rather wait until the Tianxu Sanqiong is promoted to a dreadnought, and then try to harvest the alien races in the Star Sea around the Posha Heritage Tower together with several dreadnoughts of the family. Because only after the Tianxu Sanqiong is promoted to a dreadnought will it truly have an invincible combat power under the domination of living beings. Well, even if it is impossible to use the Market Projection Order and Star Dragon Shark. So, at the moment, Song Chi looked at the creatures around him, more like looking at a walking experience baby. Since it is not time to harvest yet, it is natural that they cannot be disturbed in advance. In comparison, directly using the Mirage Dragon spiritual pressure is obviously a better choice, because this can not only deter other alien races for a short time, but also when these alien races come back, they will understand that the Tianxu Sanqiong has temporarily possessed the dominant pressure by using special means, and does not really possess the dominant combat power. Thus, they will not be frightened and leave the surrounding area of the Posha Heritage Tower. When Song Chi took the initiative to ask the 5th level trading stall owner, The other party directly agreed to the price given by Song Bei in fear. Song Qi randomly took out a strange object that could not be transformed into a shipborne component from the market, and took out 62 strands of the 6th level floating land origin, and successfully took the 7th level silver apple that was extremely important to the family at the moment. After completing the goal, Song Qi was not in a hurry to leave. Together with Song Bei, he took the initiative to wait for several family members who were challenging the Posha Heritage Tower. While waiting, he and Song Bei also talked a lot. After all, the two were of the same generation. Although the strength of the two sides has opened up a big gap now, there is still no shortage of topics. By the way, how are you and Enir Huanghan doing? Song Qi suddenly remembered that Song Bei got along well with Enir, the direct descendant of Huang Huan's family. So he took the initiative to ask. When Song Qi mentioned this, Song Bei couldn't help but smile. The ancestor of the clan has decided to come to my house to propose marriage for me soon. By the way, brother Song Qi, you will have a nephew soon. If you don't have a decent gift, don't blame me for spreading your reputation as a stingy person. Is your sister-in-law pregnant? Congratulations. Don't worry. As an uncle, I will naturally give my nephew a big red envelope. The two had a pleasant conversation. But when they heard that Annie was successfully pregnant, Song Qi sighed. You know, he and Xing Yurang got married earlier, and they often got intimate in the market. But there was no news of pregnancy. Although the higher the level of life of a creature, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. Song Bei, who is also a 4th level Xinhua captain, is not affected. How can he not complain about this? Fortunately, he did not dwell on this matter for too long. It is true that the higher the level of life of a creature, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. But there is still a long life ahead. In addition, there are some special resources in the Star Sea that increase the probability of conception. Spiritual objects. And there will always be results after a long time. There is no need to worry too much. As the two talked, time passed by minute. After more than half a month, when the bronze light appeared on the tower of the Posha Heritage Tower again, everyone knew that this was a sign that the challenge of the Heritage Tower was about to end. After a while, a large number of figures began to emerge in the starry sky around the Posha Heritage Tower. Seeing this, some aliens exclaimed, because there were tens of thousands of creatures that started the challenge more than half a month ago. But only a few thousand successfully passed the challenge this time. And the challenge success rate was only a pitiful 10%. Moreover, the key point was that many of the thousands of surviving aliens stopped the challenge very early. Strictly speaking, the real challenge success rate may be much lower. In the Battleship Magnetic Wave Communication Group chat, Song Qi and the other person smiled, because they had seen 3 of their own people. And obviously, they all succeeded in the challenge. Chapter 516 Super River Level Prodigy reappears as Song Family Hidden Dragon. After the initial joy, Song Qi and the others could not help but glance at the giant projection screen in the sky ahead. On it, at this moment, several laws were neatly listed, which was the final statistical result of this Inheritance Tower Challenge. Star Level Prodigy Orange Wonder Reward, 3084 Galaxy Level Prodigy Red Wonder Reward, 926 River Level Prodigy Silver Wonder Reward, 28 Super River Level Prodigy Gold Wonder Reward, 1 Tianqiu Sangqiong Main Control Room. Song Qi raised his eyebrows, and his eyes fell on the last column Super River Level Prodigy Gold Wonder Reward. I haven't been to this star field for more than 200 years. I never expected that I would meet a challenger who was rewarded with a golden holy treasure when I came here for the second time. You should know that according to the ancestors of the family, this supergalactic level genius has always been extremely rare, and it often only appears for hundreds or thousands of years. I just don't know what kind of golden treasure the person who won the golden treasure reward this time got. Thinking of this, Song Qi's hands did not slow down. 3 powerful traction beams shot out from the hull of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, accurately capturing the 3 cruisers in the sky. Just as the 3 cruisers of the Song family were being pulled downward at a high speed, just as Song Qi expected, under the amazing temptation of the Golden Holy Land Wonder, just like the replica of the previous time, after a short silence, a large number of high-level Star Sea aliens fell into madness and launched attacks on the thousands of challenge survivors in the sky regardless of anything. It's really realistic, Song Qi thought to himself, but his face was not very good. Although he had expected it long ago, so he took action at the first time, the aliens below who were affected by the Golden Wonder and whose emotions had already fallen into madness were also not slow. Before he could capture the 3 tribesmen, the sky full of energy and law means had already surged into the sky. With a flickering light in his eyes, Song Chi made a quick decision. Song Bei, prepare for defense. As soon as the voice sounded in the magnetic wave communication group chat, he activated the battleship transposition device component on the Tianxu Sangqiong in the next second. Above the starry sky, Song Yiming only felt a strong conversion force coming from his own Minglong. Before he could react, the battleship had already been spun around. When he turned around again, Song Yiming found that he had appeared beside the northern galaxy along with the Minglong. Looking up, the position where the Minglong was located before had been occupied by a huge ship whose entire body was wrapped in holy light. At this moment, 2 interlocking light bands had been shot out from the holy light ship, tightly wrapping around the Chuanlong and Tianheng behind it. With a powerful engine thrust, it was rushing down at a high speed. Ong! The space law that was close to perfection condensed into a space law dragon whale, tightly covering the heads of the Chuanlong and Tianheng, defending the 2 from the massive attacks from below. As for the Holy Light battleship, the large number of attack methods below fell on the Holy Light shield. Although it could cause certain damage to the Holy Light shield and make the Holy Light gradually dim, the speed was nothing to say. If you didn't check carefully, it would be difficult to detect. Uncle Song Chi actually came here in person. Uncle Song Bei, did something happen in the middle? After recognizing the Tianxu Sanqiong, the worry in Song Yiming's eyes instantly dissipated, and he turned to ask Song Bei about the situation through magnetic wave communication. In recent generations, almost all of the younger generation of the family grew up listening to the legendary stories of Song Chi from their elders. It can be said that most of the new generation of the family now all regard Song Chi as their idol. In their impression, this Uncle Song Chi, who is only 2 generations older than them, has long been an unparalleled combat power and an omnipotent existence. Under the protection of Song Chi, Xuanlong and Tianheng safely escaped from the center of the attack in the sky and returned to the crowd below. I'm afraid this melee will continue for a long time. Let's retreat directly. After the 2 sides met, Song Chi spoke quickly. With his current status, no one would object to his decision. A line of 5 warships quickly headed towards the path controlled by the family. Junior Song Yiming, Song Yichuan, Song Heng, meet Uncle Song Chi. In the group chat, the 3 juniors greeted their idol respectfully, and at the same time, they were excited. Song Chi smiled and nodded, and asked, what was the result of this challenge? Facing his question, the 3 juniors did not dare to hide anything, and took out their respective challenge rewards one after another. Song Yichuan, a silver energy shield. Song Heng, a red ship armor. Seeing that the harvest of several people seemed to be very good, Song Chi's smile did not diminish. Whether it was red or silver rewards, it was obvious that they had achieved good results in the challenge of Pajuo Heritage Tower. But this was not the key. When he saw the challenge reward items that Song Yiming took out, Song Chi's eyes showed obvious surprise. Golden Holy Land Wonder Illusion Array Stone. What Song Yiming took out was, it was a golden wonder. Special item, Illusion Stone. Quality, gold. Transformable, none. Note, a piece of raw stone preserved from the multiverse era. After being nurtured by a special illusion energy in the Star Sea for many years, it has also become a high-level special item with the ability to evolve special illusion arrays. This illusion stone cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, and its value is obviously not as good as the Posha Zen seal, which is a time wonder. Yiming, how many levels did you finally clear? To Uncle Song Chi, 75 levels. Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes showed a look of as expected. At the beginning, he had cleared 76 levels, so he had multiple options to choose from. However, Song Yiming had only passed the 75th level, and he barely reached the threshold of the Chao level genius, so he only got a golden treasure that he could not choose. However, even so, it was enough to show that his battleship was good. If he was trained well in the future, it would not take long for him to become the leader of the new generation of the family. Thinking all the way, Song Chi was about to praise him, but at this time he frowned suddenly, and changed his voice. Song Bei, take the little guys and go first. Song Bei also noticed the 2 giant figures chasing him from the patrol radar, and he naturally knew what happened. Well, be careful. Knowing that he would only be a hindrance if he stayed here, Song Bei did not delay any longer. After giving a word of advice, he immediately left with Song Yiming and the other 2. The Tianqiu Songqiong quietly hovered. After just a few seconds, two huge monsters flew over and appeared in Song Qi's eyes. Finally, you feel something is wrong. Looking at the two 6th level star-devouring wolves in his field of vision, Song Qi's eyes flashed with sneer. It can only be said that the other party is looking for death, because there were a large number of alien races present before. He did not want to affect the harvest in the future because of this impulse. So he let the other party go. Now he has left the alien group, since the other party has taken the initiative to catch up. Song Qi will not hold back. In the main control room of Tianqiu Songqiong, while his mind was racing, the super main gun and 4 main guns on the warship were all fired. Blood Judgment Tianyu Killing God True Immortal Quantum Sword Light Soul Destroying Pupil Light 10,000 Symbols Purple Thunder Prison. Plus the Black Hole Energy of Black Hole Evolution Lair. Before the two 6th level star-devouring wolves approached, Tianqiu Songqiong was the first to unleash the terrifying attack. Boom! Under the violent energy storm, there were no accidents. A star-devouring wolf that had just entered the 6th level and the one that was close to the peak of the 6th level, both completely lost their lives in this terrifying energy storm. Of course, this energy storm that almost illuminated half of the starry sky was not noticed by the aliens around the Posha Heritage Tower in the distance. Because before firing the 5 ship guns, Song Qi activated the fixed sky locking heaven seal. Super body contraction card was activated, and the two 6th level star-devouring wolf corpses with a length of more than 1,000 kilometers were rapidly shrunk, and finally turned into about 100 meters, and were towed into the cabin by the Tianqiu Songqiong. The two 6th level star beast corpses represent the source blood given to the 6th level star beast. Although the Tianqiu Songqiong may not be used in the subsequent attack on the dreadnought, the value is still not low, and it is also good to use it to exchange for titanium crystals or something else later. Dragon Ridge Continent, Dragon Whale Palace. To be honest, the activation of the Chaos Mist this time has little to do with Song Qi, but it is because of the illusion array stone obtained by Song Yiming. Above the palace, 4 golden thrones and 1 silver throne are hanging high, and 5 figures are sitting on the 5 thrones. And below the palace, Song Yiming, the person involved, is carefully lowering his head and standing still, holding the illusion array stone in his hand. Ancestor. This illusion stone is too important for Hidden Veins. With its existence, the safety of Hidden Veins' underground base will be greatly improved. As for the Dragon Ridge continent, the rapid increase in the continent's area in recent years is no longer a secret in the eyes of the major forces in the kingdom. Now it is not necessary to use the illusion stone to cover it up. Song Shirshing was the first to speak. His eyes were burning, and his gaze towards the illusion stone was like a person who had been hungry for a long time seeing a special meal in front of him. In comparison, Song Wujiang, Song Xiuan, Song Xingru and Song Qi did not speak up at the first time. They were not unaware of the situation of the Hidden Vein. Being in an 8th level superdimensional floating land that gathered a large number of alien civilizations, the danger they faced was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads at all times. If they were not careful, they would be slaughtered. Even though the main vein had invested a lot of resources in the past 2,000 years, such as the highest level combined illusion, the silver quality hidden treasure, the red quality cloud peeping disc, and the void demon of the half-step 7th level. But this is far from enough, because all of the above can only barely work against level 7 creatures. And there is no need for level 7 peak units. As long as the senior level 7 creatures get close to a certain distance, the Hidden Vein station will be exposed in front of them. Not to mention that there are many level 8 creatures in the Red Star Super Dimension continent. But even though this is clear, there is also a great demand on the Dragon Spine continent. Watching the Dragon Spine continent approaching the level 6 peak, or even the level 7 floating land at an incredibly fast speed, it is impossible for the other families in the Morning Star Kingdom to have no thoughts in their minds. The reason why there is no action now is that the Dragon Spine continent is still some distance away from the true peak of level 6. When the diameter of the Dragon Spine continent officially approaches 1,000 light years, the other kingdoms will definitely take action in secret. Although it is limited by the rules set by the 4 empires, it is impossible to make too much action in public, but it is inevitable to suppress in secret. In this case, it may not change the promotion of the Dragon Spine continent in the end, but the time required will definitely be infinitely extended. This is exactly what Song Wujiang is struggling with. This illusionary array stone is a rare item in the Holy Land. If combined with the 7th level energy provided by the 3-eyed royal family domination flagship, It is enough to trigger an illusionary array covering the entire Dragon Ridge continent. At that time, if they want the outside world to see what the situation on the Dragon Ridge continent is, they can use this illusionary array at any time, which can relieve the vigilance of those forces that are secretly watching. After thinking for a long time, Song Wujian said, "Let's do this. This illusion stone will stay in Longji continent for the time being. As for Imai, Shirshing and Shaoqi should leave as soon as possible, with the Star Dragon Shark on Shuqi's battleship that is about to recover its full strength. The safety of the base can still be guaranteed. Moreover, with Shaoqi and the Dimensional Space Stone, if any accident really happens, most of the Veins Foundation can be taken away." At this point, Song Wujian paused, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "It won't take 300 years. This illusion stone and the flagship of the three-eyed royal family will be delivered to Imai. At that time, Imai will not have to worry too much and can let go to develop on the Red Star continent." After hearing this proposal, several people in the sky above the hall fell into deep thought, and soon they nodded one after another, all thinking that this proposal was feasible, because no matter what, the Dragon Spine vein located in the territory of Xinhua human civilization is the foundation of the entire Song family, and everything naturally focuses on the Dragon Spine Song family. At present, the Dragon Spine continent's impact on the 7th level floating land is the most critical thing for the entire Song family. It is reasonable that this illusion array stone should be left in the Dragon Spine continent first. And with the Star Dragon Shark, there is no need to worry about the safety of the hidden vein in the short term. More than 200 years. For the hidden vein that has been developed in the Red Star continent for more than 2,000 years. This time is really not long. After discussing this matter, everyone's attention finally turned back to Song Yiming at the bottom of the hall. Although the ticket to challenge the Posha Heritage Tower was paid by the family, it was obtained by the younger generations at the risk of their lives. The key is that it is still an extremely important component for the family at present, and the reward should not be stingy. Facing the gaze of the strongest people in the family above, Song Yiming felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Fortunately, this gaze did not last too long. Soon, Song Wujiang's inquiry came from above. "Ming boy, have you thought about it? What reward do you want?" Although he was extremely nervous, Song Yiming's reply was not slow. Obviously, he had already thought about it. "It is my grandson's job. I dare not take credit. I will leave it to the old ancestors to order." Chapter 517, Silver Origin Core Stealing Ritual in the Primitive Secret Realm. Above the hall, Song Qi and the other 5 smiled faintly. Song Yiming's reply obviously made them feel very good. It not only showed his responsibility as a member of the Song family, but also gained enough goodwill, and did not throw away the reward that should have been obtained. As the core members of the family, Song Qi and the others would never be stingy in rewarding and supporting the children of the family. Finally, after a brief discussion, they gave the reward of choose 1 silver component. Song Yiming chose the energy shield. His Minglong was already equipped with silver hull armor. If he added another energy shield, the subsequent safety would be greatly improved. After selecting one of the silver energy shield parts listed by Song Wujiang, Song Qi suddenly spoke. "Your seed of fire should still be orange. Right, Uncle Song Qi?" "Yes," Song Yiming replied respectfully. The next second, his eyes were startled, and after a brief moment of daze, he turned into deep surprise. Song Qi, who was standing above the hall, first took out a 6th level silver apple, and then took out an orange upgraded fire source that he had purchased from the market in recent years. After mixing the two together, the orange upgraded fire source slowly transformed into a red quality. With a gentle wave of his hand, this red upgraded fire source, which was enough to make the clansmen below fight to the death and other 6th level clan forces, was delivered to Song Yiming. It was not until then that Song Qi's subsequent voice was heard again. "This ray of red upgraded fire source is my personal reward to you. I hope you can maintain today's momentum and continue to promote the power of our Longji Song family in the Morningstar Kingdom, the entire Tianpan River system, and even the entire Xinhua human river system community. Thank you. Uncle Song Qi Yiming will do his best to never let the reputation of our Song family be weaker than that of outsiders." Above the hall, looking at the excited Song Yiming below, Song Qi's heart was extremely calm. He has always been happy to invest in the younger generation of the family. Not to mention that the Silver Apple Mother Tree has produced 2 more rounds in the past 70 years. Now he has accumulated nearly 10 apples in his hand. It doesn't feel much to take one out now. After Song Yiming left, the people in the Ancestral Hall shifted the topic to the last thing. The 7th level silver apple exchange from the Posha Heritage Tower was taken out, and a component emitting red light was also taken out. After the 5 people looked at each other, the 7th level silver apple and the origin core stealer that had just been unloaded without damage began to interact with each other. After just a few minutes, the origin core stealer evolved into a silver component. At the same time, Song Wujiang took out a component called Floating Land Core Extraction Platform from the Xinhua Zuqiu. This component is similar to the Floating Land Origin Core Stealer, but its effectiveness is far inferior. It can only extract 1% of a whole Floating Land Origin Core each time, and the operation time is extremely long. It is a rather useless component. However, it has a very good feature. Upper level Floating Land Temporary Extraction Authority. Consume corresponding psionic points, depending on the component enhancement level and the target floating land level. Temporarily obtain a single permission to extract a floating land origin core that exceeds the enhancement level of this component by one large level. The current maximum that can be extracted is 1 per 1,000 of the floating land origin core. And the cooling time is 10 years. The thing that the Song family members value is actually this feature. As the origin core stealer completed its evolution to silver quality, several people directly transferred this upper level floating land temporary extraction authority feature to the origin core stealer and turned it into the 4th feature of the component. Floating land origin core stealer LV60 quality, silver. Feature, stealing energy feature 2, cooling time reduced by 60% feature 3, operation time is constantly halved. Feature 4, upper level floating land temporary extraction authority. Consumption, 500/s, psionic points, charging, 1 hour. Buffer, 4 years. Effect, consume 100,000 psionic points, after a certain period of operation, varies according to the component enhancement level, and the level of the floating land in question, steal the floating land origin core of the designated star C floating land that does not exceed the component enhancement level. After seeing the properties of the evolved origin core stealer, the 5 people were quite excited. Because from now on, this component can not only extract the origin core of the 6th level and lower floating land, but it has been upgraded by 2 major levels, reaching the 8th level floating land. Even if the maximum single-time extraction amount of the upper level floating land temporary extraction authority feature is only 1 per 1,000. But that is the 8th level floating land for the current dragon-rich continent. Even if it is only 1 per 1,000 of the 8th level floating land origin core, it is the best quality promotion material. Previously, the Song family had always emphasized that the key to the promotion of the Dragon Spine continent was still in the hidden veins. This was what they were talking about. According to the plan, when the Dragon Spine continent reached the peak of the 6th level, the high-level combat forces of the family would jointly go to the Red Star Super Dimension continent and try to use the origin core stealing instrument that was promoted to silver quality to extract as little as possible of the origin core of the Red Star continent. As long as it succeeds, the difficulty of the subsequent promotion of the Dragon Spine continent to the 7th level floating continent will be greatly reduced. Okay, let's continue according to the family's plan. When the Dragon Spine continent is promoted to the peak of the 6th level, it will be the time for us to go to the Red Star continent together. Before that, Shirshing, you must let the hidden veins find the most suitable origin core extraction point. Understood? Time passed, and 2 years had passed since returning from the Posha Heritage Tower, and the origin core stealing instrument was promoted to silver quality. On this day, Song Qi withdrew from the Shutian market and returned to Longji Manor. Are we going to set off? The hidden vein of the family. Red Star's super dimension continent. Thinking in his mind, his eyes turned to the message that popped up on the family quantum communication bracelet placed beside Kongling's body. Xiao Qi, come to Longji Mountain as soon as possible, and prepare to set off for Red Star continent. After packing up a little, and saying hello to his parents, Song Qi quickly summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong and leaped all the way to Longji Mountain. At the foot of Longji Mountain, at Song Shirshing's call, Song Qi recalled Tianxu Sangqiong for unknown reasons. I thought that several ancestors still had things to discuss in the Ancestral Hall, but when they entered the Ancestral Hall, they found that although there was a chaotic fog in the hall, Song Wujiang, Song Shiwan, Song Xingru and others were not there. There were only the 2 of them in the whole hall. Xingzu, this is. Before he finished speaking, Song Shirshing raised his hand to interrupt him, and said, Don't ask, you will know in a moment. Following Song Shirshing, the two walk straight towards the ruined stone wall deep in the ancestral hall. Secret passage? Or a special closed space? Song Shirshing had many guesses in his mind. And soon he gave the answer. Walking all the way to the innermost part, Song Shirshing clicked on the seemingly ordinary ruined stone wall several times, and the next second Song Chi raised his eyebrows. Under the seemingly random operation, a thick black light began to emerge on the ruined stone wall, and finally a narrow tunnel that could only accommodate one person was cracked open. Soon after entering this narrow tunnel, Song Chi realized that the entrance to the passage behind him had quietly closed, and then he heard Song Shirshing's voice. Shao Qi, when did my Song family occupy the Ding High Star region and the Dragon Ridge continent? Without much consideration, Song Chi gave the answer directly. 2,900 years ago. Yes, it was exactly 2,900 years ago. At that time, our ancestors decided to develop the Ding High Star region. And they overcame all difficulties along the way, establishing the territory of the Ding High Star region for hundreds of light years in the early days. Speaking of this, Song Shirshing changed the subject. Then do you know that the early Ding High Star region, which took hundreds of years to develop, actually had two fourth-level life-type floating lands that could serve as the family's ancestral land? In addition to the Dragon Ridge continent, there was another floating land that was closer to the peak of the fourth level. Why did the family finally choose the Dragon Ridge continent as their ancestral land? Song Chi's eyes turned slightly. This was the first time he had heard this statement. Is it because of this extra-dimensional portal leading to Red Star continent? Song Shirshing did not keep the secret. He nodded gently. It is precisely because of this extra-dimensional portal that even the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain was built later to cover up this portal. Song Chi suddenly realized. But before he could ask more questions, the two of them had already reached the end of the narrow corridor. What appeared in front of them was a small mountain secret room. The stone walls around the secret room were all made of special dragon blood diamonds, and a layer of eternal stone bricks was affixed on it to make this stone room as solid as possible. In addition, the most eye-catching thing is the small teleportation stone door in the middle of the stone chamber. There are a lot of unknown runes on the stone door, which exudes an ancient meaning. On both sides of the stone door, there are two sixth-level slave creatures standing still. It can be said that the family's defense of this teleportation stone door has reached an unimaginable level. In this regard, Song Chi quickly figured out the intention. Whether it is the eternal stone bricks or dragon blood diamonds around, or the two sixth-level slave creatures, they are not only to defend against the invasion of external enemies, but also to defend the superdimensional teleportation door. A superdimensional portal derived from an 8th-level superdimensional continent is equivalent to the rule creation of this broken star sea, and it is almost impossible to be destroyed by external forces. Therefore, once the Song family's hidden vein station opposite the portal is removed by the alien civilization, the other party will be able to invade the Dragon Ridge continent through this teleportation stone gate at any time. In this case, how can the Song family not be highly prepared? Just thinking about it, Song Shirshing has already stepped onto the teleportation stone gate. Song Chi quickly followed, and when the two of them stood on the stone platform at the same time, Song Shirshing took out a special ethereal crystal from his body. Each time the superdimensional portal is activated, one void spirit crystal must be consumed. Of course, this is not just the superdimensional portal occupied by the Song family. All superdimensional portals are the same. And the key is that this is not an ordinary void spirit crystal, but a high-level void spirit crystal, which is 100 times more valuable and rarer than an ordinary void spirit crystal. Each one is extremely valuable. Thinking of this, Song Chi couldn't help but think of the space wormhole generator component. Xingzhu, haven't you tried the space wormhole generator? Hearing this, Song Shirshing sighed and shook his head. How could it be possible that we haven't tried it? When the ancestor first got this component, he immediately notified us and made a preliminary attempt. Failed? Well, the results show that the effective range of the space wormhole generator is not enough. Hearing this answer, Song Chi was shocked. He knew that the space wormhole generator component, which has been strengthened to level 70, can open a wormhole spanning 30 billion light-years at most. So, Red Star continent is at least 30 billion light-years away from the territory of Shinhoi human civilization, which is definitely a rather exaggerated distance. At this time, Song Shirshing whispered again, wait until the ancestor gets a golden upgrade fire source, and strengthen the space wormhole generator to the 8th level. I hope it will be effective by then. Song Qi nodded and agreed with this. According to what the ancestor said before, if the space wormhole generator is strengthened to the 8th level, through the previous strengthening rules, its maximum opening distance should be able to reach 300 billion light-years. In this case, it should be possible to connect to the Red Star continent. If so, it will be much easier for the family to do things in the future. At this time, Song Shirshing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were shining as he looked at Song Qi. Xiao Qi, tell me something. Is it possible that your method of returning to Longji continent at any time can also be used on Red Star continent? Can you travel back and forth between the two floating continents at any time? Hearing such a question suddenly, Song Qi fell silent for a moment. He thought for a while, and was obviously not too sure. According to his guess, Jutian Market Secret Realm is most likely a secret realm of the universe level. But as a secret realm of the universe, it also has advantages and disadvantages. According to the records in the Beiqiangshan family database, the inferior universe secret realms can only be comparable to the Black Ultimate Wonders at most. And most of the regular universe secret realms can be comparable to the color/lower level mythical wonders. But if it is the top universe secret realm, it can be comparable to the color/upper level wonders, or even higher level wonders. The gap is not small. So after hesitating for a while, he only gave an uncertain answer. Maybe. Grandson is not sure either. He didn't know what level of primitive secret realm the market secret realm was at the moment. If it was just the lowest level primitive secret realm, the Red Star continent was so far away from the Dragon Ridge continent, it might not be possible to cross such a long distance for the space anchor point. As for the previous exploration of alien star regions, it was said to be randomly deployed, but in fact it was still centered on the Xinhui human galaxy community, and the exploration was carried out within the surrounding 10 billion light-years. It is said that this restriction will be lifted only after entering the Star Destroyer. After hearing his reply, Song Shirshing did not continue to ask more questions, but said to himself, I hope God will bless my Song family. If it really works, the development momentum of the family will be unstoppable in the future. After speaking, the high-level ethereal crystal in his hand was thrown into the superdimensional portal. After a while, the intense sense of weightlessness enveloped the two of them. Chapter 518 Red Star Super Dimension Continent. Song Qi swore that the backlash from this teleportation was definitely the most serious one he had experienced in the past 200 years. Even though his guiding technique had reached the 5th level, it still took him several minutes to adjust, and he suppressed the turbulent feeling in his heart. But even so, Song Shirshing's eyes were still full of admiration. According to him, every time Song Yin traveled back and forth when he was at the 3rd level, he had to lie on the bed and rest for 4 or 5 days before he could fully recover. Song Qi did not pay too much attention to this matter. After all, this Red Star continent is at least more than 30 billion light-years away from the Dragon Spine continent. It is not surprising that there is this teleportation sequelae. He looked past Song Shirshing in front of him and kept looking around, but soon he was a little disappointed. It was not as majestic and magnificent as he imagined. On the contrary, it was the same as the teleportation channel on the Dragon Spine continent. The surrounding area was also a quiet and solid dragon blood diamond sealed stone chamber. Song Shirshing's explanation came to his ears at the right time. This superdimensional portal is not only related to the retreat of our Hidden Vein members, but also to the safety of the family's ancestral land. It is something that must not be exposed to outsiders. Song Qi naturally understood, and the two of them quickly walked out of this special secret room. Unlike the Dragon Ridge continent, this superdimensional portal in the Red Star continent is not in a mountain, but deep underground. Surrounding this superdimensional portal, the Hidden Vein has opened up an underground city of astonishing size in this area. Passing through the narrow and long secret passage, Song Qi soon saw the family residence city located thousands of meters underground. Because there are more than tens of millions of Hidden Vein clansmen living here, this city covers a large area and is divided into many areas. At first glance, he only saw a small part of the city. In order to be fully familiar with the entire city, Song Qi estimated that it would take a lot of time. However, according to what the Shirshing Patriarch said, the area they are in now is the core area of Longyuan City. The outer city area will be larger and more clansmen will live there. Okay, let's go meet the core members of the Hidden Vein first. They should be waiting impatiently. Hearing this, Song Qi nodded. The center of Longyuan City, Longyuan Hall. This is one of the most important places in the entire Hidden Vein. and it is also the meeting place for major events of the Hidden Vein. On this day, more than 30 figures gathered in Longyuan Hall. These people have one thing in common. Their auras are at least at the 4th level, and they are the core members of the entire Song family's Hidden Vein. At this time, the old man sitting at the right seat of the long meeting table in the middle of Longyuan Hall said, "Shirshing is back. The one you have been thinking about for a long time." At this point, the old man paused and smiled and kept the secret. Seeing this, an elder of the Hidden Vein clan immediately spoke up. "Yuzu, don't keep us in suspense. We have long admired the famous man of the Ancestral Vein. Hellfire Mecha. Blood of the evil god. Time World Fruit. If it weren't for him, the situation of our Hidden Vein clan wouldn't have risen all the way in the past 200 years. The old man named Yuzu saw that it was almost done, and he smiled and said, "Don't worry. He's here. And this man has done something big again recently, successfully enslaving a dominant star dragon shark. And he's brought along this time his." "Really?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became solemn, and everyone's breathing became heavier. The message that Shirshing just sent out, could it be false? After receiving the confirmation from the old man, the faces of more than 30 people in Longyuan Hall all showed obvious excitement. The voices of discussion soon arose. The domination level star dragon shark, ha ha ha, good. For more than 2,000 years, because there is no real peak combat force sitting in, my Hidden Vein has been restrained, and dare not really let go of development, and we have to rely on the help from the Ancestral Vein from time to time, which is really too aggrieved. Yes, except for the large titanium crystal vein that breathes the core of the vein, we have hardly made much contribution to the Ancestral Vein, and now we can finally let go and do a big thing." "That's right. I remember that Yaozu discovered a trace of a silver upgraded fire source 1,000 years ago, but it was unfortunately occupied by the Fire Crow clan, so we didn't dare to take action. Alas, there is no way, although the Fire Crow clan only has a 6th level Fire Crow sitting in, it is a subsidiary civilization of the Flame Bird clan, facing the Flame Bird clan with the 7th level Flame Bird Overlord. If we are not careful, our Longyuan city will be uprooted. How dare we pay attention to the Fire Crow clan? In addition, there is the Eternal Stone Brick Mine that Xiaoyan discovered not long ago, because it is located not far from the sleeping place of a yellow sand horned dragon. We have been hesitant to mine it. Speaking of this, I still remember the Sword Slave clan who ambushed and killed 2 elders of my Hidden Vein 300 years ago, just because of a silver quality sword energy super main gun traded in Longpan City. The other side dispatched 3 5th level sword slaves and almost blatantly sank the 2 elders' flagships. Amid the discussion, everyone unconsciously turned from the initial joy to grief and indignation. And every word and sentence told the blood and tears of the past 2,000 years. These discussions made Yaozu, who was sitting on the right side of the main seat, silent for a long time. Finally, he had to speak out. "Okay. All the past bad things should be remembered in our hearts. From now on, our Song clan's Hidden Vein and the entire Longji Song clan will only get better and better. And it may not be long before we can completely enter the ranks of immortal clans." This sudden and passionate voice finally restored a lot of the atmosphere in the whole hall, in the core area of Longyuan City, on a street where not many clansmen came and went. Song Qi and Song Shirshing were walking. At this moment, Song Qi had fallen silent. Everything that was discussed in the Dragon Abyss Hall before was transmitted to his ears by Song Shirshing through the family quantum communication bracelet. Hearing the indignation that was difficult to conceal and disguise in the words of the Imai clan members, listening to all the blood and tears that had truly been written over the past 2,000 years, as a member of the Song clan, it was difficult for him not to empathize with them. As if noticing his low mood, Song Shirshing gently reached out and patted his shoulder, whispering, "There is no other meaning in letting you listen to this. The Starry Sea is vast, and 99% of the creatures are just struggling to survive in it. What we have experienced is nothing. But there is only one thing, because of various reasons, the clans on both sides do not have much contact, and this is your first time here, but this is not important. The key point is that no matter the Hidden Vein or the Ancestral Vein, they are all part of the Longji Song family, and they are all doing their best for the development and prosperity of the family. Now that you have just arrived at the Hidden Vein station, it is inevitable that you will feel unfamiliar. Just spend more time with the clan members. But you must not deliberately distance yourself from them. After all, you cannot write 2 Song characters with one stroke." Song Shirshing said a lot, and what he wanted to express was also very clear. Song Qi naturally understood this, and it was impossible for him to have such thoughts. Seeing him nod seriously, Song Shishing said no more. Suddenly, Song Qi's sight turned to a stone chamber on the side. This stone chamber is very large, but it is not a residential area, but a specially open planting room. Xingzhu, is this super-grade Tianqing grass? Song Qi's eyes brightened, and he saw that all the Tianqing grass cultivated in this large planting room was of a long age. It is indeed super-grade Tianqing grass, which was planted after the station was stabilized. But the age is still a little short. But it will be soon. Deep under our feet is a 7th-level origin eruption eye of red star continent, which is suppressed by a large nuclear fusion reactor brought by the family from the ancestral vein and 3 6th-level slave creatures. It has a certain accelerated growth effect on the various spiritual herbs and spiritual materials cultivated. In a few years, the first batch of 3,000 years of super-grade Tianqing grass will mature. After listening to the explanation, Song Qi said in his heart, as expected, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to it. With the family's long-term planning, he believed that there would not be only one such planting room. It was highly likely that a batch of Tianqing grass would be planted every 10 years, or even every 5 years, and it had never been interrupted for more than 2,000 years. In this case, it would not be long before the family would have an additional supply point for the continuous production of super-quality Tianqing grass. As long as there was enough super-quality Tianqing grass, the family could prepare a large amount of super-grade bodybuilding potions, which was definitely great news for the high-level members of the family. Even he now also can use this super-class bodybuilding potion, and when used together with the deep-sea clam pearls of tens of thousands of years, the time for the subsequent impact on the dreadnought will be further reduced. Soon, the two walked into the core building of the hidden vein, the Long Yuan Hall. The moment he entered the hall, Song Qi felt a lot of eyes falling on him one after another. Following behind Song Shishing, Song Qi was neither humble nor arrogant, with a smile on his face. Shao Qi, this is your Yazoo. Like me, for more than 2,000 years, he has devoted all his efforts to the development of Imai. Song Qi was just about to perform the junior ceremony, but Yazoo smiled and said, Shishing, don't flatter me. You just hid underground with Imai and lived a miserable life. In the end, you wasted the 5th-level time realm fruit said by Shao Qi. Imai was provided with 2 time realm fruits before, in addition to Song Shishing. The second one was used by Yazoo. Unfortunately, even with the 2 opportunities provided by the time realm fruit, he still failed to advance. Now more than 70 years have passed. With the help of the 5th-level moon spring, he has retrained a new Xinhua worship, and with the help of the hidden veins, as well as the high-level components that were intact before the promotion, he has re-promoted the new ship to the Zhulu worship. However, his age is still there, and he obviously has no chance to continue to challenge the fearless captain. Hearing this, Song Qi hurriedly said, Ancestor, what you said is wrong. The promotion of the warship is due to luck. No one can predict it. Ancestor has worked hard for the family to this point. He is a lifelong role model in the hearts of us younger generations. The whole family is only grateful to the Ancestor and nothing else. Pa pa pa. As he said this, warm applause rang out in the hall. At this time, a gentle voice suddenly came from the side. Well said, the Ancestor devoted his whole life to our Song family, and it is natural for the family to support him. Hearing this, Song Qi instinctively turned his head to look to the side, and saw that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man sitting at the left of the conference table. This man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and there seemed to be no trace of aura in his body, but Song Qi captured the majestic law of fire in his body through his double pupils, and the 5th-level psionic strength. He was a little confused about this. But at this time, this person also turned his eyes over, and the two looked at each other. Finally, he took the initiative to smile and said, Old 7. Sit here. I've reserved a seat for you. Without waiting for Song Qi to respond, Song Shishing's explanation sounded in his ears at the right time. Shao Qi, this is Song Yan. Strictly speaking, he is your eldest brother. Hearing this, Song Qi suddenly understood. Song Yan? He was not unfamiliar with this name. There were 7 sequences in his generation, among which he was the 7th sequence. Song Yan was the 6th sequence. And Song Yan, who had never met before, was the 1st sequence of that generation. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to greet him, and there was no other thoughts in his tone. Song Chi had a good impression of him. Without thinking too much, he stepped forward and sat down on the empty seat left by his side, and took the initiative to call him Big Brother. With Song Chi taking the initiative to speak, the two of them quickly became familiar with each other. At this time, Song Shishing also sat down in the main seat and began the discussion of the hidden vein. He was the first to speak. This time Xiaoqi came here, with the star dragon shark in charge. My hidden vein can completely let go. Does anyone have a specific action plan? As Song Shishing took the initiative to bring up the topic, many people in the hall soon put forward various opinions. Although the proposals were different, there was one thing that was very consistent. That is, everyone was actively proposing external expansion and taking all the resources discovered in the past 2,000 years. At this time, Song Shishing waved his hand, and a special Fulu Feng Shui map quickly appeared on the communication bracelet on his left hand. Song Chi scanned it and found that the scope covered by this Feng Shui map was not large, only 100,000 miles in radius, but it was extremely detailed, and almost all the resource points of certain value within the 100,000-mile radius were marked out. With just a cursory glance, he saw obsidian veins, vibranium veins, oak blood tree mountains, small titanium crystal veins, etc. As an 8th-level floating land, the various resource points on this red star continent are extremely rich. Even if it is only within a radius of 100,000 miles, it still contains a variety of extremely valuable resources, such as titanium crystal veins, eternal stone brick veins, etc. However, it also proves from the side that the family's hidden veins have not been hiding blindly for more than 2,000 years, and the exploration of the surroundings has never stopped. When everyone in the hall looked at the geomancy map projected above the conference table, Song Shishing continued, "The starry sky dragon shark on Xiuqi's ship has not fully recovered yet, but it won't take too long. Before that, we must first formulate a detailed follow-up plan." Chapter 519 Time and Space. Fellow cultivators, this geomancy map was originally drawn by the family. Although it is extremely detailed, it only covers an area of 100,000 miles. Once it attracts the attention of high-level alien races, it will be difficult for Longyuan City to remain undiscovered. The first person to speak was Song Yao, who was sitting on the right side of Song Shishing. He frowned and did not agree with this. Hearing this, Song Shishing was about to refute, but Song Yao had obviously not finished speaking. Although Xiaoqi has an enslaved sky dragon shark, we are on the Red Star continent, an 8th-level floating continent with many 8th-level alien races. The dominant level sky dragon shark is enough to be our confidence, but it does not mean that we can sit back and relax. Hearing this, Song Shishing, who was about to say something, fell silent. After a long time, he said, "What do you mean?" Song Yao's idea was very clear. He replied directly, "It's very simple. We still have to divide an absolute safety range first to ensure that Longyuan City will not be exposed. All targets should be more than 100 light-years away from the base." As he said this, he seemed to feel that it was not enough and added another sentence. "I personally think that the range of 500 to 1,000 light-years is the most appropriate. Moreover, we cannot attack from all directions. We can only focus on a certain area. This way, the aliens cannot rely on their movement trajectory to search for our location." After Song Yao finished speaking, the hall fell into silence for a while. Although no one spoke, everyone had a balance in their hearts. Finally, Song Shishing broke the silence. "Everyone, please speak up and see which action plan you prefer." The subsequent vote was not as polarized as imagined. The opinions of the core members of the Hidden Vein were very consistent. More than 90% of them agreed with the opinion just put forward by Yao Zhu. After getting the answer, Song Shishing was not the kind of person who was arbitrary and self-willed, and nodded without any emotion. Since everyone agrees on a more reliable plan, this initial geomancy map will not be used for the time being. As he said that, he waved his hand to cancel the virtual light screen map projected by the quantum communication bracelet in his hand, and then released a new geomancy map. However, compared with the previous one, this geomancy map is much simpler, although it also marked the existence of many resource points. Compared with the radius of 1,000 light-years, the number of these resource points is not worth mentioning. Song Chi took a quick look and found that the resource points marked on the second geomancy map were either large mineral veins or extremely valuable resources. He was just a newcomer, and had limited knowledge of the entire hidden vein, not to mention the outside world, which he knew nothing about. Therefore, Song Chi's choice was very simple. He listened quietly to the discussions of the hidden vein tribesmen, and did not take the initiative to get involved in things he did not understand at all. Time passed, and they discussed for more than an hour before finally finalizing the entire plan. According to the plan, after the Starry Sky Dragon Shark has completely recovered its full strength, all the high-level combat forces of the hidden veins will come out in full force, and rush directly to the vast area 700 light-years north of Longyuan City, and execute the multiple action plans that have been set. This includes rushing directly to the Fire Crow Mountains, trying their best to wipe out the Fire Crow clan, and get the silver upgraded fire source in their hands. In addition, the Sword Slave clan city must also be visited, and the revenge for the ambush and killing in the past must be avenged. In short, this plan is very long, and when the time comes, we will execute as many of them as possible in order while ensuring safety. After this was agreed upon, the core members of Imai left one after another, and finally only 4 people were left in Longyuan Hall: Song Shishing, Song Yao, Song Yan, and Song Chi. Although he was a little impatient, Song Shishing was a veteran Xinhua captain who had lived for more than 3,000 years, and he still had the most basic vigilance. A faint light flashed between his eyebrows, and then a special isolation barrier spread out slowly around his body, and finally enveloped all 4 people. This is a domain barrier generated by a silver domain component strengthened to level 60. It has the effect of isolating the inside and the outside. Xiaoqi, try it now. Song Shishing was talking about the matter of traveling back and forth to Longji continent that he had asked about before. It was not that he suspected that there were spies from the outside world in the station city, but to add a layer of insurance. Whether Song Chi could travel freely between Longji continent and this Red Star continent was of great importance, and even the slightest risk of leakage would be directly suppressed. Song Chi nodded, and first set up the last, 4th, space anchor point in the Longyuan Palace under his feet, and then sank his mind into the Xinhua Zuqiu, and activated the Shanghai market order in it. The next second, under the watchful eyes of Song Shishing and the other 2, his figure suddenly disappeared. Market's secret realm. Seeing that he had successfully connected to the market, Song Chi felt relieved, and then he slowly touched the first space anchor point left in the Dragon Ridge continent, and then tried to exit the market again. When he opened his eyes again, seeing the familiar environment in front of him, Song Chi's mouth corners rose. It worked. The market can easily connect 2 floating landmasses in the star sea that are more than 30 billion light-years apart. This is not only because the family is happy for the convenience of traveling between the 2 places in the future, but also because it basically confirms one thing: at least the secret realm of the Zhutian market is not the worst quality universe secret realm. Suppressing the wandering thoughts in his heart, Song Chi did not rush back to Red Star continent, but quickly summoned the Tianqiu Sangqiong to go to Longji Divine Mountain, and told the good news to Chuzu, Yuanzu, Ruzu, and others. After hearing his words, the 3 ancestors also showed a smile that was difficult to hide. When they returned to the Red Star continent Longyuan Palace, they heard the answer he gave, and Song Shishing and the other 2 did the same, especially Song Shishing and Song Yao. Their eyes seemed to be slightly moist. It was no wonder that they reacted so strongly. After all, they had been fighting alone in fear for thousands of years in this alien star domain. Due to the inconvenience of going back and forth, the communication between the 2 lines has not been much, even if they tried their best to manage and instill the family's orthodox lineage, Longji Song family, and other related concepts into the new generation of clan members. But as time went by, the clan members below inevitably developed various alienations and estrangements from the ancestral vein far away in the territory of Xinhua human civilization. In their view, if this continues, sooner or later, the connection between the hidden vein and the direct vein will be completely cut off, which is something the 2 of them never want to see. Now with Song Chi's ability, combined with the dimensional space stone, the outstanding young people under the family can be sent back to Longji continent at any time, and cultivate their feelings for the family from an early age. Only in this way can the development of the hidden vein get back on track. In his joy, Song Yao suddenly said, Xiaoqi's ability is extremely important, and it must not be exposed. Let's do this. In the future, we will take people back and forth between the 2 sides, and Xiaoqi will hide behind the scenes. Song Shishing and Song Yan nodded in unison. This is indeed the safest method. Song Chi did not refuse. For him, Even if there is a slight possibility of exposing the existence of the market, it is absolutely not allowed. Okay, that's all for today. Xiao Yin. You arrange for Xiao Qi to stay, and everything will be discussed after the Starry Sky Dragon Shark is completely recovered. Time passed, and another 5 years passed in a flash. During these 5 years, Song Qi has gained a systematic understanding of the entire Longyuan city, and he has also undergone significant changes in his personal life. A year ago, the first batch of super-grade Tianqing grass in the planting room was fully mature. After being prepared by the clan's research institute, a new batch of super-grade bodybuilding potions were successfully produced. Although the number was only a few hundred, Song Qi, with his current status, successfully got 5. With these 5 super-grade bodybuilding potions, he devoted himself to practicing the guiding technique for nearly a year. Finally, after a year of hard work, he spent 3 super-grade bodybuilding potions plus 3 10,000-year-old deep-water clam pearls, and successfully upgraded the guiding technique from LV54 to the peak of LV56, and was only one step away from LV57. Originally, he planned to take this opportunity to break through the level 57 of the guiding technique. The reason why he decided to come out of retreat this time was not only because the 10,000-year-old deep-water clam pearls in his hand had run out of water, and he had to wait for more than 10 years for the next batch, but also because the Star Dragon Shark had completely recovered yesterday and returned to its peak strength. This means that all the action plans planned by the family's hidden veins before can be officially launched. In addition, through unremitting efforts, he has successfully cultivated the secret art of martial arts, Heavenly Eye, to a small success. Don't ignore this point. With the martial arts Heavenly Eye being able to be opened at any time, he can officially comprehend the third law. Rushing out of the LV57 all-attribute training room, Song Qi came to the freestall area, summoning the Tianxu Sangqiong, and after boarding the warship, he went straight to the cultivation secret realm. In the middle of the secret realm, Song Qi stood in front of the green water spirit spring, looking up at the 1,000-meter-high white jade tree in front of him. Seeing that the time realm fruit hanging on it was fully mature, he mobilized the power of the cultivation secret realm and easily picked the time realm fruit. When this time realm fruit was in his hand, Song Qi's eyes showed a strange look. In order to get this time realm fruit, it took a lot of effort. Even with the secret realm accelerator feature, it still took him 80 years to wait. Of course, the fruit he had was a 6th level time realm fruit. Like the 3 white jade trees on the side, they had already produced a round of fruits, and were now bearing fruit again. It would not take too long for him to harvest 2 5th level time realm fruits, and 1 4th level time realm fruit. Song Qi did not stay in the secret realm for long. When he returned to the battleship's main control room, he had 3 more time realm fruits of different sizes in front of him. These 3 time realm fruits are of level 5, level 6, and level 7 respectively. He was struggling over which one to use to transform the law of time. As for the level 4 time realm fruit, he directly ruled it out. After struggling for a long time, Song Qi finally turned his sight to the level 7 time realm fruit on the far right. After a moment of wandering, his sight suddenly became firm. Although the level 7 time realm fruit is rare, I can transplant the level 7 time realm tree into the cultivation secret realm after the market is promoted to level 6. I can always get it again after spending more time. By comparison, now that the laws of space and light have entered the middle stage, it is not easy for the law of time to keep up. After confirming, Song Qi no longer hesitated, put away the other 2 time realm fruits, and at the same time held the level 7 time realm fruit in his hand. Inside the warship, Song Qi sat upright, trying his best to adjust his state. After dozens of minutes, he swallowed the 7th level time realm fruit without hesitation. At a certain moment, the speed in the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong seemed to slow down, and after a while, it suddenly accelerated. At the same time, Song Qi had a lot of insights about the law of time in his mind. He didn't need to comprehend it deliberately. This kind of insight was like instinct, deeply engraved in his mind. 2 hours later, Song Qi, who felt extremely dizzy, stood up from his cross-legged sitting position. After continuous absorption, he had successfully obtained the long-desired law of time. The dark energy in his body flowed, and when it gathered at the center of his eyebrows, a ray of light flashed, and a vertical eye opened at the center of Song Qi's eyebrows. After the martial arts heavenly eye was opened, the power of the law of time that was flowing could be clearly seen. As he had thought before, The initial perception of the law of time given by the 7th level time realm fruit was exactly 40%. In other words, as soon as he obtained the law of time, he directly stepped into the threshold of the law of success. If it were other creatures, they would be envious. Song-Chi then spent more than 10 minutes to familiarize himself with the law of time he had just mastered. It must be said that the secret technique of martial arts, Heavenly Eye, was powerful. It actually completely separated the law of time from the two laws in the double pupils. And there was no conflict between the two. Song-Chi was very satisfied with this. After all, from then on, he could be considered a true time and space practitioner, which was extremely rare in the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the entire human civilization. After getting familiar with the time law of Zhongqing, he turned his attention to another one. In fact, in addition to the above 3 reasons, there is a 4th reason for this exit. After taking back the warship, he went straight to the inner side of the market along the central street. When he arrived in front of the ultra-long-range space gate random release platform, which was also enhanced to level 57, Song-Chi stopped. Yes, the new market transaction has been buffered and is waiting for him to open it. With his mind turning, the market configuration that had been silent for a month was activated again. Hundreds of light points shot up into the sky and rushed through the virtual sea to different star fields in the Broken Star Sea. Not long after, the same number of space vortex portals appeared at the entrance of the market. At the same time, the 4-story inn next to the freestall area also appeared with waves of space fluctuations, and many Shanghai aliens holding market tokens appeared in the corresponding token rooms. But in just a few dozen minutes, the whole market became completely lively. As usual, Song-Chi did not have high expectations for this market transaction. After all, in the past 70 years, market transactions were very dull. Except for the regular income brought each time, there were no surprises at all. But this time was different. Some real episodes happened. Chapter 520 Black Ultimate Emperor's Tomb of the Void Sea First. The goblin Luke, who has lived in the market for nearly 300 years, has taken a lot of life-extending spiritual objects to prolong his life, finally successfully completed his 4th life sublimation, officially becoming a 4th-level creature in the Star Sea, and with his specially modified goblin war god mecha, his combat power is quite good among the 4th-level units. However, Song-Chi shook his head, and was not optimistic about this Luke. With the huge amount of income provided by the market every month, and the convenience provided by the God's Kingdom player trading space, he still relied on the life-extending spiritual objects to barely support his 4th life sublimation, which was enough to show his poor talent. Besides, goblins are short-lived creatures, with a lifespan of only about 1/3 of that of creatures of the same level. Even if they are promoted to the 4th level this time, their lifespan is only 600 years. At their current age of 300, it is basically impossible for them to continue to strive for the 5th life sublimation. In addition to Luke, what surprised Song-Chi even more was the half-rat man. I remember that this person was only at the 3rd level when he first entered the market more than 100 years ago, and he was promoted to the 4th level not long after that. And when he entered the market this time, the aura he exuded had reached the 5th level. The speed of his promotion was so fast that it was not exaggerated. This is not the key point. The reason why he paid great attention to him was that when he entered the market this time, the half-rat man did not rush to set up his source stone stall, but rushed to the rare item exchange shop. Since the other party had paid attention to the only black rare item Mother Chi stone of all things in the rare item exchange shop decades ago, Song-Chi directly focused most of his attention on him. Could it be? He was not disappointed. After rushing into the shop, the 5th level half-rat man asked directly about everything about Mother Chi stone of all things. His body was shining, and he quickly took out an item from his body. Although it was only one item, it made Song-Chi's eyes suddenly shine. What this 5th level half-rat man took out was an item that emitted a dark light. His mind was focused, and the power of the market law was quickly mobilized. Before the 5th level half-rat man could speak, Song-Chi had quietly obtained the relevant properties of this new black ultimate wonder. Wonder, Void Sea Emperor's Tomb. Quality, black. Transformable, Void Sea Projection Emperor's Tomb. Note, an ancient Void Emperor in the Divine Realm continent was buried in the depths of the Void Sea. After experiencing the invasion of the infinite space power of the Void Sea, his Emperor's Tomb was finally transformed into a black ultimate wonder. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. This inspection directly accelerated Song-Chi's heartbeat. This is a black wonder that can be transformed into a shipborne component. For Captain Shinhua, This is more important than anything else. At this time, the voice of the 5th level half-rat man in the middle of the shop was heard. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Market, I wonder if this same level wonder of the Star Sea can be exchanged for the Mother Chi Stone of all things. Song Chi did not rush to reply, and the shipborne component attributes of this Emperor's Tomb of the Void Sea had already appeared in his eyes. Emperor's Tomb of the Void Sea Projection LD0 Quality, Black. Features, Emperor's Stone of Void Sea Projection Feature 2. When the warship level does not exceed the enhanced level of this component, the projection combat power is constant and equal to the main warship. Feature 3. Space Resistance plus 1200. Feature 4. The projection duration is constant and doubled. Feature 5. Virtual Real Conversion. Feature 6. Quadruple Projection. Consumption. 50/s, psionic points. Effect. After loading, when the warship is fighting in the virtual sea, all attributes are increased by 50%. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements. 50 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, 5,000 psionic energy points. Void Sea Projection Emperor Stone. Consumes 50,000 psionic energy points plus 1 low-level space energy crystal. Condenses a Void Sea Projection Emperor Stone, based on the blessing of the power of the Void Sea. Holding this Void Sea Projection Emperor Stone can actively summon the loaded warship to cross the Star Sea projection regardless of the distance. Lasting 15 by 2 minutes. Currently condensable. Number of Void Sea Projection Emperor Stones. 2/2. Note, after using it once, the Void Sea Projection Emperor Stone will be automatically damaged. Virtual Real Conversion. Consumes 200,000 psionic energy points. Let the projection of itself temporarily enter the entity state. Can take away the person who requested the projection, collect external objects, etc. Cooling time 72 hours. Quadruple Projection. Consumes 300,000 psionic points. Temporarily summons 4 full-strength projections of the main battleships to fight together. The 4 of them attack the enemy unit in a joint attack. Duration 20 minutes. Cooling time 10 years. Projection Parts. After reading the properties of the parts, Song Chi suppressed the excitement in his heart. Compared with other shipborne parts, projection parts obviously have the lowest increase in the combat power of the warship itself, which also calmed him down. However, compared with a piece of Mother Chi Stone of all things that is completely useless to itself, the value of this Emperor's Tomb of Virtual Sea Projection component is obviously far greater. The key is the last feature of this Emperor's Tomb of Virtual Sea Projection component, Quadruple Projection, which is a feature that actually improves combat power. It can summon 4 projections with 100% combat power of Tianxiu Sanqiong at any time to cooperate in combat with the current combat power of Tianxiu Sanqiong. After activating this feature, Song Chi is confident that he can defeat any enemy below the level of a master. Secondly, the Virtual Real Transformation feature is also very good. He can control the projection to transform into a real entity. Even if he is defeated, he can take the active summoner away. In a word, even if he cannot win, he can still run away with others. In addition, he can explore some dangerous places in the Star Sea by using puppet soldiers with the Projection Emperor Stone. Dangerous? If there is a great opportunity, he can try to bring it back by transforming it into a physical form. The key is that it will not threaten his own safety. It is absolutely a perfect feature for exploring some dangerous star regions and civilization ruins. Based on these, Song Chi thought about it, and finally agreed to the deal. As for asking for a higher price, this is not realistic. In fact, when it comes to the Golden Holy Land, each item is extremely rare, unless it is a set component like the Night Gem, or an item with special usage restrictions. It is basically a one-to-one exchange. After all, no one is a fool. Not to mention the Black Supreme Rare item. With the transaction completed, Song Chi successfully obtained the Emperor's Tomb projected in the Virtual Sea, and the Mother Chi Stone of all things was delivered to the 5th level Half-Rat Man. When the Half-Rat Man left the rare item exchange shop, Song Chi's eyes shifted away from the Emperor's Tomb projected in the Virtual Sea part, and fell back on the rare item exchange shop. To be more precise, he fell on the Eternal Night Gem. After decades, the New Moon Mistress did not know why, and she did not make any movement, which really surprised him. But what he didn't know was that this really couldn't be blamed on the New Moon Madam. The Moon God, the one believed in by the New Moon tribe, had been badly injured in a battle with Spider Mother Rose, and was still recovering in seclusion in the Kingdom of God, cutting off all contact with the outside world, and the New Moon Madam couldn't do anything about it. After this transaction, there were no other surprises in this market transaction, and 24 hours passed quickly. But there was a small surprise after the market transaction. After this transaction, the market had met all the conditions for promotion to LV58, and Song-Chi directly promoted it to LV58. In this case, the market of the heavens is only one step away from reaching the peak of the 5th level. The only thing to worry about is the accumulated transaction amount after the promotion to LV59. According to the previous rules, if you want to impact the next level, the accumulated transaction amount is definitely not a small number. I hope it won't be too exaggerated. It would be best if it can be achieved within 100 years. In this way, both myself and my family can ensure absolute safety in this red star continent. And I can get the 7th level time realm tree one day earlier. While muttering, Song-Chi entered the trading space of the players of the Kingdom of God again. And he found a big surprise. Lord of the Kingdom of God, purchased the neutron star debris at a high price. Task reward. For each neutron star debris handed in, you can choose an orange item in the item exchange shop. Task submission. Alone successfully submit a whole neutron star debris 3 days ago. In the trading space of players in the Kingdom of God, the most prominent information displayed on the central task light screen is this. Song-Chi was delighted when he saw this. This task was posted by him not long ago. Compared with the neutron star debris, which is like a chicken rib, the value of an orange item is obviously far beyond that. Song-Chi is deliberately purchasing it at a high price. There was no other way. With the current configuration of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the silver legendary quality of the ship's armor was actually a bit of a hindrance. In addition, for the next 100 years, or even longer, he would need to be active on the 8th level floating land of Red Star Continent, and he might be in danger at any time. Because of this, the neutron star core armor needed to evolve to the golden sanctuary quality as soon as possible. Just as he was about to wave his hand to take away the quest item, a whole set of neutron star debris, turned in by Aelin, a familiar figure appeared again in the player trading space. Goblin Luke. And Luke was holding a familiar neutron star debris in his hand. This neutron star debris exuded rich star energy, and it was probably an accidental harvest of the recent exploration of the Star Sea by Viscount Thor's mansion. Luke stepped forward step by step, and after successfully submitting the neutron star debris, he turned and came to the strange item exchange shop located in the player trading space of the Kingdom of God. What surprised Song-Chi was that, after struggling for a long time, Luke finally looked at a very special orange strange item. Special item, Vampire Marquee Bloodstone. Quality, orange. Transformable, none. Note, made from the essence and blood left behind by a 5th level Vampire Marquee after his death, it is an extremely special Star Sea special item. Seeing Luke choose this special item, Song-Chi guessed what he was thinking. He had a certain impression of this Vampire Marquee Bloodstone, because although it could not be transformed into a shipborne component, it had a special effect. It can transform the blood of creatures. And there is a certain chance that other Star Sea creatures will obtain part of the vampire bloodline. As a famous immortal species in the Broken Star Sea, vampires, once they obtain part of their bloodline, their life will be greatly improved. You know that your potential has been exhausted, and you want to use this Vampire Marquee Bloodline Stone to take a chance. It's a good idea. But Song-Chi shook his head slightly. Not too optimistic. Although this Vampire Marquee Bloodline Stone does have this effect, the chance of successful transformation is pitifully small. And even if the real transformation is successful, it will also be accompanied by a small sequelae. If not, how could he put it in the strange exchange shop? There are now nearly 200 4th Order Elders. And many of them are near the large limit. It's so easy to use, is it not good to give them directly to them? Certainly, if it can be successful, it can also effectively extend life. Take the short-lived species such as the land. For example, successful obtaining some vampires, although it cannot be allowed to have a long life as long as a long species, but at least allow them to reach the normal level of the same class. For Luke, if he can really transform successfully, with his current level of 4th Order life form, his lifespan can at least reach 2,000 years, which is the normal level of 4th Order Star Sea creatures. In this way, he will have enough time to try to reach the 5th level later. Song-Chi retracted his thoughts, and did not think about it anymore. In fact, he hoped that Luke could succeed. After all, he was an old customer of the market. Moreover, Song-Chi was still quite interested in the Goblin War God V-type mecha of the Viscount's mansion behind him. The Wushan V-type mecha has a 5th level combat power. The key is that it is equipped with a silver V-type magic Wushan cannon, which has extremely good firepower. If 3,000 of them can be equipped on the Tianshu Sanqiong, the deterrent power will surge when the fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machine feature is activated in the future, which will pose a considerable threat to the 7th level dominant creatures. However, with only the financial and material resources of the Silver Goblin Empire, although it has the complete production technology of this Wushan V-type mecha, it is unlikely to mass produce it. What Song Qi wants is the detailed structural drawing of the mech. Even the constructor of the mech of martial arts mechs is even higher. If you can get it, he believes that his research institute should be able to overcome it quickly. But this level of mech constructor, it belongs to the top level in the Porjo mansion. Want to get it? I can only see whether Luke can succeed. If it can be successful, ignore the sequelae of the vampire. Its status in the Pure's palace will definitely be unlimited. It is possible to get the constructor of the martial arts 5 mech for him. Exit the Divine Kingdom player trading space. Song Qi first merged 2 neutron star debris into the neutron star core armor, making the evolution progress of this silver ship armor reach May 10th. After that, he loaded the Imperial Tomb of Virtual Seed projection parts, and strengthened it all the way to the 7th level. After LV70, in addition to the increase of all attributes of the warship from 50% to 120% when fighting in the Virtual Sea, the most important thing is the quadruple projection feature. Its duration increased from 20 minutes to 50 minutes, and the cooling time reduced from 10 years to 3 years. In this case, including the effects of the 2 components Pajuo Zen Seal and Time Chess, its final cooling time will be only more than 4 months, which can be regarded as a trump card that can be used at any time on the Tianshu Sanqiong. After dealing with these, Song Qi returned to Longyuan City. Soon after, he received the news that the Starry Sky Dragon Shark had completely recovered, and the huge machine of the Song family Hidden Vein soon began to operate at full capacity. In the Longyuan Hall, more than 30 Hidden Vein elders gathered, and the external action plan was about to begin. Chapter 521 Attack. Longyuan Outer City, Outward Teleportation Point. As the saying goes, 100 precautions can lead to a loophole. In order to prevent this, Longyuan Hidden Vein leaders sealed the ground entrance of Longyuan City nearly 2,000 years ago. After that, Longyuan Hidden Vein members only had one way to enter and exit the underground city, the Teleportation Star Gate. At this moment, in the teleportation room of the outer city, more than 30 figures gathered. They were all the core members of the entire Longyuan Hidden Vein above the 4th level. I'll emphasize it one last time. This time, in front of the crowd, Song Shirshing and Song Yao were still giving their final instructions. The crowd moved to the left, facing Song Qi, who was still a little confused. Song Yen took the initiative to explain. This underground Stargate transmission room is the only way for the tribe members to enter and exit the station. Of course, there are 5 Stargate transmission rooms in the entire Longyuan City, located in the 4 districts of the outer city: East, West, South and North, and 1 in the core area. They have one thing in common. Although the other Stargates they are connected to are located in different areas, they are at least 100 light years away from Longyuan City. Hearing this, Song Qi's expression did not change, but he agreed with the necessity of this method in his heart. Through this way of entry and exit, even if the alien race accidentally discovered their whereabouts, at most, they would only expose the outer transmission points, and would never put Longyuan City to death. Song Qi even guessed that it was probably thanks to this cautious way of entry and exit that the Hidden Vein Longyuan City had never been exposed in the past 2,000 years. What Song Yen said afterwards also verified this point. Before adopting this way of entry and exit, Longyuan City had been discovered by alien races several times. Although the Veins tried their best to make up for it later, it was mainly because the alien civilizations that were found stationed there were weak. Once discovered by those advanced civilizations, Longyuan City would inevitably be completely overthrown. That's why there was an easier way of entry and exit nearly 2,000 years ago. During the conversation between the two, Song Shirshing's words of entrustment had also ended. This transmission room located in the northern area of the outer city was soon shrouded in space fluctuations. After a slight space fluctuation, Song Qi and more than 30 people from Imai disappeared in the transmission room, leaving only Song Yao to stay behind. North of Longyuan City, 132 light-years away, a desert several thousand meters deep. This is also an underground stone chamber, with a large area and a length, width and height of more than 10,000 meters. In the corner of this stone chamber, there is also a Zulu ship docked. As the space wave passed, when seeing Song Shirshing leading dozens of people, the hatch of the Zulu ship in the corner opened. A middle-aged clan member came out with respect and excitement. As a 4th-level clan elder of the Hidden Vein, although he has been stationed at this teleportation point for more than 7 years, it is still very easy to contact the station through the warship communication components. If there is any emergency, how can he urgently notify the Vein? Could it be that if something happens, the underground teleportation point that has been opened up with a lot of manpower and material resources will be directly destroyed? For this reason, he had already received the notice from Longyuan City, knowing that after walking on thin ice for more than 2,000 years, the family finally ushered in the opportunity for comprehensive development in this Red Star continent. Song Shirshing spoke to calm the somewhat agitated elder. And then he turned his gaze and looked at an old man behind him. The old man's name was Song Tian Song, and he was the 4th-level elder with the highest seniority in the Hidden Vein. After receiving the signal, Song Tian Song nodded slightly, and then he summoned his own ship. After boarding the warship, dozens of beams of light poured out of the warship and accurately penetrated into the bodies of all the core members of the tribe. No one resisted, and they all knew that this was a link mark issued by a Silver Group concealment component. After the link was completed, Song Shirshing led the team to the exit of the transmission room. After rushing out of the underground, a group of more than 30 people appeared in the desert, which also meant that they had escaped from the cover of the medium-sized combined illusion space. However, with the blessing of the group concealment components activated in advance, there was no need to worry about being discovered by the aliens that might exist around. Swish, swish, swish. The light flashed, and soon more than 30 Shinhua warships with a length of at least 3,000 meters appeared in the desert sky. However, in the eyes of other creatures, there was nothing unusual. The primary target this time is the Fire Crow Mountains, which are more than 600 light-years away. Now everyone listen to the order. The space jump begins to charge. I have to admire the effect of the Silver Group's hidden components. More than 30 Shinhua warships jumped one after another, and there was no space fluctuation before and after. When they successfully arrived at the outer area of the Fire Crow Mountains, the Fire Crow tribe, which has a population of more than 1 million, did not notice any abnormality. At the front of more than 30 warships, Dehai Xinglong, the main control room, Song Shirshing's mind turned, and he activated the cloud peeping disc component on the warship that had just been sent from the Dragon Ridge continent more than 100 years ago. As soon as the cloud peeping feature was triggered, Song Shirshing deliberately presented the detection image projected from the depths of the Fire Crow Mountains in the distance in the magnetic wave communication group chat, which allowed all the core members to clearly see the specific situation in the depths of the Fire Crow Mountains. It's that 6th-level Fire Crow. It absorbs the majestic geothermal energy in the depths of the Fire Crow Mountains. Except for the 6th-level Fire Crow, the entire Fire Crow clan of more than a dozen 5th-level Fire Crows are all in the Fire Crow Mountains, and none of them have gone out. Xingzhu, you can start. Looking at the images that appeared in the communication group chat, a group of clan members spoke one after another, especially when they saw the 6th-level Fire Crow with an amazing wingspan deep underground in the Flame Mountain range. Everyone was even more eager to move. Since the 6th Order and 5th Order Fire Crows are both there, it means that the silver fire seed that can be transformed into an upgraded fire source is also likely to be there. In addition, as long as all the high-order Fire Crows of the Fire Crow clan are eliminated, the subsequent concealment time will be longer, which also means that they will have more time to act. In comparison, Song Qi, who was read in the Sky Ruined Sky, was a little impressed. The cloud peeping feature of this cloud peeping disc is quite similar to the Eye of Heaven feature of Eye of Heaven, and it seems that the effect is even stronger. After all, deep in the geothermal eruption point, there is a strong geomagnetic interference, but the effect of this cloud peeping is not affected at all. After a brief sigh, Song Qi quickly turned back. Even though the cloud peeping feature is not affected by the geomagnetic field, its specific detection distance is far from comparable to the Eye of Heaven. According to Xingzhu, the cloud peeping feature, which has been strengthened to level 60, has a maximum detection distance of only 100 million kilometers, compared with the Eye of Heaven that can detect tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of light years away. It is a world of difference. Before he could think about it anymore, Song Shirshing's voice had already sounded in the group chat. Xiaoqi, let's do a double blockade together. It will be safer this way. Understood? Soon. Ding Kong Locking Heaven Seal and Ding Hai Xinglong, a space blockade component of the same quality, were activated one after another. Not long after, a high-level fire crow in the center of the Fire Crow Mountains in the distance finally noticed something was wrong. A 5th-level fire crow rushed out of the Fire Crow Mountains, and when it flew up to the sky, a large amount of blazing flames gushed out of its fiery red body with a wingspan of 10,000 meters, rushing straight into the depths of the sky. Buzz! Under the impact of this blazing flame energy, the inner space barrier activated by the Ding Hai Xinglong dreadnought was slightly touched, and subtle space fluctuations were derived. But after all, it was only a 5th-order fire crow, and this flame could not shake the space barrier set up by the silver parts that were strengthened to the 6th order. As if sensing the excellence of this space barrier, the 5th-order fire crow in the sky gathered its flames, and a cry came out of its mouth the next second. However, although it sounded like a cry at first, when it finally spread, it turned into a common language in the Star Sea. This is a vassal of the Flame Bird clan, the territory of the Great Fire Crow clan. Which tribe is so presumptuous here? As soon as the voice fell, an extreme beam of light was already triggered from the void. Swoosh! A dazzling beam of light pierced through the void, and before the 5th-level fire crow could react, it instantly blew up its entire head. After being killed by a single blow, the giant corpse of the 5th-level fire crow fell helplessly. This scene alarmed the millions of fire crows in the Fire Crow Mountains. Densely packed red figures flew out of the mountains, and rushed towards the more than 30 warships of the Song family that had exited their hidden state. However, the warships of the Song family did not rush to attack. Only the ship of Song Tian Song in front was charging the ship's gun attack characteristics. In a short moment, 42 giant quantum sword lights converged in front of him, which was the Tai Quantum Sword formation feature of the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of fire crows were soaring into the sky in the distance. They gathered together, which was the perfect time for the group attack feature of the Tai Quantum Sword formation to show its power. That's right. The Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort was unloaded and loaned out by Song Qi with a Tianming Sinan Pan without damage. Although this Tiansong elder was 100 or 200 years younger than Song Tianhao and Song Tianshu, he was about to reach the end of his life. Taking advantage of the last chance, he wanted to try to attack the battleship. Since this was the case, Song Shishing would naturally not stop him. He took advantage of this opportunity to make full use of the millions of fire crows of the Fire Crow clan. 42 quantum sword lights roared out and swept into the hundreds of thousands of red fire crows. Song Tiansong's ship kept ringing reminders, and the promotion success rate of the battleship promotion task panel that had just been opened was also slowly increasing. In addition to the Tai Quantum Sword formation, everyone waited for Song Tiansong to activate the attack characteristics of all the ship guns on the ship. And then he took action. Circles of energy explosions and shock waves swept across, and the 6th level fire crow, located under the mountain, was finally startled. A sharp cry came from deep underground in the Fire Crow mountain range, and then a giant red phantom rose into the sky. However, before the senior 6th level creature could unleash all its strength, 2 special chains emerged from the void and accurately entangled it one after another. The Bloodstained God Chain of the Binding God Chain and the Sky Prisoner Chain of the Fixed Sky Locking Heaven Seal are red and silver, and they have all been strengthened to the upper limit of the component major level, and the binding force of the two can be imagined. In an instant, the 6th order fire crow that soared into the sky completely paused. No matter how much it stimulated the fire law and energy in its body, it was difficult to break free from the constraints of the 2 chains in a short period of time. A few seconds later, 3 beams of light pierced through the sky. The 3 beams came from 3 different warships: Song Qi's Tianshu Songqiong, Song Shishing's Ding Hai Xinglong, and Song Yan's Qian Zhuhai. But what's interesting is that although all 3 used attack characteristics, they were only main gun attack characteristics, not super main guns. This also resulted in the last 6th order fire crow being only seriously injured, and not being directly killed. However, this was the purpose of the 3 people, and the final blow was left to Song Tiansong, with the 6th order fire crow being easily killed. It was only a matter of time to clean up the other fire crows. Fortunately, at this time, each Song family warship released 10 Hellfire mechas, with the assistance of more than 300 4th order Hellfire mechas. The cleaning speed was greatly improved. A few hours later, The entire Fire Crow clan was completely cleaned up by the Song family, and the collection and inventory of resources in the entire Fire Crow mountain range were also completed. Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chat. The elder in charge of the inventory work quickly sent the inventory data in the group chat. The initial resources collected this time are as follows. Star Sea wonders exceed 4 digits. Among them, there is 1 strand of silver upgraded fire source, 5 strands of red upgraded fire source, 26 strands of orange upgraded fire source. There is also a silver wonder that can convert energy shield, 32 red wonders, 310 orange wonders, and purple and below wonders are close to 5 digits. 2 strands of 7th level floating land origin, 800 strands of 6th level floating land origin, 120,000 strands of 5th level floating land origin. There is also a gold attribute law crystal, a soil attribute law crystal, some fire attribute materials, hundreds of thousands of tons of various mineral resources. Finally, a large fire cloud crystal vein, a medium-sized fire copper vein, 7 small fire attribute veins. Song-Chi quickly lost interest after scanning these data. The most valuable of these things is the silver upgraded fire source. But unfortunately, he no longer needs it. What surprised Song-Chi was that, compared to the Tianqing civilization, the Fire Crow clan was much richer, although it has a 6th level unit. Don't forget that they also need to continue to pay tribute to the Flame Bird clan above. In the end, Song-Chi could only attribute it to the fact that the 8th level floating land itself is rich in resources far beyond the ordinary, which made Song-Chi even more excited. According to everyone in the Hidden Vein, the Fire Crow clan has not occupied the Fire Crow Mountains for a long time. It is a new tribe that has appeared in the Red Star continent in the past 1,000 years. A tribe with only 1 6th level unit in charge, and has only developed for more than 1,000 years, has a foundation far beyond the 10,000-year-old Tianqing civilization. What about other 6th level alien civilizations? Just thinking about it, the discussion in the group chat has already started. Song Shirshing undoubtedly took the silver upgraded fire source directly. I won't be polite with this silver upgraded fire source. Naturally, no one objected to this. After all, if Song Shirshing can upgrade the Seed of Fire to silver quality, the combat power of the ship will be greatly improved, which is crucial for the entire Hidden Vein. After Song Shirshing took the upgraded fire source, everyone looked at Song Yin and Song Chi. However, the result was really unexpected. The two of them shook their heads. Chapter 522 Chaos Mission. The two people said the same thing. They didn't need it for now, so they would convert it into merit points first, and exchange it for something they needed later. As for the choices of Song Chi and the other members of the Hidden Vein did not interfere too much. After the subsequent distribution was completed, under the leadership of Song Shirshing, they did not linger and quickly rushed to the next place in the plan. The Song family's action lasted for a full month, until the Flame Bird clan discovered that the Fire Crow clan had been massacred, and took the initiative to respond. Then all the core members of the Hidden Vein withdrew to Longyuan City. Ha ha. Cool. You don't know how satisfying it was to bombard the Sword Slave clan with artillery fire. They ambushed and killed 2 4th level elders of my Song family. This time, we directly raised a medium-sized sword bone city, killed 3 5th level sword slaves, and there were more than 20 4th level sword slaves. Who said it wasn't? It's a pity that several sword bone clan with 6th level sword slaves can activate the 10,000 slave sword bone formation. Even if the Star Dragon Shark is released, it will be difficult to break through in a short time. Otherwise, several 6th level sword slaves will be killed. That's unnecessary. The Star Dragon Shark is not suitable for the time being. This attack is just to plunder some special resources and avenge the past. The greatest value of this Red Star continent is still those large or even giant resource veins, as well as the 8th level Origin Eruption Eye and the Star Sea aliens that can be seen everywhere. These all require the development of our own cities. And if you want to build a sufficiently stable city, we must have a dominant creature to sit in charge. In the city we build later, the Star Dragon Shark will also be the symbol of the entire city. In this way, the key is to be a neutral person who does not act casually and only maintains the order of the city. Besides, the Sword Bone City that we raise to the ground has extra gains. Speaking of this, someone on the side laughed and said, "That's true. Who would have thought that the other party had just mined a whole pure Yang Jade vein? So many 10,000-year pure Yang Jade. All cheap to us. This thing is one of the special resources that the cruiser may use to attack the Zulu ship. In the future, the probability of the tribe members attacking the Zulu ship should be greatly improved. As soon as they returned to Longyuan City, a group of core members began to discuss various things. Their words were all about this action, and some discussions about the arrangements in the veins in the future. When they returned to Longyuan Palace together, Song Shishing's order was quickly issued. This action has attracted the attention of many dominant creatures such as the Flame Bird Lord and the Sword Slave Lord. In the next period of time, try not to go out, and wait until the impact subsides. Understood? I will obey the order of the ancestor. After leaving Longyuan Palace, Song Qi was about to return to his residence. Although he did not gain much from this external action, he did not gain nothing. For example, the whole bottle of more than 60 drops of time marrow fluid in his hand was obtained from the treasure house of a medium-sized civilization after destroying it 5 days ago. Together with the production of the cultivation secret realm in these years, it is enough to strengthen the time chest parts to level 60. At this time, a call suddenly came from behind. Brother? Turning around, he saw that it was Song Yin who called him. Song Qi looked normal, but he was a little surprised. After 5 years, and the previous month of cooperation, Song Qi knew a lot about his brother of the same generation. This man was not an ordinary person. He was about 50 years older than himself. He was about 330 years old now. However, the scary thing was that not only had his guiding technique reached the peak of the 5th level, but even his own seed of fire had long been promoted to silver quality. There is another point that surprised Song Qi. Song Yin's fire law has already reached a great success. He doesn't know the exact number, and his double pupils can't tell. But just these few points are enough to prove his horror. You have to know that he has the golden finger of Zutian market, which is why he can reach this level in more than 200 years. However, Song Qi has also heard Song Wujiang casually mention that Song Yin seems to have obtained a very powerful alien civilization inheritance during an exploration of an alien star domain when he was in the 2nd level. So he has achieved such achievements now. The more specific details are not clear yet. Brother, what's wrong? Song Qi's thoughts raced. But he spoke quickly, and he didn't show any abnormality. Song Yin didn't rush to answer, but said, "Don't worry. Go to my place first." The two came to Song Yin's house. And before Song Qi could speak again, Song Yin had already activated a special isolation area. Just when Song Qi's heart was startled, Song Yin gently waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm mainly on guard against Xingzhu. This operation has just ended, and he definitely doesn't want us to go out again." Hearing this, Song Qi's heart moved. "Brother, do you mean you want to go out for a while?" Song Yin nodded. Seeing Song Qi frowning quickly, he hurriedly continued, "Listen to me first." Song Qi was silent for a moment, wanting to hear what Song Yin wanted to do. "7th brother, are you interested in going out to do something big?" Song Qi did not speak, just looked at Song Yin quietly. Seeing this, Song Yin coughed lightly, and could only continue, "It's like this. 10,000 light years away from the east of Longyuan City, there is an alien civilization called the Star Spirit Clan. Although they are an advanced civilization." The moment he heard the 4 words advanced civilization, Song Qi's interest in his heart dropped a lot. With a master sitting in charge, plus the accumulation of time, this kind of civilization usually has some extremely amazing trump cards. Even with the double guarantee of the Star Dragon Shark and market projection, there is still a certain probability of something going wrong, which Song Qi cannot accept. As if he saw what Song Qi was thinking, Song Yan's voice quickened. "Listen to me, first of all. The time that the master of the Star Spirit Clan was promoted to the 7th level is not long. He is considered a new master." Speaking of this, Song Qi remained silent. With the golden finger of Zutian market, which makes a fortune every month, he is most concerned about being cautious. In addition, he is not short of money for the time being, so there is really no need to take the initiative to provoke other dominant creatures. Unless, like the new Moon Mistress, there is a dominant of the same level to attack together, the enemy unit is seriously injured, and the whole process is attacked by the projection of the market. But the next sentence Song Yin added, which made him more interested. "Secondly, the Star Spirit Clan is a group bred by the special power of stars. They are born with a high affinity for various stars and celestial bodies, especially those left over from the multiverse era." Hearing this, Song Qi already understood what the other party meant. "Brother, you mean the Star Spirit Clan collects neutron star debris?" Song Yin nodded quickly. "It's absolutely true. and there are more than 1 or 2 copies. According to the slaves I have placed in it, there should be more than 3 copies. As if he hadn't finished speaking, Song Yen added again, in addition to the neutron star debris, there are also black hole dense stones. Besides, it's not just the 2 of us who are taking action this time. I have 2 friends here with strong combat power. Later, we only need to let the Star Dragon Shark stop the Star Spirit Overlord for a moment, which will be enough for us to complete the task. Song Chi fell into silence. He was weighing the pros and cons. Using a real market projection order, it represents a silver wonder. Will it be profitable or loss in the end? Market projection order requires a silver wonder. And according to Song Yen, the follow-up action is for 4 people. All the gains need to be divided equally. It is a question whether it can make a profit. After all, according to Song Yen, the Star Spirit clan has been promoted to the 7th level not long ago. Their own foundation is far inferior to that of conventional advanced civilizations. And with the 7th level Star Spirit Overlord, it is impossible to take away all the other parties' foundation. So, it is hard to say whether there will be 4 silver wonders. After a moment of hesitation, Song Chi finally decided to give it a try. He did not do anything else, but simply wanted to get the neutron star debris in the hands of the Protoss, plus some black hole dense stones. Both of these things are quite rare. If he really relied on himself to search slowly, he didn't know how long it would take. Speaking of the neutron star debris, it is the key to upgrade the neutron star core armor to gold quality. Naturally, the more the better. Okay, can you set a specific time? Seeing Song Chi agreed, Song Yen was still very happy, and a visible smile appeared on his face. Okay, with your joining, Old 7. This matter is almost certain. As for the specific time, my friend hasn't reminded me yet, but it should be in the next few months. The 2 reached a consensus, and Song Chi did not stay any longer, and quickly returned to his residence. In the underground battleship summoning room, he took out the time marrow fluid and strengthened the time chest component to level 60. With this strengthening, the universal cooling of the component was further improved, from 40% to 45%. But Song Chi did not look very happy. Compared to the time chest, he was more interested in the possible time chessboard. But since he got the second time chest from Pan Ying, he never got any other effective results. In the past few decades, he explored the alien star domain more than 100 times, but he never saw any hints on the Destiny C Nanpan territory. In this case, how could he not feel uncomfortable? Fate. Hack your fate. With the golden tracking component Destiny C Nanpan in his hand, it is difficult to find the existence of other time chest components. Rely on fate? After complaining a few words in his heart, Song Chi did not think about it anymore. He recalled the battleship and went to the market. In the sky above Zutian Market, Song Chi sat on the shadow of the starry sky throne, with the enlightenment cushion fake under him. In front of him, there was a trace of the time law that disappeared. With the help of his double pupils, he tried his best to comprehend the new time law, compared with the 2 laws of space and light, which were close to perfection. It was naturally much easier to comprehend the time law, which had only reached 40%. The reason why he suddenly thought of comprehending the law, apart from his daily practice tasks, was more stimulated by Song Yen, the captain of the battleship, who was over 300 years old, had mastered the law of great success fire, and seemed to have walked a long way on the road to great success. This was no joke. Time passed, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Song Chi returned to Longji Continent. It was not that something happened in Longji Continent, but that the Yaoguang Star Order placed here received a message. Originally, Song Chi thought someone took the initiative to tag him, but when he opened the Star Order group chat, he found that it was not the case. Number 3 Corpse Dog, tag all members. There is a new Chaos mission in the tower. Those who are interested can log in and take a look. Scanning this message, Song Chi raised his eyebrows. Chaos mission, as the name suggests, is a special mission issued by the Yaoguang Star Tower, and the reward includes the number of times the Chaos Monument is perceived. Song Chi had already exhausted the number of times the Chaos Monument was perceived, so he naturally had a lot of interest. He changed his mind and quickly logged into the Star Tower with projection. Sure enough, they are all very interested in the Chaos mission. Looking at the more figures gathered in the Star Tower hall than ever before, Song Chi thought to himself. When he stepped to the Star Tower mission window, he soon saw the Chaos mission pinned to the top. Mission: Secret Realm Exploration. Restrictions: Level 5 and below Xinhua Captains. Mission Introduction: A Deputy Hall Master of the Big Dipper main hall accidentally discovered a special secret realm while exploring an alien star domain. The specific information of the secret realm is still unclear. Mission Reward: Star Tower Mall points are awarded according to the exploration harvest. Those who submit important secret realm information may be awarded the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Monument at their discretion. Chapter 523 Level 8 City of Holy Light. After carefully checking this top task, Song-Chi was not in a hurry to accept it. Generally speaking, if the Star Tower actively identifies it as a chaos task, it means that this task is not simple, or it involves a great deal of effort, or it is priceless. According to Song-Chi's guess, this secret realm that can only allow a level 5 battleship captain to enter at most is at least a top-level primitive secret realm, and it is even likely to be a cosmic secret realm. The value of this level of secret realm is naturally inestimable, which can be seen from the previous time realm tree secret realm. Under this premise, it would be a lie to say that he has no interest. But Song-Chi did not lose his composure. He clearly saw the key point in the mission introduction, that the specific information is still unclear. An unknown high-level secret realm has a great possibility of containing dangers, even if the level of this secret realm is not lower than that of the market secret realm. Market Projection Order. Star C Market Order will be difficult to take effect in it. In addition, the time agreed with my elder brother Song Yin is approaching. If I accept this chaos mission at this time, I will have to temporarily break the contract. Forget it. Let's wait until we finish dealing with the actions of the star spirits. By then, the mission information on the Star Tower should be basically clear. Having made a decision, Song-Chi turned around. Coincidentally, a figure appeared again on the landing stone platform. Jingja, how is it? Gary Farandy walked down the landing platform and asked Song-Chi, who turned around. Song-Chi shook his head. Wait a little longer. Gary had obviously logged in once, and this was his second login. He already knew the content of the mission. Do you want to wait until the secret realm information is updated before accepting it? Seeing Song-Chi nod, Gary obviously didn't think so. It will certainly be much safer by then, but it's not certain whether you can borrow the mission again. Xian Hu, Hong and I have all accepted the mission. We will go together to explore later. If you change your mind, we can team up together. Song-Chi naturally understood what Gary meant, because the person who discovered the secret realm was from the Beidou Palace. If nothing unexpected happens, this mission should be issued to the entire Beidou 7 palaces. If it is really delayed for a long time, it may not be possible to continue to accept it later. However, Song-Chi still shook his head, and was unwilling to take this risk. Seeing his firm expression, Gary did not say much about this matter, but changed the subject and said, anyway, there is still some time before the official departure. Let's see. Chatting with the members of the Star Tower along the way, Song-Chi found that there were not many members who accepted the mission. In addition to Gary, Red Fox, and Black Fox, there were only 1 or 2 people. However, it is not that all members are as cautious as Song-Chi, but that Yoguang Star Tower does not have many members. Including Song-Chi, there are only 30 people in the Star Tower at present. Excluding more than 10 fearless captains, there are only 15 people who can meet the requirements. In addition, there are 3 people who are unable to leave, and members like Song-Chi, Yu Long, and Bai Mei who are not very interested. In fact, there are only a few people who can accept the mission. This time, 5 people can accept it, which is not a small number. Originally, Song-Chi was going to stay at the Star Tower for a while. It was rare for all the members to be so together, and it would be good to have more people to build relationships. However, he let out a light exclamation, explained to the members beside him, and then logged out of the Star Tower. Longyuan City, Song-Chi walked out of his personal residence, looked at Song Yin who had been waiting here for a long time, and said, so soon? Song Yin nodded. Let's go, it will take some time to get to the Star Core City, and we have to go to another giant city to meet up with my 2 friends. The 2 walked all the way to the outer city on the east side of Longyuan, and then arrived at the family teleportation point located nearly 200 light-years away from the east of Longyuan City through the teleportation star gate. Without Song-Chi speaking, Song Yin did not summon his own ship, but directly entered the dimensional space stone. He had heard that the Tianshu Sanqiong was carrying a high-quality hidden state. In addition, through the dimensional space stone, There was no need to use the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate, nor did it consume the floating land source, which was very convenient. Inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl component was activated. The Mirage feature. Song Qi activated the battleship space jump without hesitation according to the coordinates provided by Song Yin. After the violent spatial fluctuations, the Tianxu Sangqiong disappeared in the sky. When it reappeared, it was thousands of light years away in the east. However, this was not the destination. The second jump component of the warship was activated immediately, and it jumped thousands of light years east again. On the second day, after the two jump devices and the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl were cooled, Song Qi started another jump. More than 8,000 light years east of Longyuan City, there is a vast plain called Enli, and in the center of this supergiant plain that stretches for several light years, there stands an ancient and majestic city. This is the City of Holy Light, a neutral city built by an angel king of the 8th rank. Outside the city, two warships over 10,000 meters long slowly approached. In the warship communication group chat, Song Yin carefully explained the information of this City of Holy Light to Song Qi. According to what Song Yin knew, this City of Holy Light was the most orderly neutral city in the area of tens of thousands of light years, and it was also one of the few 8th rank neutral cities on the Red Star continent, with a diameter of more than hundreds of thousands of light years. City of Holy Light was established more than 200,000 years ago. Since its establishment, the city has maintained good order and has a very good reputation. This is why Song Qi did not directly jump the Tianxu Sangqiong to the top of City of Holy Light, but brought Song Yin out of the dimensional space stone from a distance of 1 billion kilometers away, and flew slowly towards the city. With this terrifyingly large City of Holy Light as the center, the 10 billion kilometers radius is a restricted air zone, and only low-altitude flights are allowed, while direct space jumps, teleportation, high-altitude light speeding, etc. are all prohibited. However, this is also a means for the City of Holy Light to maintain order, and it is not to deliberately embarrass the alien races from the Star Sea. It can be seen that the surface of the Tianxu Sangqiong ship is obviously very different from before, not only because Song Qi took the initiative to remove the layer of Holy Light shield, but also because he used the ever-changing characteristics of the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl to cover it up. There is no way. When he heard Song Yin say that this City of Holy Light was created by an 8th level Angel King, he immediately removed the Angel Kingship Wings component and temporarily placed it in the Zhutian market. Are you kidding? This Golden Sanctuary component itself comes from a fallen 8th rank Angel King. If I don't keep it away first, who knows if it will be discovered by this living Angel King, if nothing happens. That would be great. But what if it is discovered? It will definitely cause all kinds of troubles. Song Qi naturally chose a safer method. Anyway, with the Heavenly Fate Compass plate this component is here, temporarily uninstalling the Angel Kingship Wings will not waste any resources. Let's go, my two friends are in the city. Song Yin called out, and the two of them controlled the battleship to rush to the city gate. Stop. Private warships are prohibited from entering the city. Suddenly, they were blocked. However, Song Yin had already informed him, and Song Qi was not surprised. Finally, he put on a layer of plasma shield, including a layer of Mayun Golden Vine armor. One of them has a 6th level defense level, and the Mayun Golden Vine armor is currently only 5th level. Song Qi was naturally not too reassured about this. After all, according to Song Yin, there are many 7th level masters in this City of Holy Light. Although the order in the city has always been very good, there have been examples of masters taking the initiative to attack. Fortunately, Song Yin, who had also recalled his ship, took the initiative to add a second layer of single-body shield to him. This is a silver quality flame shield enhanced to the 7th level, which can ensure your safety as much as possible. Hearing this, Song Qi felt relieved. 3 layers of physical shields, plus the spiritual palace given by the spiritual level Dragon Whale Palace, there should be no problem in terms of safety. But he did not relax, still activated Plasma Guardian, and also put a layer of plasma shield on Song Yin. After doing all this, the two of them walked into the gate of the City of Holy Light. As soon as they walked into this towering city with infinite light law patterns on the walls, to be honest, Song Qi was a little shocked. In comparison, whether it was the Dragon Bridge city built by the family on the Jiexing floating land, or the Silver Plate city on the Silver Plate floating land, they were not worth mentioning in front of this City of Holy Light. Just from the point of population, We can see the unattainable gap between them. According to Song Yin, the number of resident creatures in this city of holy light exceeds 10 billion. As soon as he entered the city, all kinds of alien races from the star sea came into view, including angels, vampires, sword slaves, humans, half-dragons, etc., which were all kinds of strange. Song Chi calmed down again after looking at the wide street in front of him that he thought was a square, and the large number of different alien creatures. He turned his eyes to Song Yin beside him, as if he understood what he was thinking. Song Yin nodded directly. Let's go shopping for a while. This city of holy light gathers more than tens of thousands of different alien races, and there are all kinds of items. If you are lucky, you should be able to find what you want. Song Chi naturally would not refuse, and began to walk around the stalls and shops around the street with Song Yin. Silver legendary item. Earth attribute intermediate law crystal. Ethereal crystal. Red fire item. Just by walking around a few of the countless streets in the city, Song Chi saw a lot of valuable things. 2 hours later, the two walked into a store called October Business Building. This is a large store located in the central city. It is said that behind it is the October civilization with the master of living things. It is precisely because of its good background that there are many fine goods in the store. Otherwise it would not attract Song Chi and the others to enter. As soon as they walked into the store, Song Chi and Song Yin were immediately attracted by the dazzling golden cabinet in the middle of the store. Among the cabinets, there was a golden holy quality item. Item, power gem. Quality, gold. Transformable, none. Note, a special gem derived from the arcane continent, which contains a huge amount of energy, but it is extremely difficult to use it. What a pity! Song Chi shook his head. The golden holy quality item was indeed the treasure of the store. But the golden holy quality item that could not be transformed into a shipborne component was basically worthless to Captain Xinhua. The two did not leave in a hurry, but carefully checked the shop. There were far more than one golden holy treasure in the arcane shop. After checking all the way, Song Chi suddenly stopped. What is the price of this sealing source stone? Soon. The clerk beside him gave the answer. My lord. 10 strands of the 6th level floating land origin. Hearing this, Song Chi bought the sealing source stone without thinking, until the value was completed. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For Captain Xinhua, sealing source stone is not unfamiliar. It is one of the special resources that may be used when a battleship is promoted to a dreadnought. With the sealing source stone in hand, 2 of the 4 special resources have been collected, which is naturally worth being happy about. After a stroll, Song Chi bought a large number of scarce resources in the market. These resources are extremely popular in the market and the trading space of players in the Kingdom of God. They can be sold at 10 times or even dozens of times the price. Song Chi has always bought as much as he can. When the time is almost up, Song Yin stopped Song Chi. There will be plenty of time to stroll later. Now come with me to meet those 2 friends. City of Holy Light, North City District. Following Song Yin, Song Chi soon met the so-called friend that Song Yin mentioned. The Illusion Mirror Clan? The moment he saw the other party's iconic mirror-shaped body, Song Chi had already recognized the other party's identity. Song Yan's introduction later further confirmed this point. 7th brother, these 2 are the geniuses of the Illusion Mirror Clan, Jing Ji and Jing Hu. This is my 7th brother. After a brief introduction, Song Chi also took the initiative to greet the 2 people in front of him, with a very good attitude. As far as he knew, the Illusion Mirror Clan was similar to the Xinhua human civilization, and was also a top advanced civilization in the Broken Star Sea, and they were very good at camouflage and concealment, which always made people hard to guard against on the battlefield. Then let's do this. We will formally attack the Star Spirit Clan in 7 days. You will hold back the Star Spirit Overlord. We will take the initiative to cover up for you, and try to keep your identities from being discovered. As for the subsequent gains, we will split them 46:46. Okay. After reaching an agreement, the 2 sides separated again, and agreed to meet at the city gate in 6 days. Brother, are these 2 people trustworthy? Song Chi asked a question that he had always wanted to ask in his heart. After all, they were aliens, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Absolute trust is impossible. But I have been working with these 2 for more than 100 years, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Since Song Yin had already spoken, Song Chi naturally didn't dwell on it. For the next 6 days, the 2 of them continued to stroll around the City of Holy Light. On this day, Song Chi's eyes showed something strange, and he saw a shop called Apocalypse Machinery. Chapter 524 Intermediate Intelligent Brain and Astrologer Civilization. Apocalypse Machinery? Looking at the name of the shop in front of him, Song Chi's mind was full of thoughts. Judging from the name of the shop, it is most likely a shop that specializes in selling mechanical products. I just don't know what kind of civilization is behind it. A mechanical civilization? Or a purely technological civilization? I hope it is a mechanical civilization, so that I may be able to buy the intermediate intelligent brain that I have never heard of. A lot of thoughts flashed through Song Chi's mind at once. When they walked into the shop door of Apocalypse Machinery with Song Yin, the first thing they saw was a number of mechas of different sizes. Among these mechas, there were humanoid mechas, beast-shaped mechas with stronger melee capabilities, special starships, floating land vehicles, etc. Song Chi even saw a simple model of a space mechanical fortress. These things have one common feature, which is that they are extremely eye-catching and have a sense of violent aesthetics. Through these products, Song Chi basically had the answer in his mind. It's really a shop of the mechanical civilization. It can produce so many medium and high-level mechanical creations, especially the interstellar mechanical fortress. Usually only the mechanical civilization can do it. Song Chi and the others looked very calm when they looked at these goods, and there was no heat in their eyes. For those rookies who don't know anything about it, maybe they will regard these things as treasures. In fact, their effects are indeed powerful, but as long as they have a certain understanding of the mechanical civilization, this view will change instantly. They will only regard them as a flood and beast, and their attitude towards them is basically to stay away from them. There is no way. Although the mechanical products made by the mechanical race are not weak in function, they are unstable. This instability does not refer to the instability of the working efficiency of the mechanical products, but the instability of safety. Most of the creations produced by the mechanical race civilization can be controlled by the mechanical race, turning these items that were originally just production and combat tools into mechanical combat units that are out of control in an instant. Just imagine, when fighting with the enemy, the weapon in your hand suddenly turns against you, turning you into a dead soul under the knife. The key is that such examples are not uncommon. There are many mechanical races that have won the civilization war through this means. Ignoring these products, Song Chi got straight to the point. Do you have an intermediate intelligent brain for sale? Soon, the mechanical race responsible for managing the shop gave a reply. Intermediate intelligent brains are only bartered, and do not support floating land origin transactions. If you have the intention to buy, please take out your trading chips, and this shop will evaluate the value by itself. Only barter. Song Chi frowned. Although he had a lot of resources, but it seemed that there was nothing that was of great use to the mechanical race. Thinking about it, he went out for a while, summoned a warship in a specific area of the city, and soon returned. However, when he returned to the Apocalypse Machinery shop, Song Chi had several more storage capsules in his hand. The 4 storage capsules were nothing but various mineral resources, which were all the various mineral resources needed by most mechanical civilizations recorded in the warship database. These resources were not precious, so he was not sure whether he could use them to exchange for intermediate intelligent brains. It is necessary to say that the mechanical family has advantages under the powerful computing power of the intelligent brain. It took a short time to complete the inventory of tens of thousands of mineral resources in the 4 storage capsules, and took the initiative to point out several key resources. Liquid silver, titanium. According to the several minerals pointed out by the other party, Song Chi left the shop again. When he entered the shop for the 3rd time, his face was somewhat helpless. The reason was that the several minerals pointed out by the other party were not stored in large quantities in the market. In the end, the manager of the mechanical family was only willing to take out 20 intermediate intelligent brains. But if the Sky Intelligence System parts want to be upgraded to level 70, at least 60 intermediate intelligence brains are needed, which is obviously not enough at the moment. Just when Song Chi was helpless, Song Yin took out an orange wonder from the Xinhua Zuqiu floating land origin core fusion body when he first explored the alien star field. Song Chi also got a piece of this origin core fusion body, but the one he got was purple quality, and the one Song Yin took out was orange quality. Seeing this wonder, the mechanical tribe store manager became quite interested, and finally Song Chi successfully got 50 intermediate intelligence brains again. Shortly after leaving the Apocalypse Machinery shop, Song Yin immediately reminded him, "7th brother, the intelligent brain is too variable. If you are not careful, It may take over your nest. You should be careful. Song Chi nodded and said, don't worry. There is an intelligent brain component on the Tianxu Sanqiong. These are used to strengthen that component. That's fine. Hearing that it was an intelligent brain component, Song Yan's worries instantly dissipated. Although intelligent brain components are far more powerful than ordinary intelligent brains, as components, they must be connected to the Xinhua Captain Xinhua Seed. Under the Xinhua Seed network interwoven by all Xinhua captains of the entire Xinhua human civilization. No matter what level of intelligent brain it is difficult to make a comeback. Even the intelligent brain components of colorful mythical quality are still not good enough. Just kidding. This is the power of the entire Xinhua human civilization. It can be said that the Xinhua Source Seed plus the Xinhua Seed network attached to the Source Seed is the foundation of the entire Xinhua human civilization. How can a single individual shake it? Astrology Tower? Is this also a special shop in the city? After coming out of the Apocalypse Machinery Shop, the two continued to stroll in the City of Holy Light. When they walked to a brand new street, Song Chi found that in the center of the street, there stood an ancient silver-white tower, which looked very extraordinary. In response to Song Chi's inquiry, Song Yan, who had visited the City of Holy Light many times in the past few hundred years, explained, well, I guess so, but this astrology tower does not sell all kinds of goods, but only does one thing. What? Astrology. Song Chi. When he suddenly heard the word astrology, Song Chi was full of doubts, until Song Yan explained again in a low voice, he suddenly understood. Astrology. Sounds good. Isn't it fortune-telling? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. The two of them were talking in a low voice. Song Chi was about to cross the tower. But at this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Then he stopped. Song Yan seemed to have discovered something and cast his eyes over. Why? Do you want to have a fortune-telling? With a determined look in his eyes, Song Chi nodded heavily. However, he did not rush into the ancient silver-white tower, but rushed to a specific area again to summon the Tianxu Sanqiong. Inside the warship, Song Chi took out the second time chess component obtained from panning from the Heavenly Fate compass plate, and then quickly recalled the warship. I hope it will be useful, he muttered, and accompanied by Song Yan, the two of them walked into the astrology tower. It had not been discovered in the outside world before, but the astrology tower seemed to be doing really good business. There were quite a few creatures coming to astrology. At least when Song Chi came in, there was already a long queue on the first floor. Taking advantage of the gap in the queue, Song Yan opened the isolation area around the two people, and then began to introduce the relevant information of the astrology tower. Behind the astrology tower is the advanced civilization astrology civilization. They are distributed in various neutral cities in this Red Star continent. However, the astrology tower in this Holy Light City is of a very high rank. It is said that it was built by a 7th rank astrologer himself. Brother, what do you mean? There is a 7th rank astrologer in this astrology tower under our feet? Can we persuade a 7th rank astrologer to do divination? Song Chi raised his voice a little. Originally, he did not have much hope for this astrology. After all, the time chess corresponding to the time chessboard parts are at least black quality. How can it be easily divined? However, if a master-level astrologer can come forward, then there may be a glimmer of possibility. However, Song Yan shook his head quickly. You think too much. Astrology, which has a certain impact on the lifespan of astrologers, when it comes to the level of 7th level astrologers, whose status is not high to the sky, let alone the masters of the same level, even the masters of the 8th level may not be able to invite them, let alone us. Hearing this, Song Chi sighed secretly. Who says it is not? Even in the previous life of Blue Star, those truly capable fortune-tellers, which one was not the guest of those big shots? During the conversation, it was finally Song Chi's turn. Beside him, Song Yan's eyes were filled with a hint of curiosity. He was curious about what Song Chi wanted to divine. What do you need to divine? On the first floor of the tower, at the astrologer's window, Song Chi hesitated for a moment after hearing the voice of the old astrologer coming from inside the window, and then handed over the silver light time chess in his hand. I want to divine. However, before he could finish his words, the astrologer behind the window had already quickly handed back the time chess, and explained, this is not something I can divine, you can go upstairs. Song Chi. Song Chi was speechless, thinking that he had queued for so long, and ended up queuing for nothing, but he was just complaining in his heart, and he could still roughly understand that the involvement behind the time chest was definitely not something that an ordinary astrologer could get involved with. The second floor of the astrology tower. Originally, he thought he would have to continue queuing, but he found that there were far fewer aliens on the second floor than on the first floor. However, the result was not satisfactory. The astrologer on the second floor still asked him to go to the third floor. This operation lasted for 6 times, until Song-Chi and the others came to the 7th floor of the astrology tower, which was also the top floor of the tower. With the instructions of the astrologer on the 6th floor, they were not blocked from going to the 7th floor, but the astrology window on this floor was not opened. From beginning to end, Song-Chi only received the 4 words "wait with peace of mind" from the servant beside him. If it was before, Song-Chi would definitely not bother to wait, but after hearing Song-Yin say that this astrology tower had a 7th level astrologer, he could only comfort himself that the other party was indeed qualified to show off. Chapter 525. Happy to hear about time chessboard. Song-Chi and Song-Yin waited quietly for 2 days, but never waited for the 7th level astrologer to appear. Seeing that the time agreed by Jing-Ji and Jing-Hu was approaching, Song-Chi thought for a long time, and finally gave up the idea of waiting any longer. Astrology Tower has stood in this city of holy light for tens of thousands of years, and will continue to do so in the future, so there is no rush. Brother, let's go! As soon as the voice fell, before the two turned around, the divination window in front of them, that had been closed for several months, was suddenly opened. Seeing this, Song-Chi, who knew it would only last a few minutes, did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward quickly, and handed over the silver light-emitting time chest component in his hand. An old hand flashed by, and when Song-Chi reacted, the time chest was no longer in his hand. Song-Chi reacted quickly, and said his request at the first time. Master, I want to divine the main body of this object. Silence. Song-Chi's voice fell, and there was no response from the window. After several seconds, a vicissitudes and plain voice came from behind the window. The main body of this object is of extremely high status. It requires the sacrifice of 3 silver star sea artifacts. It is highly likely that only a rough range can be divined. Are you sure you want to divine? Song-Chi paused and fell silent for a while. 3 silver artifacts, and only a rough range can be divined. This made him secretly consider whether it was worth it. Without entanglement for too long, Song-Chi thought of the time chessboard again. At least the parts were black ultimate artifacts. He immediately made a decision in his heart. However, before taking the artifact, he asked again tentatively, Master, may I ask what is the approximate range of the star field that can be divined in the future? This point is very uncertain. We can only wait and see the results of the subsequent divination. After receiving this reply, Song-Chi gritted his teeth and agreed. Please wait. According to the previous operation, he left for a while, and when he returned, he had 3 more silver light star sea wonders in his hand. Now the silver wonders stockpiled in the wonder exchange shop in the market have exceeded 40 pieces, so it is actually okay to take out 3 pieces at the moment. After sending the 3 silver objects into the window fell into silence again. The waiting process was extremely painful. After all, it involved a high-quality star sea object, and it was also the rarest time-related object. On the side, Song-Yin did not say much, but seeing that Song-Chi was willing to take out 3 silver-quality objects for divination, he could naturally guess that the target of this divination was not simple. But Song-Chi did not say anything, and he did not ask more. Each component was the biggest secret of a Xinhua warship, not to mention that it was obviously a high-quality component, and even people of the same clan would not ask more. After half an hour, a sharp noise came from the window, and Song-Chi and the other 2 who were waiting quietly were immediately startled. Humph! There seemed to be a muffled hum, but it quickly dissipated, more like an illusion of the 2. Then an old hand stretched out from the window and handed out the time chess parts. Master! After taking the time chess, Song-Chi was about to ask for the detailed divination results. Who knew that the dazzling starlight suddenly emerged from the sky above the tower. Before Song-Chi and the other 2 could react, a strong repulsive force acted on them, and then the world in front of them changed. When the 2 turned around, they found themselves standing outside the astrology tower. This, with some confusion in his heart, Song-Chi raised his hand and glanced at the time chest in his hand, and then he understood it quickly. On the side of the time chest part, there was a special divination star map. This star map recorded an interstellar coordinate, and there was also a message on the side. Divination coordinate XXXX. This coordinate has a radius of 30 billion light-years, which may be the location of the main body of this object. Song Qi frowned. A spherical range with a radius of 30 billion light-years. This is really exaggerated. Although compared to the seemingly boundless shattered sea of stars, this range has been drastically reduced. But it is hard to accurately search for a chessboard in such a large sea of stars. You have to know that this is 30 billion light-years, or the radius, which is enough to cover many galaxy communities. Fortunately, we have the Heavenly Fate compass plate. With its current tracking radius of 200 million light-years, it only takes a little more time, and it should be enough to find the location of the time chessboard. While comforting himself, Song Qi looked at the coordinates pointed out by the divination star map, and soon his face became bitter again. What was said before was still centered on this coordinate, and the current problem is how to get to the coordinate here. The 7th level astrologer only gave a coordinate, and no one knew where it was, how far it was from the red star continent under his feet, and how far it was from the dragon spine continent. What if this coordinate itself is more than hundreds of billions, or even trillions of light years away from the dragon spine continent? How to get here is a huge problem. In order to confirm this, Song Qi and Song Ying greeted each other, and then found a battleship berthing area to summon the Tianxu Sangqiong. After completely isolating the battleship from inside and outside, he returned to the Dragon Spine continent through the market. Qingwei Manor. Since he did not bring back the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi could only greet the ancestor with the quantum communication bracelet. Song Wujiang responded quickly. Dinghai Longxiang not long after. He picked up Song Qi at Qingwei Manor, Dragon Ridge Continent, Falling Fire Plain. In the large combined illusion space, Song Qi took the initiative to inform the ancestor of the coordinates obtained by divination. Song Wujiang was slightly surprised. Do you want to try the space wormhole generator to see if you can connect the wormhole exit to this coordinate? Yes, ancestor. This coordinate is very important to my grandson. For now, we can only try the space wormhole generator component. Song Wujiang considered it carefully, and finally nodded. Since it is made by a 7th level astrologer, it should not be too dangerous. But to be on the safe side, you should bring the Star Dragon Shark here first. After Song Qi brought the Star Dragon Shark back from the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Wujiang tried to activate the space wormhole generator component. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "No, it cannot be activated." As soon as he said this, the result was very obvious. The distance between this divination coordinate and Longji continent was more than 30 billion light years. Catching the helpless look in Song Qi's eyes, Song Wujiang comforted him. Space wormhole generator is only level 70 at present. When it is strengthened to level 8 in the future, the maximum connection distance can reach 300 billion light years. At that time, it should be enough to determine the specific location of your coordinate. Song Qi nodded gently. I understand. Sorry to bother you, ancestor. There are still things to deal with in Red Star Continent. I will not stay in Longji Continent any longer. However, this was only on the surface. In fact, he was still extremely disappointed. Level 8. It sounds simple. But how can it be achieved so easily? Let alone the large amount of resources required to strengthen to level 8. The Golden Fire Seed alone is enough to cause trouble. Song Wujiang is only a Silver Fire Seed now. If he wants to upgrade to a Golden Fire Seed, he must get a strand of Golden Upgrade Fire Source. However, this level of Upgrade Fire Source cannot be measured by value at all. It is even more precious than ordinary Black Ultimate parts. Even among the existence of Star Destroyer captains, more than half of them do not have Golden Fire Seeds. You can imagine how precious it is. With the surge of psionic energy, Song Qi returned to the Zhutian market. However, at this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He thought of a way to further increase the range of the space wormhole generator without strengthening the components to the 8th level. It seems that we can really try it with the Origin Improvement platform of strange objects. As he muttered, Song Qi's eyes flashed with interest. After thinking about it for a while, he found that this method was indeed feasible. However, he did not act rashly. No. At least we have to get a characteristic entry of 3 times the range of action, which is not even enough. If it is 3 times, it will be 90 billion light years, which is still a bit small. As he muttered, Song Qi returned to the City of Holy Light. After coming up with an idea, in the last 2 days before the action, he wandered around the City of Holy Light again, searching for various special teleportation parts. When he heard that he needed parts with the property of double the teleportation distance, Song Yin also agreed to actively search for him. In addition, Song Qi also posted the news to the Xingling group chat. Shen Yuran, Dragon Ridge Continent, Panning, Wangjin and other parties, and actively purchased at high prices in the market and the player trading space of the Kingdom of God. In short, he used all the energy in his hands to search for the existence of such property entries. 2 days later, Song Qi and Song Yin left the city of Holy Light without any gains. After meeting up with Jing Ji and Jing Hu outside the city gate, the four of them each summoned a transit starship and headed for the Star Spirit Clan's base more than 3,000 light-years away. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi looked at the two special starships on the side with interest. Different from the Xinhua warships of the Xinhua human civilization, the exclusive warships of the Huanjing clan civilization are called Jingling shuttles. Most of these warships have extremely streamlined hulls and have unimaginable speeds. Coupled with their terrifying illusion mirror abilities, they can often catch enemy units off guard in interstellar wars. After discussion, the four warships activated the jump device one after another. However, Song Qi and the others used the common item jump of Xinhua warships, while the two Jingling shuttles used the curvature jump. A few days later, the outskirts of the Star Core Plateau, the four warships hiding in the void were watching the large city at the end of the field of vision from afar. The city was called Star Core City, which was the main city of the Star Spirits, the target of this operation. However, compared with the previous city of Holy Light, this Star Core City was obviously much smaller. In the Battleship Communication group chat, the communication between the two sides continued. What do you mean? We will lead out the Star Spirit Overlord. Are you sure you can ignore the Star Core array and quietly enter the Star Core City? Although it has been confirmed many times before. At the critical moment of the final action, Song Yin still asked again. Yin, believe us, the Mirror Clan is not only capable of camouflage. Space transformation is also our core ability. Okay, you first camouflage my brother Star Dragon Shark. As he said, Song Yin took the initiative to signal Song Qi, and after receiving the reminder, Song Qi quickly opened the hatch of the Tianxu Sangqiong. After a while, the mini-sized Sky Dragon Shark rushed out of the warship. At this time, a mirrored light emerged from each of the two mirror shuttles, and rushed towards the Sky Dragon Shark. With Song Qi's advance warning, the Sky Dragon Shark did not resist, and allowed the two mirror lights to penetrate its body. Not long after, Song Qi saw a strange scene with his own eyes. The Sky Dragon Shark, which was still normal a moment ago, suddenly changed into a black-toothed giant shark as the mirror light passed by. To be honest, there is nothing unusual at all. Seeing this extremely realistic disguise for the first time, Song Qi was obviously a little surprised. Song Yin, who was already familiar with this, smiled and said, "This is the most common ability of the Illusion Mirror Clan. And Mirror Princess is only level 6 at the moment, and Mirror Lake is only level 5. In order to avoid being detected, they can only disguise themselves as black-toothed giant sharks of similar appearance. If it were a dominant level Illusion Mirror Clan, they could even disguise the Sky Dragon Shark as a dominant level mechanical deity, so that even enemies of the same level would not be able to detect any abnormality." Now, the action officially begins. Inside the communication group chat, the four figures looked at each other. Then Song Qi's mind moved, and the Star Dragon Shark, which had disguised itself as a black-toothed giant shark, suddenly soared into the sky, and as it rushed out, its body began to expand rapidly. Ong! A deafening roar sounded over the entire Star Core Plateau, and instantly alarmed the overlords of the entire Star Core Plateau. In the central area of the plateau, the power of the Master was overflowing from the Star Core City, and the aura of the new Master of the Star Spirit Clan also covered half of the sky. The Star Spirit Overlord did not show up. He seemed to take the initiative to show the Star Dragon Shark in this way, that this Star Core Plateau was the area he protected, but this was destined to fail. At Song Qi's signal, the Star Dragon Shark, which looked like a black-toothed giant shark, moved towards the Star Core City with hesitation. In the default rules of the entire Red Star continent, this is a signal of active provocation to the protector of a certain area. After receiving this signal, the Star Spirit Overlord in the Star Core City naturally could not stand it. The Star Core shield above the Star Core City suddenly shone with infinite starlight, and then a giant star spirit rushed out of the Star Core shield. The power of the Overlord and the law of light surrounded him. In just one breath, this star spirit overlord crossed tens of millions of kilometers and appeared near the star dragon shark. Without any communication, the star dragon shark took the initiative to launch an attack. The majestic power of domination surged, and soon it collided with the star spirit domination on the opposite side. Song Qi and the other four were not attracted by the domination battlefield. As the star spirit domination was led out of the star core city, the four looked at each other in tacit understanding, as if they had agreed. Then Mirror Princess and Mirror Lake once again stimulated two mirror lights. But this time, the targets were changed to Tianxu Sangqiong and Qi and Zhuhai. Chapter 526 Star Spirit Treasure House. Under the effect of the two mirror lights, the appearance of the two Xinhua warships also changed, and finally turned into two ordinary starships. The change in appearance is only part of it. The most important thing is that the hulls of Tianxu Sangqiong and Qi and Zhuhai have been further covered. Including the two mirror shuttles, the four warships are now almost completely integrated with the surrounding void, and it is extremely difficult to be captured by the outside world. In this case, the engines of the four warships started, and they flew straight towards the star core city in the distance. Of course, although this concealment effect is good, it may not be effective against the dominant creatures. So Song Qi and the other four have been trying to stay away from the dominant battlefield in the sky. Even the star spirit master in the sky did not notice it, let alone the other star spirits under the master. Even if the four warships have appeared in front of the star core shield, they have not been noticed at all. Prepare to start the space change. Don't resist, and pay attention. The space change will only last for 20 minutes. Don't delay. In the warship group chat, Jingji once again urged. And then the 6th level energy in her body was fully mobilized, and a large amount of mirror light was emitted from her mirror shuttle, which soon covered the four warships. Inside the star core array, in a corner of the sky that no one noticed, the void seemed to have turned into a transparent lens. At a certain moment, a bright light suddenly flashed in the transparent lens, but it soon returned to normal. However, the fact is that the four warships, including the Tianxu Sangqiong, had passed through the star core shield in the sky without any fluctuations and appeared inside the star core city. The key point is that the mirror light covering the four warships has not dissipated yet, and the countless star spirits in the city below have not discovered their traces at all. Seeing this strange method, Song Qi's heart trembled. He thought that if this method could also be used on the floating land shield, then the Mirror Clan would be really scary. This would be equivalent to the last and strongest means of protection of many civilizations being completely meaningless in front of him. As if seeing what Song Qi was thinking, Song Yan took the initiative to explain through private communication. This space transformation ability is very limited. That is, the Star Spirit Overlord has just been promoted not long ago, and the energy level of the star core array of the Star Spirit City is still at the peak level of the 6th level. In addition, Mirror G has a high-level space transformation artifact in her hand. Otherwise, a 6th level illusionist would not be able to change space so easily. Not to mention the floating land shield that is based on the entire floating land, and is much larger than the same level shield. After listening to the explanation, Song Qi thought that this was more or less the case. Otherwise it would be too exaggerated. These happened in just a moment. In fact, the four did not delay at all after entering the Star Core City. After all, they only had 20 minutes. Follow me. Song Yin took the lead in controlling the red flame boiling sea and fell downward. He had already left a backup in this Star Core City, and naturally knew the specific distribution of the city. The direction he was heading to was exactly where the Star Spirit Clan's treasure house was. The speed of the four warships was not fast, or they did not dare to go too fast. From time to time, a 5th or 6th level Protoss would rush out from the surroundings, and they would be discovered if they were not careful. Fortunately, several warships had the ability to evade in a short distance. After each of them activated the evasion ability, they arrived at the building where the Protoss Treasury was located without any danger. Buzz! When the four warships wanted to rush into the building further, they suddenly triggered a small starlight shield. This sudden change was naturally discovered by the large number of Protoss around. The next second, under the angry gazes of countless Protoss, a large number of starlight beams came from all directions. The four warships were not ordinary goods, and they did not suffer too much damage. However, after such a firepower coverage, they could no longer hide their bodies, and the ships were soon exposed to many Protoss. This further aroused the anger of the Protoss. Above their heads, there were Hun Yuan stars gathering, with the blessing of a large amount of starlight. The Hunyuan stars expanded rapidly. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, 10,000 meters. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into an illusory star with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Song Qi did not care about the size. The key was that this Hunyuan star brought him a strong threat. Even if he was inside the warship, the hair on his back still stood up. Driven by this intuition, he fully activated his double pupils. Sure enough, in this red star continent, the tribes that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years are not simple. There was no such shield before. It should be added deliberately by the 6th level star spirits after the star spirit master left. In the battleship group chat, Song Yan's face was not very good. At this time, Song Qi's voice suddenly sounded in the group chat. The source power of 2 golden wonders is wrapped in the Hunyuan stars in the sky, plus the blessing of the Star Core City, and dozens of 6th level star spirits under the feet. This thing has the power of the 7th level. You should break the starlight shield as soon as possible, and I will stop it outside. Knowing that the situation was urgent, Song Yan, Jing Ji and the other 2 did not say much, and all agreed to this arrangement. Several of them were veterans, who had worked together many times. At least Song Yan and the other 2 were like this. Seeing that Song Yan did not object, Jing Ji and the others naturally understood that Song Qi was not just showing off, but that he really had the ability. In the main control room of the Qi Enjuhai, Song Yan's mind was working quickly, and soon he activated a red quality component on the ship. A red light shot out from the hull of the warship, and quickly sank into the starlight shield in front. It was visible to the naked eye that the starlight shield dimmed by more than half. But it did not break directly. Fortunately, after the red light, a sharp mirror spike shot out from the mirror-speckled shuttle in Jinghu. Crack, crack, crack. The already extremely dim starlight shield was instantly shattered. 7th brother. The 3 warships rushed into the treasure house building at high speed. Song Yan did not forget to remind Song Qi, but it was obviously too late. The Hunyuan star in the sky had already condensed into shape. There was Hunyuan starlight shooting out from the star phantom, carrying the power of the master, spreading all the way down. In the main control room of Tianxu Sanqiong, looking at the Hunyuan starlight covering the sky, Song Qi suddenly had an idea in his mind. With the Holy Light Shield, Yin-Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield, Black Hole Evolution Lair, and Neutron Star Core Armor, the Tianxu Sanqiong ship is likely to withstand the most aggressive Hunyuan beam. After all, it is only a 7th level power, but it is not a pseudo-dominant attack blessed by the perfect law. However, even if it can block this Hunyuan beam, the infinite starlight that follows is still there. They are omnipresent. Once the energy shield and hull armor protection are gone, the Tianxu Sanqiong ship will face a great threat. Of course, he can also activate the last blessing feature to restore the ship's armor and energy shield at once. But Song Yan and the other 2 can't. The starry sky is more like a cluster bombing, and someone must come out to stop it. You go in and search, and return according to the previously specified time. Don't worry about this. But it's agreed that since I'm the last one to leave, we have to take 70% of the subsequent gains. It can be seen that Jing Ji is a very decisive person, and she is not lacking in courage. Facing Song Qi's sudden change of the distribution plan, she hesitated for a moment, and then nodded and agreed. You have indeed made a greater contribution this time, just 3:7. After the negotiation, Song Yan and the other 2 did not stop, and rushed into the depths of the Treasury building one after another. Looking at the outside world again, when the 7th level Hunyuan beam was about to fall on the Tianxu Sanqiong, a brilliant golden light gushed out from the warship. After the holy light, the towering Angel King's true spirit phantom covered the entire Tianxu Sanqiong. With the protection of the 8th level Angel King's true spirit phantom, the Hunyuan starlight, with the dominant energy level, was almost weakened by 80%, and could no longer cause much damage to the Tianxu Sanqiong. Under the protection of the holy light, the falling Hunyuan starlight was also excluded, and could not shine into the Angel King's true spirit phantom. Angel Clan, dare to invade my Star Core holy city. Seek death. Seeing the giant Angel King's true spirit phantom appearing above the Tianxu Sanqiong, the Star Spirit Clan instinctively regarded Song Qi as an angel. Seeing that the trouble was diverted effortlessly, Song Qi would not explain. Facing the increasing number of 5th level and 6th level Star Spirit Clan in the sky, he did not care at all. The Angel King's Wings component has now been strengthened to level 70, and the summoned Angel King's true spirit phantom is getting stronger and stronger. Ordinary 6th level and 5th level attacks will be weakened by more than 90%. The remaining attack power that was promoted to 10% would take a long time to completely destroy the outermost holy light shield of the Tianxu Sanqiong. And it was difficult to pose a great threat to the Tianxu Sanqiong, as if they had seen the weakness of their own attack methods. The star spirits stopped their attacks. At this time, a 6th level peak star spirit flew up to the sky, and a large amount of starlight emerged from its body, as if it was actively connecting to the Hunyuan star above its head. At a certain moment, the Hunyuan star was completely connected to it, and then Song Qi saw the other party raising his right arm high and looking up from below. It seemed as if he was holding up the entire Hunyuan star with one hand. Just when Song Qi was wondering what the other party was going to do, this 6th level peak star spirit suddenly swung his arm violently, and then Song Qi saw that the 10,000-meter Hunyuan star above his head turned into a meteorite, carrying brilliant starlight and blazing fire, and falling towards the bottom. Another star explosion. Could it be that everyone who plays with the power of stars will do this? This was the first thought that emerged in Song Qi's mind, and it was no wonder that he thought so. Whether it was the Jieshan clan or the Star Spirit clan, they seemed to be able to actively trigger the star explosion after summoning the star projection, as if their own Yoguang Star Tower also had this kind of secret technique. However, despite his complaints, Song Qi responded quickly. Under his control, the shadow of the Angel King's true spirit above his head suddenly spread out 6 pairs of wings behind him. A large amount of holy light energy and light laws gathered on these wings, and finally turned into a ball of holy light, heading straight for the Hunyuan star in the sky. Boom! The holy light and the starlight came into contact, and the terrifying energy shock wave immediately swept around with the contact point between the two as the center. Chapter 527 Red Sky Jump Device and the Golden Star Mirror Stone. The holy light and starlight intertwined. The entire Star Core city seemed to have turned into a sea of light at this moment. This brilliance and its power, even the Star Core shield above the city could not completely cover it. Above the sky, the Star Spirit Overlord finally caught the abnormality coming from the Star Core city below. Angel King? His voice was a little sharp, and there was a hint of fear in the sharpness. As a newly promoted Overlord, who had just been promoted to the 7th level, if the one who came this time was really an 8th level Angel King, then the Star Spirit clan would face only one result. But in a moment, he realized something was wrong. No, it's just the shadow of the Angel King's true spirit, not a true 8th level angel. Seeing this clearly, he was about to withdraw and return to the Star Core city. The Star Core shield below seemed to be attracted by an unknown force. A large amount of starlight gathered at one point, and then turned into a star column that soared into the sky, and accurately sank into the body of the Star Spirit Overlord above the sky. And the strange thing is that, after this star column came into contact with the Star Spirit Overlord, it seemed to be directly connected to it, and began to continuously bless the Star Spirit Overlord with endless starlight power. In this situation, the Star Spirit Overlord's combat power was greatly increased, which instantly reversed the originally stalemate situation, and the Star Dragon Shark began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. The key is that the Star Spirit Overlord knew very well that this black-toothed giant shark was just to lure him out, and everything that happened inside the Star Core city below was the key to this incident. The handprints differentiated by the starlight collided with the Star Dragon Shark, once again forcing the Star Dragon Shark back. At the same time, the power of the stars around the Star Spirit Overlord was greatly strengthened. Under the blessing of the Law of Light, his figure suddenly disappeared in the sky of the Red Star continent. You have trespassed into my ancestral land of the Star Spirits. Stop it! A resounding voice came from above his head. Song Qi only felt thunder in his ears. Even his mind felt a sharp pain under the thunderous voice. In the center of the chaotic space, the illusory palace that tightly enveloped the seed of fire shone with black light, and finally became real. It was not until the illusory Dragon Whale Palace took the initiative to show its holiness that the rolling thunder was expelled from the ancestral space of fire. Song Qi's absent-minded state lasted only for a moment, but when he looked up again, he found that a handprint of starlight covering the sky had fallen from the sky above his head. Under the influence of the power of the Master and the perfect law of light, the starlight handprint was extremely solid. It was slapped on the shadow of the Angel King's true spirit above the Tianxu Sanqiong. The terrifying light and energy impact caused the space to shatter slightly. In other words, it was an 8th level floating land under his feet. The stability of the space was terrifying. If it were the outside starry sky, millions of miles would have turned into a space collapse zone. Inside the Tianshu Sangqiong, Song Qi's face tightened. After all, it was a frontal attack from a 7th level master. Even though the Angel King's wings component was a golden sanctuary component and was strengthened to the 7th level, it still couldn't resist. It was visible to the naked eye that the Angel King's true spirit shadow was fading at a very fast speed. After a stalemate with the starlight handprint for dozens of seconds, the Angel King's true spirit shadow completely dissipated, and all its power was consumed. Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort. True Immortal Quantum Sword Light. At the moment when the Guardian Angel shadow completely dissipated, the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort that Song Qi had already activated exploded immediately, and the Quantum Sword Light shadow, with a length of nearly 100,000 meters, soared into the sky, colliding with the starlight handprint in the sky that was also dimmed by half. After another violent explosion, Song Qi still did not stop. Soon, the soul-destroying pupil light of the soul-destroying pupil light cannon and the sky-destroying god cannon of the sky-destroying god cannon were used. Under the attack characteristics of 3 consecutive main cannons, the remaining power of the starlight handprint was completely wiped out. This was naturally far from enough. The star dragon shark in the sky above the Star Core City also rushed down quickly under Song Qi's command. The terrifying blood wrapped around its huge body directly hit the Star Core shield. With just one blow, the 6th level peak shield became shaky. Seeing this, knowing that once the Star Core shield was broken, the star spirits in the city would be seriously hurt, the Star Spirit Master did not dare to stay in the city any longer, and turned around to face the star dragon shark in the sky that was preparing for a second impact. However, before rushing out of the extremely dim Star Core shield, he slapped his palm again. The power of this palm was even greater than before, and he vowed to kill Song Qi and Song Yin inside the treasure house together. Seeing that the other party turned around and rushed out of the Star Core shield without hesitation, it seemed that he was sure that he could no longer block this second attack. Song Qi inside the battleship snorted. Even if you are the master, you can't look down on me like this. My Tianshu Sangqiong has more than just the Angel King's true spirit guardian feature. With a cold snort, Song Qi's mind raced. At the bow of the battleship, a magnificent blood light was gathering at a very fast speed. But the charging of the Blood Spear super main gun was obviously different from the ordinary. It was still a shallow layer the moment before, and the next second it had turned into an extremely condensed Blood Spear of Judgment. Blood Judgment plus Black Hole Singularity Explosion. The Blood Spear cut through the sky and collided accurately with the starlight palm print falling from the top of the head. The Blood Light and the Starlight collided with all their strength. Neither of them gave in. However, as time went on, the Bloodlight began to lose its momentum and was gradually suppressed by the Starlight. However, at this moment, a thumb-sized pure black singularity suddenly erupted, and finally turned into a miniature black hole. Under the terrifying suction force of the black hole, a large amount of starlight was swallowed by the black hole, and the power of the Starlight palm print was further weakened. Although the final winner was still the Starlight palm print, its remaining power was only 1/10 of that. Seeing this, Song Qi had no more scruples, and he controlled the Tianshu Sangqiong to rush forward. Before the two sides were about to make contact, he activated the neutron star fission feature that had not been used for a long time. As expected, the last trace of the power of the Starlight palm print was completely dissipated under the tens of millions of degrees of high temperature emitted by the micro-neutron star. The Tianshu Sangqiong was never threatened from beginning to end. Inside the treasure house building below, Jingji and the others seemed to hesitate when they felt the terrifying movement outside. However, Song Yin shook his head. Don't worry. We just need to speed up. As for Song Qi, the 7th brother, he had heard the family ancestors talk about it many times, and he also had a certain understanding of the projection of the master. Because of this, he was sure that Song Qi would not be in danger, and believed that Song Qi could delay them for enough time. Rushing into the treasure house, according to the information provided by the insider, Song Yin and Jingji rushed directly to the basement of the building. Don't worry about the other floors, just go to the 5th floor underground. The Star Spirit's treasure house is designed to be divided into 7 floors, all located underground in the building. And to get there, you need to use a device similar to an elevator, but the point is, the Star Spirit's elevator has a special limitation. You can only go to 1 floor at a time. If you want to change the number of floors, you must return to the ground and re-enter. Time was urgent, and Song Yin and the other two naturally didn't have so much time to waste. There was only one layer of the treasure house that they could explore. Fortunately, Song Yan's internal support was not low-ranking, and he knew that the most valuable layer of the Star Spirit Clan's treasure house was not the deepest layer, but the 5th layer. As they determined the number of layers, the 3 of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the treasure house on the 5th underground layer. Please show your identity certificate. The Star Rock gate at the entrance of the treasure house required special verification, but Song Yan immediately took out a special identity card of the Star Spirit Clan. Elite Warrior of the Star Corps Patrol Hall. Xingyu, you have the permission to enter the secret vault. Verification passed. The voice of the Star Rock Gate intelligence sounded again, and then the door of the treasury opened with a bang. Quick, hurry up, try to pick the most valuable ones. After using several puppet soldiers to test if there was any danger, Song Yan and the other 2 quickly rushed into the treasury, and then the 3 of them split into 3 and began to collect the various items in the treasury separately. Song Yan chose the right side, and after separating from Jing Ji, he did not collect the items immediately, but took out the dimensional space stone that Song Qi had given him before. Under the touch of the psionic energy, this dimensional space stone was activated. The next second, 3 rays of light shot out from it, and finally turned into 3 6th-level Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors that appeared in front of Song Yan. Is this the ability to control puppets remotely? Song Yan did not know before that Song Qi gave him this dimensional space stone and asked him to open it as soon as possible after entering the treasure house. So he was a little surprised. However, when he saw the 3 puppet warriors without any dullness, he understood it instantly. He smiled, but did not delay any further. He began to collect the items in the treasure house, with the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors controlled by Song Qi's brainwave imprint. The battle outside was still going on. Although Song Qi needed to divide a lot of his mind to fight the enemy, he had already reached the state of 1 mind and 50 uses. Temporarily dividing 3 minds was nothing. Through the perspective of the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors, he soon saw a large number of resources and Star Sea Wonders. Silver Wonder Star Iron 500 strands of the 6th level Floating Land Origin High Level Mineral Resources Star Core Stone Red Wonder Starlight Pearl 10 strands of the 7th level Floating Land Origin. He did see a lot of valuable things as he scanned the area, but nothing made him too jealous. Of course, he still commanded the Terracotta Warriors to take silver items like Star Iron, 7th level Floating Land Origin, and red items like Starlight Pearl. After all, they were all valuable, and they were not too big to be moved. They moved quickly along the way. And finally, when one of the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors arrived at the inner area of the treasure house, Song Qi finally saw one of his real goals this time. Neutron Star Debris. 2 pieces of neutron star debris. Good luck. Without hesitation, he directly asked the Terracotta Warriors to collect them with the storage capsules they carried with them, and then continued to search. A few minutes later, Song Qi saw a very good item. Well, it should be said that it can be transformed into a shipborne component. This is a jump device. Red Sky Jump Device LV0 quality. Silver. Features: maximum jump distance doubled. Feature 2, loaded warship space resistance plus 800. Feature 3, jump times recharge, can be recharged up to twice. Feature 4, red sky jump. Consumption: 3000/time, psionic points, number of jumps possible, 2 halves effect. After recharging, the loaded warship will jump in the specified direction. Current maximum jump distance, 40, 20 by 2 light years. Charging, 1 hour. Buffer, 24 hours. Upgrade required. 10 strands of Floating Land Origin, 0 order, 1000 psionic points, 10 G space sand. Note: this component needs to occupy 4 slots. Red sky jump. Consume 80,000 psionic points. Perform a remote space jump in the specified direction. The maximum jump distance is 100 times the normal jump limit distance. The cooling time is constant at 1 year. This jump is accompanied by great uncertainty. Without a detailed star map, it is very dangerous. For this silver jump device, Song Qi values its red sky jump feature the most. The reason is that if the enhancement level of this component is increased, the single jump distance of this red sky jump feature will reach a very exaggerated level. Tens of thousands of light years are just the beginning. Hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of light years are possible. The key is that this is a component that he urgently needs right now. The subsequent search for the time chessboard component is destined to require the Tianqu Sangqiong to jump around within the tens of billions of light years. if it only relies on the current Aurora jump device and Growler jump device. The search speed is too slow. Without hesitation, Song-Chi took the silver component. Time passed, and the four of them had almost visited the entire 5th floor treasure house in a blink of an eye. Only the innermost 10th area had not been visited yet. But at this moment, Jing Ji's urging voice sounded. The space transformation effect is about to end. We have 30 seconds left. We must retreat after 30 seconds. Hearing this, the four of them no longer hesitated and ran towards the core area deep in the treasure house. This last 10th area is the most important area of the treasure house. Just the overflowing golden light told the four of them that there is at least one golden holy object here. In fact, the first thing the four rushed towards was this golden object. Soon, Song-Chi saw the properties of this golden object. Object, Star Core Mirror Stone. Quality, Gold. Transformable, None. Note, a special golden object that was bred in the depths of a 7th level floating land star core over millions of years. Its use seems to be limited. Seeing its properties, Song-Chi and Song-Yin frowned slightly, while Jing Ji and the other two had completely different reactions. This time, their target was exactly this object. Previously, they thought it was only a silver quality star mirror stone, but they didn't expect it to be a golden holy object. Obviously, this is a great thing for them, because this star mirror stone can be used as the casting material of the origin mirror of the mirror clan. The higher the quality, the stronger the origin mirror will be, which also means that they will have greater potential in the future. However, no matter what, it is more important to collect other items at the moment. In addition to this star mirror stone, there are many other items in this core area. As for the subsequent distribution of star mirror stone, we will talk about it later. Chapter 528 Black Hole Armor Black Hole Dense Stone. Withdrawing their attention from the star mirror stone, Song-Chi and Song-Yin quickly saw a pile of familiar resources on the side. This black hole dense stone was the material they both needed, so it was naturally taken down as soon as possible. It's time to go. Behind them, Mirror Ji's reminder came again. Song-Chi and the others naturally knew that time was urgent, and they could not afford any delay, otherwise they would be stuck in this Star Core city. The four turned around one after another, but before Song-Chi turned around, his sight was looking at a few dozen meters away. On a counter there was a very special item. Antimatter source. And it was a very large amount of antimatter source. If it could be taken, the antimatter energy evolution engine on the Tianxu Sangqiong would most likely be able to directly complete the evolution and completely turn into a black shipborne engine of the highest quality. However, time was a bit tight at the moment. But it did not affect Song-Chi. Don't forget, he was not really here. Just 3 puppet soldiers. Throwing the storage capsule in his hand to Song-Yin at a high speed, Song-Chi controlled the terracotta warriors to point to the back. Although the puppets could not speak, Song-Yin instantly understood what Song-Chi meant. Knowing that Song-Chi wanted to stay here, he told them to go first. The figures of Song-Yin and the other two quickly disappeared in the 5th floor treasury, while the 3 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors wandered around the treasury again. Needless to say, the first thing they rushed to was the antimatter source. Without any delay, one of the Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors approached the antimatter source and quickly threw a light spot from his hand. At the moment when this light spot merged into the antimatter source, Song-Chi and the Tianxu Sangqiong in the outside world also activated the soul summoning feature of the soul summoning demon puppet at the right time. The light spot that merged into the antimatter source was the soul summoning mark. As Song-Chi actively summoned the soul, the antimatter source quickly became virtual and disappeared completely in the treasure house space in the blink of an eye. As for the other 2 Void Shadow Killing clan terracotta warriors, they were also searching for targets quickly at this moment. The soul summoning demon puppet parts have now been strengthened to level 60 and can condense up to 7 soul summoning marks at the same time. At this moment, the 3 terracotta warriors still have 5, and the other one is not here. Red Epic Wonders, time and space resources. In short, whatever has the highest value, Song-Chi sent it back to the warship. In the outside world, above the sky of the Star Core city, the starlight palm print had long disappeared. However, under the concentrated fire of dozens of 5th order and 6th order star spirits, the Tianxu Sangqiong was still a little difficult to hold. Neutron star fission has been used. Song-Chi is now completely using the Tianxu Sangqiong body to hold it. For more than 10 minutes, even with double energy shields and double hull armor, Song Qi still used the last blessing feature, restore the energy shield and hull armor once again. This is how it managed to hold on. From time to time, Song Qi glanced downwards from the corner of his eyes. When he saw the 3 warships of the red flame boiling sea rushing out of the treasure house building, he felt relieved. He no longer acted as a live target. The warship's engine roared, and it quickly moved towards the 3 warships below. Although there were still trump cards such as black hole domain and market projection order that had not been used, the cost of using both of them was not small, and it was better not to use them if possible. After successfully reuniting with the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Yan took the initiative to take over the defense. Not only did he stop the red flame boiling sea at the side, where the star spirits attacked most intensively, but he also activated a domain component on the red flame boiling sea. With the blocking of the red flame boiling sea and the external barrier of the domain barrier, the pressure on the Tianxu Sangqiong was suddenly reduced. After getting a respite, relying on the recovery ability of the Yin-Yang counterattack annihilation shield, and the auxiliary recovery of the neutron star core armor, the energy shield and hull armor of the Tianxu Sangqiong were recovering at a fast speed. Ignoring the extremely angry Protoss around them, the 4 warships continued to fly to the upper side, where they had entered before. Stop them. Quick! A 6th-rank star spirit saw the intention of Song Qi and his 4 companions, and shouted, and took the initiative to stand up. Following closely behind, more star spirits joined in. From the perspective of Song Qi and his 4 companions, they saw thousands of star spirits rushing up like a swarm of bees. Let's do it together. The 4 nodded in the battleship communication group chat. The illusion mirror strangled one Fu Zi Xiao Lei Yu's sea of flames. For large-scale attacks were triggered one after another, and the terrifying large-scale energy explosion encompassed tens of thousands of star spirits. When the energy storm dissipated, the entire sky of the Star Core city was empty. Taking this opportunity, the 4 warships accelerated together, just like when they came in before. When they got close to the Star Core shield, Jingji activated the space transformation ability again. The world changed, and the 4 warships reappeared in the outside world. However, at this moment, a strong and indescribable energy wave suddenly came from below. Jinghu was alert to this, or he knew the star spirits very well, and he gave a warning immediately. Be careful, it's the famous Star Core sky-splitting cannon of Star Core City, which once directly damaged a 7th-level master. Although the warning sounded fast, the Star Core sky-splitting cannon below was fired at a faster speed, and the Star Core light beam swept close in an instant. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi was shocked. His thoughts quickly fell on the component of Black Hole Evolution Lair. The Angel King's True Spirit Guards Neutron Star Fission. Meditation Seal Inner Speed. These 3 characteristics have been used before. Now facing the Star Core light beam with a strong 7th level power, the only defense he can think of is the Black Hole Evolution Layer S. Black Hole Field. Characteristic. Of course, in addition to this, he could also use the Escape Orb, Angel Wing Escape and other Flash Escape features to escape. But what about Song Yan and the other 2 beside him? However, just as he was about to activate the Black Hole Field feature, Song Yan's Red Flame Boiling Sea was the first to turn the ship around. The Red Flame Boiling Sea unexpectedly landed at the bottom, and the extremely fast Star Core beams fell directly on its outer energy shield. It can be clearly seen that the energy shield of the Red Flame Boiling Sea instantly bottomed out, and in just 1 second, it was completely overloaded by the terrifying penetrating power of the Star Core beams. Be careful, Song Qi called out instinctively, but when he reacted, the worry in his eyes quickly disappeared. He remembered that his ancestor said that his elder brother's ship was also frighteningly powerful. Soon he saw the answer. At the moment when the energy shield was completely overloaded, the dark energy of the Qian Juhai ship was rapidly surrounding it. Finally, Song Qi saw a very familiar scene. The body of the Qian Juhai ship was just like the Tianxu Sangqiong ship when it activated the neutron star fission feature. The ship's shape was rapidly transformed, and it turned into a small black hole in the blink of an eye. However, the volume of this black hole is obviously larger than when the Tianxu Sangqiong transformed into a micro-neutron star. In the main control room of the Qian Juhai, Song Yan's face was particularly calm. Black hole armor. Black hole fission. Activate. As the small black hole condensed, the original Star Core beam with amazing penetration power began to be absorbed by the small black hole at a high speed. This stalemate lasted for more than 10 seconds But in the end, the star core beam was better, and the small black hole was finally forced to transform back into a battleship. Fortunately, Song Yin activated a repair component on the warship in time, which prevented the Qian Juhai from sinking completely. However, damage was naturally unavoidable. Even if Song Yin used all 2 repair components on the warship, the Qian Juhai was still seriously damaged. Even in the subsequent attack of the Protoss from below, the damage to the hull of the already shaky Qian Juhai was pulled to more than 80%. Although it was not silent, the warship itself was completely broken. Even so, no one dared to underestimate the Qian Juhai, but was shocked. You have to know that the Starcore sky-splitting cannon had once dealt a heavy blow to a rank 7 overlord creature, but it was forcibly withstood by the red flame boiling sea. This alone is enough to explain everything. Song Qi reacted very quickly. He did not think much at all, seeing that the red flame boiling sea had lost its ability to move, and the star spirit overlord in the sky was watching closely again. He directly activated the super body contraction card component. Brother, don't resist. Under the effect of the super body contraction card, the red flame boiling sea was reduced by 9,000 times, and its length was reduced to only more than 200 meters. At the same time, a powerful tractor beam surged out of the Tianxu Sanqiong, directly acting on the Qian Juhai in a contracted state. Under the premise that Captain Song Yin did not actively resist, the Qian Juhai was quickly taken into the Tianxu Sanqiong. Song Qi said quickly, "Go!" Buzz buzz buzz, the space waves swept past, and the 3 warships disappeared over the Star Core city one after another. But before leaving, Song Qi also took the initiative to activate the Zen Seal outside time stop feature. Above his head, the Star Spirit Overlord, who was suppressing the Star Dragon Shark, paused, and the Star Dragon Shark, who had already received Song Qi's reminder, took this opportunity to turn around quickly. After leaving the battlefield, the size of the Sky Dragon Shark began to shrink rapidly. When its size shrank to less than 100 meters, Song Qi in the distance once again activated the Spirit Summoning Demon Puppet feature of the Spirit Summoning Demon Puppet, and the last soul summoning mark attached to the Sky Dragon Shark was activated. This scene was only a matter of a moment. When the Star Spirit Overlord left the time-stopping state, the Sky Dragon Shark, along with the 3 warships including the Tianxu Sanqiong, disappeared over the Star Core city. Thousands of light years away, 3 warships appeared from the void. Although the 3 ships were in a bit of a mess, the parties involved were extremely happy. Although this operation had considerable risks, it was generally very successful. After all, there were no casualties, and the next step was the final division of the spoils. What do you mean? Should we divide it here, or go back to Holy Light City? In the main control room of Tianxu Sanqiong, Song Yin appeared beside Song Qi and asked this question. Jing Ji discussed it with the 2, and finally replied, "Let's go to Holy Light City." With the suppression of the 8th level Angel King, even if the Star Spirit Overlord has tracking means, he will never dare to go to Holy Light City to cause trouble. Chapter 529, Dividing the Spoils. Silverglaze Plain, City of Holy Light. Back in this giant neutral city, Song Qi and the other 3 were completely relaxed. In the past 200,000 years, there have been at least 80 dominant beings who have visited this city, but there have only been 2 times when they dared to cause trouble, and the final result of these 2 times was that they were suppressed by the Angel King with thunder. It is said that the 2 dominant beings who took the initiative to cause trouble were suppressed in this city of Holy Light for a full 10,000 years, and were finally released. With these 2 examples, no other dominant creatures have dared to cause trouble in the city for more than 100,000 years. City of Holy Light, North Street. Okay, this place is absolutely safe, and Yin has also added an extra layer of isolation. Let's start counting the harvest this time. In a secret room in the house, Jing Ji, whose whole body was shining with diamonds, took the initiative to propose. In response, Song Qi and the other 2 who were also interested naturally had no objection. The 4 of them quickly took out a storage device each, and then dumped out all the items inside. Crash! Suddenly, 4 small mountains piled up in the whole secret room, containing various star sea wonders, high-level materials, etc. The most eye-catching one among them was the star mirror stone emitting shining golden light. The 4 of them quickly counted, and soon listed all the items. 1 golden holy wonder, 4 silver legendary wonders, 24 red epic wonders, 95 strands of the 7th level floating land origin, 1 strand of chaos gas, 120 black hole dense stones, 3 neutron star debris, 1 antimatter source, 25 kilograms of star core stone. Needless to say, the golden wonder. In addition to the red sky jump device that Song-Chi valued, 2 of the other 3 silver wonders can also be transformed into shipborne parts, namely a star core giant warrior tree and a starlight Hunyuan ship armor. As for the silver object that cannot be transformed, it is the star iron. After counting all the gains, Song-Chi and Song Yen did not speak, because if nothing unexpected happened, Jing-Ji and the other 2 would definitely speak first. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Jing-Ji said with a hint of pleading, "Yen, Chi, I'm sorry. Jing-Hu and I didn't contribute much this time. Although I'm a little embarrassed. We still want to take the Star Mirror Stone, which is too important for us." Song-Chi and Song Yen still did not speak, and Jing-Ji obviously had something else to say. As compensation, we will not participate in the distribution of all other spoils. In addition, we will also take out an extra silver quality fire seed. Remember, Yen said before that she would buy silver fire seed at a high price. As she said that, she took out the silver fire seed. Song-Chi and the others turned their eyes to it immediately. Wonderful item, Star Core Origin Fire. Quality, silver. Transformable, fire seed upgraded fire source. Note, a fire seed that was nurtured in a 5th level floating land core for hundreds of thousands of years before it was transformed has a good value, seeing that it can be transformed into an upgraded fire source. Song-Chi and the others looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. Although they personally don't need it, the clan's ancestors are in urgent need of this silver upgraded fire source. The strand obtained from the Fire Crow Mountains has been used by Song Shirshing. Now Xingzu's fire seed has successfully evolved to silver quality, and many parts of the Dinghai Xinglong have also been strengthened to the 7th level, and the combat power has been greatly improved. However, in addition to Song Shirshing, Song Xingru on the Dragon Ridge continent is still a red fire seed, and this strand of Star Core Origin Fire is just right for her to use. Sure. Of course, the 2 would not refuse. After all, in the eyes of Captain Xinhua, a strand of silver upgraded fire source is enough to compare with ordinary golden parts. Moreover, Star Mirror Stone cannot transform shipboard parts. Strictly speaking, they still made a profit. After putting away Star Origin Fire, Song-Chi and the others began to further distribute it. The distribution of the 4 silver wonders was not difficult. Song-Chi got the antimatter source, 3 neutron star debris, including 60 black hole dense stones, 50 strands of 7th level floating land origin, etc. Song-Chi was extremely satisfied with this distribution, and Song Yen seemed to be the same. When it came to the last 4 silver treasures, Song-Chi took the lead in taking the red sky transit device. Since you, Old 7, prefer the transit device, I'll take this Star Core giant soldier tree. Seeing this, Song-Chi's expression remained unchanged. Although he also wanted the silver soldier component, it was obvious that the red sky transit device was more important. Song-Chi and Song Yen didn't care much about the last 2 items. The ship armor and an untransformable artifact were not what they needed. In the end, Song-Chi took the star iron and gave the Hunyuan starlight energy shield to Song Yen. He could put the star iron in the artifact exchange shop as a high-level exchange artifact, and it could also be used as a charging artifact for the market projection order in the future. On the second day, the spoils were divided. Since all the gains had been distributed, Jing-Ji and Jing-Hu did not plan to stay in the City of Holy Light for long. After successfully obtaining the Star Mirror Stone, they were naturally busy returning to the tribe to create their own original magic mirror. Jing-Ji had advanced to the 6th level decades ago, and Jing-Hu had also reached the peak of the 5th level. The earlier the original Phantom Mirror of the Phantom Clan was built, the better. So the next day, the 2 said goodbye to Song-Chi and the others. After Jing-Ji and the others left, Song Yen quickly said, "7th brother, what do you mean?" Song-Chi shook his head. "Brother, I will send you back to Longyuan City directly. As for me, I want to stay in this City of Holy Light for a while. With the 3 neutron star debris just obtained, the advancement progress of neutron star core armor has reached August 10th, and it is not far from being completely upgraded to the golden ship armor. This City of Holy Light is large enough, and he wants to see if he can acquire 2 more neutron star debris here later. In addition, he also had to search for the rare item with the characteristic entry of double the effective distance, which would be more likely in the city of Holy Light with a terrifying passenger flow. Although he didn't know why Song Chi wanted to stay in the city of Holy Light, Song Yen didn't ask much. He first followed Song Chi to board the Tianxiu Sanqiong, and when the battleship's hatch was completely closed, Song Chi took out the rare item Dimensional Space Stone, and after sending Song Yen into the dimensional space, he quickly returned to Longyuan City through the Jutian market. As early as when he first arrived at Longyuan City, he had already established a space anchor point in the city, and it was very convenient to travel back and forth now. Longyuan City. Longyuan Palace. Song Chi suddenly appeared and summoned Song Yen from the Dimensional Space Stone, seeing that he returned from the city of Holy Light nearly 10,000 light years away in an instant. Even though he had already known this, Song Yen still sighed, hesitating for a moment, and organizing his words. He tentatively asked, "Seventh brother, I don't have any other meaning. If it's hard to answer, you can ignore it." Song Chi did not speak, waiting for Song Yan's follow-up words. "Is there any limit to your special ability to go back and forth?" Song Chi did not understand Song Yan's purpose, but out of trust, he said truthfully, "Currently, the highest level of biological bodies that can enter and exit is no more than 5. Is that so? Then it seems that it is temporarily impossible." Hearing his words, Song Yen immediately shook his head, seeing the confusion in Song Chi's eyes. Song Yen explained, "I have a very high-level civilization relic here, but it is a pity that it is filled with extreme fire energy. Ordinary creatures cannot enter it at all. As for the 5th-level life, I am afraid that it will melt as soon as it enters it." Hearing this sudden secret, Song Chi's eyes lit up, and he showed a lot of interest. He remembered that his ancestor had said that his eldest brother had inherited a high-level civilization, so he instinctively thought that this high-level relic filled with fire energy was most likely related to the civilization that Song Yen inherited. Thinking about it, he suddenly said, "What about the star dragon shark? Can the dominant creature withstand the flames?" Song Yen shook his head quickly. "If it is a fire-dominated creature, maybe you can try it. But the star dragon shark is not good. The area of the relic is not small." Song Chi wanted to say something, but Song Shishing and Song Yao walked in. Hearing that Song Chi would stay in the city of Holy Light for a while, Song Shishing waved his hand and took out 50 strands of the 7th-level floating land origin, and handed them directly to Song Chi. "Song Chi, Xiao Chi, since you will stay in the city of Holy Light for a while, please help pay attention to the resource of chaos energy. If you encounter it, be sure to buy it." Hearing the word chaos energy, Song Chi and Song Yen understood it instantly. After taking the 50 strands of the 7th-level floating land origin, Song Chi took out the strand of chaos energy obtained from the treasure house of the Star Spirit clan. Seeing this wisp of chaotic energy, Song Shishing and the others did not hide their joy in their eyes. "Xingzu, Yuzu, is the family ready to repair the Dragon Whale Hall with all their strength?" Seeing Song Shishing nod, Song Chi was also happy in his heart. He has always supported the repair of the Dragon Whale Hall, not to mention anything else. Just the hard Hall effect of the Dragon Whale Hall has played a key role many times. And this is the Dragon Whale Hall of the highest quality in black. If the 3rd stage of repair can be completed, the Dragon Whale Hall may evolve to the colorful mythical quality, and its protection of the mind will surely be further improved. However, although he was happy, Song Chi knew that this matter could not be accomplished overnight. The 3rd repair of Dragon Whale Hall required 100 strands of chaos chi. Although the Song family had gathered more than 10 strands in the past 100 years, the gap was still huge. It can be imagined that it would take at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to finally gather these 100 strands of chaos chi. Let's work together. Recently, the Hidden Vein Foreign Affairs Department has collected another piece of news about chaos chi. When the impact of this move is completely calmed down, we will launch the 2nd round of action. At this point, Song Chi asked again, "Speaking of the station, how is the family's plan to build a city going?" Currently, 3 city construction sites have been locked in. One is in the Blackthorn Mountains 3,000 light years away in the west. Although there are more than 100 civilized ethnic groups gathered here, and there are no less than 5 civilizations with masters, the number of alien groups is extremely large. And there is no giant level 8, civilization. The 2nd place is the Arctic ice field 7,000 light years to the north. There are many low-level alien civilizations here, although the quality is a bit poor. There is no high-level civilization. It is safe enough. The third place is the Broken Sea more than 5,000 light-years to the south. It is very chaotic there. But there are many alien races. If you want to build a city here, Shaoqi, your star dragon shark will have to guard the city all year round. After listening to these three options, Song Qi fell into deep thought. Xingzhu, what do you think? Song Shishing glanced at Song Yao beside him, and then said truthfully, your Yaozu and I both prefer the Broken Sea in the south. Although it is chaotic, it also represents great business opportunities. The Broken Sea extends for hundreds of light years. It not only produces higher deep-sea clam pearls, but also a special kind of fire carp. Long-term consumption can promote the seed of fire, although it is only effective for colorless and white fire seeds. As long as we can completely control its acquisition channels, it will become a major asset of our Song family. After speaking, the two looked at Song Qi. This was just what they thought in their hearts. But the key still depends on Song Qi. If the city is to be built on the coast of the Broken Sea, the Sky Dragon Shark will have to stay there for a long time. Song Qi did not hesitate, and nodded gently. Since the Broken Sea is the best place, let's build the city there. It's not a big problem for me. He was not speaking against his will. In fact, he did not think too much of the Sky Dragon Shark. If the market projection order had not appeared in the Zhutian market, he might be reluctant to give it up. But now there is the means of domination projection. When the market is promoted to the 6th level, the domination status will most likely be promoted to the 8th level. At that time, the combat power of the market projection will directly reach the peak of the 7th level, or even the quasi-8th level. And it's not even a star beast facing the Star Dragon Shark that even the Star Spirit Master who just promoted to the 7th level can't beat. Song Qi really doesn't care much. Of course, his real idea is to try to enslave the Black Devouring Beast more than 100 years later. Both are 7th level as a Star Beast. The Black Devouring Beast is much stronger than the Star Dragon Shark. Okay, since Shaoqi has no objection, then it's settled. But as a reward for occupying the Star Dragon Shark, in the future, when the family city is built on the coast of the Broken Sea, Shaoqi, you will get 1/10 of its annual income. Hearing this, Song Qi's mood lifted. You have to know that the subsequent family built a 7th level neutral city, and the annual income is extremely astonishing. 1/10 is not a small amount. Since the ancestor has said it, it would be disrespectful for the grandson to refuse it. No one would complain that they have too much money. Song Qi readily agreed. Well, the Vane will come up with a detailed city construction plan as soon as possible. And it is expected that in the next few years, the construction of the city will officially begin. Song Shishing's voice was full of joy. For the entire Hidden Vane, including the entire family, this is a big deal. After confirming this, Song Qi returned to the City of Holy Light, brought the mini-star dragon shark back to Longyuan City, and then he went to the City of Holy Light alone. The warship docking area in the City of Holy Light, the interior of the Tianxu Sungqiong. After fusing the 3 neutron star debris with the neutron star core armor, Song Qi took out the antimatter source. Chapter 530, the third black ultimate component of Tianxu Sungqiong. I hope you won't let me down. With a thought, Song Qi threw the antimatter source in his hand to the antimatter energy evolution engine component. As the golden light filled the entire control room, Song Qi could feel that the antimatter energy evolution engine was undergoing some essential changes. As time passed, the antimatter source was gradually absorbed by the engine, and the golden light in the battleship was slowly turning black. Until a certain moment, the golden light was completely transformed into the eternal dark black light. Is the evolution completed? His sight quickly focused on the antimatter energy evolution engine component, and a new attribute panel quickly appeared in Song Qi's eyes. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine LV70 Quality, Black Features, Energy Supply Efficiency increased by an additional 320% Feature 2, Engine Thrust increased by an additional 320% Feature 3, High Overload Burst Feature 4, all loading components of the warship with a quality lower than or equal to this component. Energy consumption is reduced by 60% Feature 5, Antimatter Source Evolution Feature 6, Dual Engines Consumption, 1542/S, Psionic Points, Energy Supply, 14W/S, Psionic Points, Buffer after Overload, 30 minutes Psionic Pool, 10 million, can store 10 million Psionic Points. High Overload Burst, consumes 300,000 Psionic Points. The engine immediately enters a high overload operation state. Energy supply efficiency increased by 2000%. Thrust increased by 2000%. Lasts for 240 minutes. Buffer time 10 hours. Antimatter source evolution. This engine can swallow high-purity antimatter sources for slow evolution. When the swallowed antimatter source reaches a certain amount, the quality of this engine will be upgraded to above black. Note, after evolving to the limit, this feature will be able to be transformed into a new feature autonomously. Dual engine. The warship can be equipped with a second engine, providing the warship with more powerful power and maneuverability. Note, the quality of the second engine must not exceed that of the current engine. After seeing the attributes in front of him, Song Chi's breathing suddenly became heavier. After absorbing the antimatter source, the antimatter energy evolution engine not only successfully evolved to the black ultimate quality, but more importantly, its fifth characteristic, antimatter source evolution, did not transform into a new characteristic. What does this mean? It means that the black ultimate is not the limit of the antimatter energy evolution engine, and it can continue to absorb more antimatter sources and further impact the color engine. The mall points were really worth it. The color myth. I'm afraid that those 8th level Shinhua captains will be jealous, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Song Chi continued to carefully check the specific properties of the antimatter energy evolution engine. After evolving to black quality, its energy supply efficiency has reached a terrifying 14 W per second. This is definitely an extremely exaggerated number. Song Chi can imagine that the Tianqiu Sangqiong will not have to worry about energy supply issues for a long time in the future. The second is the psionic pool. When it was gold quality, its psionic pool storage was only 5 million. Now it has doubled directly to 10 million. This will further allow the components loaded on the warship to use their special abilities at will. Finally, there is the sixth characteristic after evolving to black ultimate quality. This dual engine feature is the best of the best. In other words, the Tianqiu Sangqiong will be able to load a second engine component again, although there are certain restrictions. What is the quality of the antimatter energy evolution engine? The black one is the best. There are very few engines of this level. It can be evolved again in the future. When Song Chi thought about the Tianqiu Sangqiong carrying two colored engines at the same time, he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. With difficulty, he shifted his attention from the antimatter energy evolution engine component and looked at the Qiongtian intelligent brain system component. The intermediate intelligent brain has been obtained, and now it is possible to strengthen this component to the 7th level. After 10 consecutive strengthenings, the Sky intelligent brain system has been successfully strengthened to the 7th level. After the 7th level, the properties of the components are naturally greatly improved. Among them, what Song Chi is most concerned about is the fully automatic subbrain intelligent machinery feature. After the 7th level, the maximum number of subbrains that can be differentiated at one time has soared from 3,000 to 10,000. If a sufficient number of mechanical units can be equipped on the battleship, this feature is enough to become a killer that people can catch off guard. After he found the Qiongtian intelligent brain system part, he took out the Qiqiong jump device. The titanium crystal in his hand was just enough to strengthen a silver part to the 7th level, but unfortunately, the strengthening of this part requires the use of space sand, a resource which he does not have at present. There seems to be some in the family merit building. Muttering, Song Chi recalled the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Not in a hurry to return to the Dragon Ridge continent, Song Chi took a 5th level void demon and wandered around in this city of holy light. A few hours later, he successfully rented a shop on a main street in the city. And then he opened a shop of his own in this city of holy light. The purpose of the shop was simple. He took out all the rare objects and mineral resources that had not been traded in the market for many years, and tried to see if he could sell them in this city of holy light. In addition, he also offered a high price to purchase neutron star debris and rare objects with the characteristic entry of extra doubled range. After doing all this, Song Chi left an ethereal body in the shop and asked the 5th level void demon to guard the shop. Then he returned to Longji continent through the market. On the way to the Merit building at the foot of Longji Divine Mountain, he logged into the Yogwang Star Tower once, wanting to see if there was any new progress in the Secret Realm exploration mission. However, not many days have passed since the mission was released, and no other new information has been added yet. Song Chi, relieved, quickly canceled the login, went all the way to the Merit building, and took all the space and materials stored by the family. Song Chi chose to return to the City of Holy Light. He has decided to stay in the City of Holy Light for the next few years, or even decades, and vowed to find the right characteristic entry for double the effective distance. In this way, time passed quickly. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, Song Chi wandered around the city whenever he had time, searching for those special and strange objects. At the same time, he did not give up his understanding of the power of the law, including the progress of the practice of the guidance technique, which was also steadily improving. Unfortunately, the specified characteristic entry was not found. The level of the guidance technique did not make any new breakthroughs, and the progress of the 3 laws was also very limited. Song Chi found that he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. After discovering this, he did not let it go, but left the 5th level void demon in the city of Holy Light, set up a space anchor point, and returned directly to Longyuan City. In 5 years, Longyuan City has undergone significant changes, the most obvious of which is naturally the core of the city's hidden veins, and the number of core tribesmen has decreased significantly. Song Chi was not surprised by this, because just 2 years ago, the hidden veins had already begun to build the city on the broken seaside. Through the teleportation point in Longyuan South City, Song Chi was teleported to the south 200 light years away. After leaving the underground teleportation point, he summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong and rushed straight to the Broken Sea 5,000 light years away. Red Star Continent, Broken Sea North Shore, Cross Strangulation. Accompanied by a slight sword chant, a cross sword light swept through the air and rushed straight to the half-snake people who were fleeing in a panic in front. Hurry, the front is the territory of Lansha City, and you will be safe once you enter the territory of Lansha City. A 3rd-level half-snake man reminded loudly, and then he turned around resolutely. The magic energy on the snake spear in his hand flashed, and he went straight to the cross sword light shooting from behind. Clang! The alloy spear collided with the sword light, making a dull friction sound, and a sharp sword intent emanated from the cross sword light, cutting deep blood marks on the green scales of the 3rd-level half-snake man. Resisting the stinging pain from his body, the magic energy in the half-snake man's body exploded. Puff! Blood emitting a hint of frost and coldness sprayed, and the half-snake man was thrown back dozens of meters. The good news is that although he was seriously injured, he finally blocked the cross sword light. But the next second, the vertical pupils of the 3rd-level half-snake man suddenly widened. No! There were 4 sword slaves chasing after him. All of them were good at the 3rd level. Although he blocked a cross sword beam, the other 3 sword slaves were not blocked. At this moment, 3 sword beams had already shot towards the half-snakes fleeing in front. Among those half-snakes, only one was at the 2nd level, and the others were still minors. Once they were hit by the sword beam, the result was predictable. For a moment, the 3rd-level half-snakes were horrified. At this critical moment, several beams of light suddenly shot from the distant sky. Swish! 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 These beams of light collided with the 3 sword lights accurately, and instantly defeated all the sword lights. This also allowed several half-snakes to survive. It's the Dragon Shark Patrol. The 3rd-level half-snake's eyes reappeared with a strong glow, looking at the 10 warships speeding overhead with gratitude. Aliens, this is the territory of my Dragon Shark City. You have crossed the line. Above his head, a high-pitched male voice came from the warship with a length of 3,000 meters. Just this sentence made the 4 sword slaves stop instantly. There was obvious anger and unwillingness in the eyes of several sword slaves, but they did not dare to refute, because the 3 words Dragon Shark City had spread all over the surroundings in the past 2 years. 2 years ago, a group of strange creatures arrived at the north bank of the Broken Sea, and aggressively occupied the land, wanting to build a city in this extremely chaotic north bank. Such an action, naturally, immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of countless alien races, and for a time, there were many rebels. A year and a half ago, led by 3 6th-level aliens, hundreds of thousands of different aliens gathered together, and stepped into the so-called Dragon Shark Neutral City. But it was also on that day that the terrifying star Dragon Shark Overlord, which covered the sky and the sun, appeared for the first time on the north bank of the Broken Sea. The vast power of the Overlord announced to the thousands of aliens on the entire broken north bank that a dragon had arrived. Since then, there has been another piece of orderly land on the north bank of the Broken Sea. Sorry. We'll leave now. Although they were unwilling, several sword slaves quickly apologized and turned around without hesitation. Chapter 531 Inheritance Monument of the Secret Art of the Evil Sword above the sky. To the right of the leading Zulu ship, the bow of the cruiser with a length of 1,200 meters is gathering white light, seemingly charging the main gun attack characteristics. Patrol Team Communication Group Chat. Song Qing, second uncle, do you really want to let them go? They are just a few sword slaves. Kill them if you want. As soon as the young man's voice sounded, the captain of the Zulu ship, who led the team, immediately stopped him. Don't stop. Faced with the scolding of his second uncle, Song Qing could only cancel the charging of the main gun with reluctance. Song Qing still had enough respect for his uncle. Not only because Song Jingyan usually took great care of him, but also because Song Jingyan was a famous genius in Longyuan City in the past few hundred years. He became the captain of Zulu before he was 300 years old, and he was quite famous in Longyuan City. He glanced at his nephew through the communication projection, and saw that although Song Qing's eyes were unwilling, there was no other resentment, gloom and other emotions. Song Jingyan explained softly, now is the key node for our Longsha city to establish its reputation as a neutral city. As long as there is no trouble within our designated area, we must never take action against the outside world. This is the most basic principle of a neutral city. Only by strictly patrolling this principle can we establish our reputation in the hearts of many foreign races in the outside world. If we maintain this well, our Longsha city can truly take root on the northern shore of the Broken Sea. At this point, Song Jingyan changed his voice and turned back to the several sword slaves who were leaving quickly in the distance. Although the sword slave clan wanted to kill us just now, they didn't really enter the area we have defined. So we can't kill them. Do you understand? After hearing this explanation, Song Qing and the other 8 patrolling clan members suddenly understood. Understood, second uncle. For the family's future plans of 100 years and 1,000 years, we will never make such a mistake again. Staring at the 10 warships flying away overhead, the third-level half-snake man bowed and saluted. Although this was just a casual act for the Song family patrol team, it was a real great favor to the person involved. Father. Resisting the serious injuries on his body, the third-level half-snake man quickly reunited with his wife and children. Let's go directly to Dragon Shark City. Although Dragon Shark City has not been fully built, I heard that some urban areas have been opened to the public. As long as we can sell that thing, it will be enough for us to spend for hundreds of years in the future. Hearing this, the second-level female half-snake man hesitated. That thing is extremely valuable, otherwise it would not be targeted by those sword slaves. Will it be dangerous to sell it directly? Don't worry about these. I have inquired in the tribe. This Dragon Shark City is very well ordered. It is much better than the medium-sized Copper Horn City a million miles away. I heard that a second-level alien race sold a silver wonder half a year ago, and it is still active in the city now. It's a waste of time to run to the top of the mountain. Although they had seen the towering outline of Dragon Shark City long ago, the 4 half-snakes had to rush for 3 days without stopping. And finally they were able to enter the city successfully. This was because the third-level half-snake couple took turns carrying their children to speed up. Otherwise it would have taken even longer. At the north gate of Dragon Shark City, the number of aliens entering the city was frightening. In the crowd, the 4 half-snakes were inconspicuous. Not to mention the second and third levels. With just a casual glance, the third-level half-snake saw many 4th-level aliens, and even a 5th-level seahorse. Although there were many alien races, there was no riot, and they all entered the city in an orderly manner. It was not only the deterrence of the Star Dragon Shark that appeared more than a year ago, but also the city wall that was still under construction on the left side of the North City Gate. It can be seen that dozens of giant alien figures with a height of 10,000 meters are working hard to carry out construction work. And there are even 2 with a height of 100,000 meters. Their bodies clearly exude terrifying life pressure. But at this moment, they are working hard to assist in building the city. Sure enough, a city with a master is different. Seeing this scene, the third-level half-snake man felt more relieved, and at the same time, he was sincerely happy for his own tribe. The half-snake tribe where he was located was not big, just a small 4th-level tribe on the north shore of the Broken Sea. There were only 2 4th-level half-snakes in the tribe, which was one of the tens of thousands of small and medium-sized forces on the north shore of the Broken Sea. Precisely because of the weak power, and the fact that the surrounding slightly reliable trading cities were also a million miles away from the tribe's base, every time he went out to trade, he had to face great risks. Over the past 1,000 years, more than 3-digit half-snake masters in the tribe have died because of this. It's all right now. Dragon Shark City is only tens of thousands of miles away from the tribe's base. It will be much more convenient in the future. Just as the third-level half-snake man was imagining a bright future, the indifferent Star Sea common language suddenly came from the front. The entrance fee is 1 strand of the first level floating land origin. The half-snake man reacted quickly. He handed over 1 strand of the second level floating land origin. Hello, there are 4 of us in total. The person in charge of receiving the entrance fee was a second level Jieshin clan. He took 1 strand of the second level floating land origin and quickly returned 4 strands of the first level floating land origin. 1:8? This is much more reasonable than the 1:5 in Tongji City. Muttering, the third level half-snake man quickly entered the city with his wife and children. The first thing he did after entering the city was to rent a temporary residence, settle his wife and children, and then, regardless of his injuries, he went straight to the trading street. The north city of Lansha City is currently open. Although it has only been open for more than half a year, the number of alien races gathered in the city is already considerable. The third level half-snake man has limited knowledge, although he vaguely knows the value of the item in his hand. It is his first time to come to a large-scale trading city. The bustling streets and the dense alien races make him feel a little cramped. Finally, he hastily rented a stall and took out the item he accidentally obtained. With an old uncle, Song Qing's status in the hidden vein is not low, and his knowledge is naturally far beyond his peers. Just after finishing a 1-month patrol mission, he did not rest and relax, but came to the trading street as soon as possible, thinking about whether he could pick up a bargain. Is this the secret art inheritance monument? A sudden exclamation in his ear instantly attracted Song Qing's attention. The secret art inheritance monument. The value of this thing is well known. If it is really a secret art inheritance monument, he must take it down no matter what, because it is very critical to the entire hidden vein, and even the entire Song family, and it is enough to supplement the family's foundation. Squeezing into the alien group, Song Qing soon saw the third level half-snake man, including the ancient stone tablet with a hint of sword spirit on the stall in front of him. This stone tablet was very small, as if it had been cut in half by something, leaving only a short section. However, Song Qing had also returned to the dragon spine ancestral vein, comprehended the dragon spine, and was familiar with several secret art inheritance tablets such as Wuming. It's really the secret art inheritance tablet, and it is likely related to the sword secret art, but it seems incomplete. After confirming this, Song Qing quickly contacted his second uncle through the Xinhua network. It has been more than 2 years since Imai came to the north shore of the Broken Sea, and naturally built a simple Xinhua network. However, it was a rough construction after all, and the confidentiality was limited. In normal times, the people of Imai still communicated more through warship communications, and rarely communicated through the Xinhua network. Just after notifying his second uncle, Song Qing soon heard a deafening buzzing sound in his ears. I want this stone tablet. 10 strands of the 6th level floating land origin? Obviously, some aliens have confirmed the authenticity of this secret inheritance tablet and want to take it as soon as possible. Behind the stall, the third level half-snake man shook his head and was about to say something, but another alien spoke up. A red star sea wonder suitable for snakes. This is a wonder property. As soon as this offer came out, the third level half-snake man was obviously tempted. Seeing this, Song Qing was a little anxious, and just hoped that his second uncle would come quickly. However, he didn't know what was going on with Song Zhengyan, and he didn't come yet. Seeing that the third level half-snake man was about to give in, Song Qing tried his best to stay calm and quickly thought about what he had that would be attractive to the other party. Because of Song Zhengyan's support, he had a lot of good things on him. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly said, "Can I exchange 1 snake spirit blood tempering fruit for this stone tablet?" Hearing about the snake spirit blood tempering fruit, the attention of the third level half-snake man instantly shifted to Song Qing. His snake pupil shone brightly, and he was obviously very interested in the snake spirit blood tempering fruit. As a result, his mind that was about to give up just now was instantly retracted. This sudden change made the 5th level alien, who was about to buy the secret art inheritance tablet, very angry. Almost instantly, the pressure from the 5th level creature enveloped Song Qing. Song Qing's face turned pale, and he tried his best to mobilize the dark energy in his body to resist. At this moment, Song Qing felt a slight spatial fluctuation coming from his side. Before he could turn around, the pressure on his body suddenly dissipated. Uncle Qi. When he turned around and saw the familiar figure who appeared beside him at some point, Song Qing was overjoyed. Are you injured? Song Qi smiled and nodded. Not bad. Seeing that Song Qing was not injured, Song Chi's coldness in his heart was slightly reduced. But his eyes looking at the 5th level alien opposite were still cold. The shadow of the double pupil appeared in his eyes. Under the blessing of the laws of space and light, the whole body of the 5th level alien being watched suddenly stiffened, as if he was stared at by some prehistoric beast, violating the trading rules, releasing your own pressure to coerce outsiders. According to the rules and regulations of Longsha City, you can be killed on the spot. The cold voice came out of his mouth, and each character was like a sharp sword, stabbing the 5th level alien opposite. Considering that you did not release the pressure with all your strength, you still know the limit. You can be exempted from the death penalty, but the punishment must not be reduced. For this sentence, do you accept it? After speaking, Song Chi also took the initiative to disperse his own pupil power, allowing the 5th level alien to regain the ability to move. I accept any punishment. The 5th level alien, still full of fear, nodded quickly, fearing that Song Chi would suddenly regret and kill him here. Shao Qing, do you want anything? Hearing the question, Song Qing, as the person involved, thought about it, and then quickly asked for the floating land origin that he was currently lacking. In that case, then punish you to take out 500 strands of 4th level floating land origin, 10 strands of 5th level floating land origin, as an apology. After solving the matter lightly, Song Chi turned his eyes to the ancient stone tablet on the stall. This stone tablet is not complete, but it can solve this problem in a targeted way. As long as the other part of the stone tablet is still on this red star continent, it should not be difficult to find it using the Heavenly Fate compass plate parts. Stall owner, can you try it? Knowing Song Chi's extraordinary status, the 3rd level half-snake man did not dare to refuse. Sir, please do as you please. He reached out and picked up the sword-meaning stone tablet, and immersed himself in it. Soon, Song Chi learned some information about this sword-type secret art inheritance tablet. Sword of Evil Secret Art Inheritance Tablet. Secret Art, Flying Sword State. Any law perception degree exceeds 0.1% can be comprehended. Secret Art, Sword of Evil Chant. Any law perception degree exceeds 1% can be comprehended. This stone tablet is indeed a secret art inheritance tablet, but because of its incompleteness, it currently only has 2 secret arts. Since this is the case, Song Chi cannot judge its specific grade, but its value is real. After pondering for a while, he reached out and took out a porcelain bottle. This is a drop of 6th level snake alien blood, which has a great strengthening effect on your half-snake bloodline, plus this snake spirit blood tempering fruit. Are you willing to exchange it? Hearing that Song Chi was willing to take out another drop of 6th level snake alien blood, the 3rd level half-snake man no longer hesitated. Deal. Snake spirit blood tempering fruit. It originally has the function of assisting snake creatures to break through the bottleneck of the big level. If it can strengthen its bloodline with the 6th level snake blood in advance, it has great confidence to break through the 4th level. Besides, it is only the 3rd level now. It does not need the 6th level snake blood to strengthen its bloodline. If it dilutes it, not only can it use it, but also its wife and children can benefit from it. After completing the transaction, Song Chi took Song Qing away from the trading street. Longsha City Lord's Mansion. This secret art inheritance monument is extremely versatile, but it is too incomplete, and only 2 secret arts are left in it. After checking the Evil Sword Secret Art Inheritance Monument, Song Shirshing sighed. The inheritance monument of the secret art of the Evil Sword is of great value. If it is complete, its significance to the family will be unimaginable. Xingzhu, your grandson can give it a try. The underground battleship summoning room of the City Lord's Mansion. Inside the Tianshu Sungqiong, Song Chi put the half of the inheritance monument of the secret art of the Evil Sword in his hand together with the ground of the Heavenly Fate compass plate. Not long after, a brand new star map appeared on the ground. On the star map with a radius of 200 million light-years, a golden light spot was marked. This golden light spot is not far from the Tianshu Sungqiong, and it seems to overlap with the battleship. This means that the other half of the Evil Sword Secret Art Inheritance Monument is also on this red star continent. After all, compared with the 200 million light-year star map radius, the red star continent, as an 8th level floating continent, has a diameter of only more than 300,000 light-years. After getting this result, Song Chi was delighted. As long as the other half of the Evil Sword Secret Art Inheritance Monument is still on this floating continent, things will be much easier. Chapter 532 Universe Secret Realm, the tracking of the Golden Neutron Star Core Armor. Destiny Compass Plate can be said to be very smooth. According to the coordinates of the light spots provided by the ground star map, Song Chi easily determined the location of the other half of the Evil Sword Secret Art Inheritance Monument. It is also located on the north bank of the Broken Sea, about millions of kilometers away from Lansha City. In the Lansha City Lord's Mansion, after a brief discussion, finally, a peak 4th level elder of the Hidden Vein took Song Chi's ethereal body and actively went out to search for the other half of the Inheritance Monument. It was not that Song Chi was unwilling, but the news came from the Yaoguang Star Tower that the secret realm discovered by the Deputy Master of the Beidou Hall had new information. After learning this, Song Chi would not stay in Longyuan City for long. He hurriedly asked the second 5th level Void Demon to open a shop in Lansha City. And then, he hurried back to Longji Continent. As for the space anchor point, Song Chi thought about it, and still did not set it up in Lansha City. Now there are only 4 space anchor points in the 5th level Jutian market, including Longji Continent, Silver Plate Floating Land, Hidden Vein Longyuan City, and City of Holy Light. There are no more vacancies. Yaoguang Star Tower Hall. Sister Yulong? Just after logging in with projection, Song Chi met Chui Yulong, who was also in the Star Tower. Jingja. Chui Yulong smiled sweetly. Before, at her invitation, in order to protect her nephew, Song Chi had faced Changsun Wu, the direct descendant of another branch of the Changsun family, so she had always had a very good impression of Song Chi. Why, you also want to take this mission? Song Chi shook his head truthfully to this question. Not yet confirmed. Does Sister Yulong have any suggestions? As the two talked, Song Chi quickly came to the task release window and saw the updated content in the pinned task information. Task Introduction. A Deputy Hall Master of the Big Dipper Hall accidentally discovered a special secret realm while exploring an alien star domain. After preliminary exploration, it was determined that this secret realm is a cosmic secret realm. There are a large number of high-level secret realm creatures distributed in it, which is very dangerous. Cosmic Secret Realm? Indigenous Secret Realm creatures? Seeing these 2 points, Song Chi couldn't help but frown. He had a certain understanding of Cosmic Secret Realms. This level of Secret Realm, even the lowest level of Cosmic Secret Realm, would not be lower than the 7th level. Since indigenous Secret Realm creatures have been found in it, it means that there is a high probability that there will be a 7th level master level. Thinking of this, Song Chi's original eagerness to try disappeared instantly. Seeing his rich expression changes, a chuckle came from his side. What? You are not interested again? Song Chi was a little embarrassed. But thinking of his identity as an old member of Yulong Star Tower, he tried to ask, Sister Yulong, do you have more specific information? How are Shuiyang and the others? How strong are the native creatures in the secret realm? Chui Yulong put away the smile on her face and did not hide anything. This secret realm should be just the lowest level of the universe secret realm. Uncle Corp's dog once made a brief contact with Zhuiyang, who entered the secret realm through a golden communication component. According to Zhuiyang, the internal area of the universe secret realm is very large, and it is even larger than a star field of tens of thousands of light years. The natives of the secret realm call themselves the Blood Battle World. Zhuiyang has seen the Blood Battle Clan Master at the peak level of the 7th rank. After listening to Chui Yulong's words, Song Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Just from the tip of the iceberg that Zhuiyang saw, it was enough to see the danger in the secret realm, which made Song Chi more hesitant. Is there any news about the special resources in the secret realm? Not yet. Hearing this, Song Chi basically made up his mind. Thank you, Sister Yulong. For now, these are obviously still secret information. Only Uncle Shergo knows about it, and it has not been spread in the Yaoguang Star Tower members group chat. The other party can tell him directly, which itself is a kind of trust. Chui Yulong shook his head, indicating that there was no need to thank him. Thank you. But this matter has not been made public yet. Try not to disclose it to others. Song Chi understood what Chui Yulong meant. According to the recent news in the Xingling group chat, he knew that it was not only the Deputy Hall Master of the Beidou Main Hall who discovered this secret realm before, but also the big figures from the Xianxin Divine Dynasty and the Holy Hall Federation. Now, 3 parties are exploring this secret realm together. Some news is not convenient to be announced in the group chat. Although the members of Yaoguang Star Tower have a good relationship, more than 30 members are from different parts of the human civilization, so it is inevitable that there will be direct members from the other 2 parties. After responding, Song Chi quickly left the Star Tower. After sorting out the information revealed by Chui Yulong, He decided to wait for a while. The danger level is still unknown, and the resources produced in the secret realm are also unclear. In addition, the Star Dragon Shark now has to stay in Dragon Shark City. Although the market projection order alone is enough to ensure safety, it is hard to say whether it is worth the cost of a silver wonder every time. It still depends on the value of the resources produced in the subsequent secret realm. Shaking his head, Song-Chi no longer thought about it, and was not prepared to stay in the Dragon Ridge continent for a long time. He returned directly to the City of Holy Light to continue his acquisition mission. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 15 years had passed. During this time, Song-Chi had officially passed his 300-year-old mark. In his previous life, this had exceeded the time of most dynasties. Longyuan City, Battleship Summoning Room. The 14,000-meter-long Tianshu Sangqiong stood quietly here. Inside the battleship, Song-Chi's figure suddenly disappeared. Cultivation Secret Realm in the middle, clear water spiritual spring. Looking at a group of water clams bred in this small spiritual spring, Song-Chi's eyes were filled with expectation. There are quite a few water clams of sufficient age in this batch, but it is unknown how many old clam pearls they can produce. The vast phantom energy overflowed from his body, and under the blessing of the cultivation secret realm, this phantom energy directly soared to the level of the 6th level. At the same time, under the effect of this 6th level phantom energy, the water clams at the bottom of the green water spring were lifted up in midair, and finally rushed out of the water and floated above the secret realm. Then Song-Chi's mind turned into 50, controlling the 50 phantom hammers gathered by the phantom energy, and began to quickly hit all the water clams. In less than 2 minutes, the inventory work was completed. 1 deep water clam pearl of 15,000 years old, 3 deep water clam pearls of 10,000 years old, 15 deep water clam pearls of 8,000 years old, 60 deep water clam pearls of 5,000 years old. Not bad. Looking at the 4 largest clam pearls, Song-Chi was in a good mood. The guiding technique had already reached the peak of LV57. With the help of these 4 deep water clam pearls of more than 10,000 years old, he was confident that he could reach LV58. Half a month later, with 3 deep water clam pearls of 10,000 years old and a superclass bodybuilding potion, Song-Chi successfully upgraded the guiding technique to LV58. In addition, the 15,000-year-old clam pearl was also used, which made him advance a little in the level 58 of the guidance technique, and shortened the time to break through to 59. In addition, in the past 15 years, Song-Chi further comprehended the laws, and with the help of various blessings, his lowest level of understanding of the law of time reached 41.2%. This speed is really frighteningly fast, but it is based on multiple blessings such as enlightenment cushion fake, starry sky throne, the market of all heavens, and double pupils, and the fact that the understanding of the law of time is not high. This speed is understandable. 10 years ago, with the guidance of the ethereal body, Imai successfully found the other half of the Evil Sword Secret Art Inheritance Tablet, and the Evil Sword Secret Art Inheritance Tablet was completely complete. This Secret Art Inheritance Tablet did not disappoint the Song family. Although the complete Evil Sword Secret Art Inheritance Tablet did not reach the level of Dragon Whale Secret Art Inheritance Tablet and Nameless Secret Art Inheritance Tablet, it recorded as many as 8 secret arts, which exceeded all the other secret art inheritance tablets in the hands of the Song family. With Song-Chi's current space law that is close to perfection, he can only see 5 of them clearly at the moment, apart from Flying Sword State and Sword Chant. The other 3 are Sword Shadow Escape, which can only be comprehended with 10% law perception, Sword Light Differentiation, which requires 30% law perception, and 6-in-1 Sword Controlling Technique, which requires 50% law perception. Among them, Sword Shadow Escape is a secret technique of escape, Sword Light Differentiation is a secret technique of group attack, and 6-in-1 Sword Controlling Technique condenses 6 heavy sword phantoms to protect itself, which is a secret technique for defense. To be honest, Song-Chi is quite envious of these 5 secret techniques. After all, combined with the cutting and shielding properties of the space law, whether used as an attack secret technique or a defense secret technique, they are extremely powerful. But Song-Chi did not comprehend any of them in the end. The reason was simple. Now he had mastered enough secret arts. He knew that he would not be able to digest too much. Outside world, City of Holy Light. Master successfully acquired a complete neutron star wreckage. After hearing the message from the 5th level Void Demon, Song-Chi quickly left the market. After returning to the City of Holy Light and getting the neutron star wreckage, he returned to the market again. Freestall area, battleship control room. Holding the neutron star debris tightly in his hand, Song Chi's eyes were full of excitement. The last one. Finally got it. As early as 3 years ago, he got the 9th neutron star debris from the God's Kingdom player trading space. Now this one is the last one needed for the neutron star core armor to evolve to gold quality. With full expectations, he handed the neutron star debris to the trembling neutron star core armor. Suddenly, silver light shone. Not long after, the dazzling silver light gradually transformed into brilliant golden light. The sight converged, and a new attribute panel soon emerged. Neutron Star Core Armor LV70 Quality, Gold. Feature, Neutron Star Fission. Feature 2, Neutron Star Core Pulse. Feature 3, Armor Protection Value increased by 350%. Feature 4, Neutron Link. Feature 5, High Energy Particle Storm. Consumption, 3400/S, Psionic Points, Protection, 101.2 billion. No need to charge and buffer. Neutron Star Fission. Consume 500,000 psionic points. The warship is temporarily transformed into a micro-neutron star form, resisting attacks from the outside world, duration 10 minutes, cooling time 6 hours. Neutron Star Core Pulse. The armor layer transformed by the neutron star core contains endless pulse energy. When the warship is damaged, this infinite pulse energy wave will continue to repair the ship's armor and energy shield, repair 10% of the armor layer every 5 seconds, restore 10% of the shipborne energy shield value every 10 seconds. Neutron Link. Consumes 400,000 psionic points, specifies to link 50 warships within a range of 100 million kilometers. During the duration of the linked warships, the armor protection value of the warship hull increases by 100%, the energy shield protection value and shield value both increase by 100%, lasts for 12 hours, and has a cooling time of 240 hours. High Energy Particle Storm. Consumes 1 million psionic points. The hull armor releases a violent high-energy particle flow, forms a high-energy particle storm field in the area of 10 million kilometers around the warship, annihilates all tangible objects, lasts for 30 minutes, and has a constant cooling time of 10 years. After watching the neutron star core armor that evolved into the Golden Sanctuary quality, Song Chi only had 2 words in his mind. Awesome. After evolving to the Golden Sanctuary quality, its defense, characteristic effects, and other aspects have been extremely improved. Not to mention its skyrocketing self-repair ability for the battleship's energy shield and hull armor in the future. Let alone the silver super main gun, I am afraid that even the golden super main gun, as long as it is not strengthened to the 7th order limit, cannot pose any threat to the energy shield of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. The most exaggerated is the newly emerged High Energy Particle Storm characteristic, which can be called a god-level group attack characteristic, covering a high-energy particle storm field of tens of millions of kilometers. If you can rush into the enemy group and suddenly use such a move, the results that can be produced are unimaginable. Song Chi also thought of another way to use it. Just imagine, if the battleship promotion task is started. I believe that the efficiency of accumulating the promotion success rate with this feature will be extremely scary. However, it is not without disadvantages. First of all, this thing does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Be careful when activating it. Otherwise you may hurt friendly units if you are not careful. The second is the 10-year cooling time. However, Song Chi thinks this is not a big deal, because as long as the Pajua Zen seal and time chess are used, its cooling time will be directly reduced to a little over a year, which is completely acceptable. Taking his attention away from the attribute panel of the neutron star core armor, Song Chi's eyes flickered. He was not lamenting the time it took for this component to evolve from silver to gold, although it took nearly 200 years. For him who now has a lifespan of 4,000 years, this time is actually acceptable. What Song Chi was thinking about at the moment was whether this neutron star core armor could continue to evolve. The quality of the Golden Sanctuary is indeed good. But for him, whose goal has always been to become a captain of the 7th, 8th, or even 8th level, the quality of the Golden Sanctuary is obviously not enough to accompany the Tianqiu Sanqiong for a lifetime. Only the Black Ultimate, or even the colorful mythical quality ship armor, can satisfy him. Forget it. Let's see later. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm doomed. It's a great fortune to be able to evolve from the Red Epic to the Golden Holy Domain. Song Chi did not continue to dwell on this. He recalled the Tianxu Sangqiong and walked towards the all-attribute training room. Today's all-attribute training room has reached level 59, which has a very high increase in the practice of the guiding technique. Before searching for the doubled range feature entry, he still prefers to improve his guiding technique. Chapter 533. The quality of the seed of fire is improved. Lair, it's time to eat. A woman's voice came from the kitchen. Not long after, the door of the training room in the side yard opened, and the girl with an unknown training liquid on her body walked out of the door. Seeing this, the plump woman who poked her head out from the busy kitchen hurriedly said, "Lair, but you just applied the body-quenching liquid. It's okay to wait a while." The share of body-quenching liquid in the clan has always been tight. These are what your father exchanged with merit points with great difficulty. You only have the last 2 years before the awakening of the fire. You can't waste any opportunity to improve the level of the guidance technique. The girl, with red cheeks, who had not yet recovered from the after-effects of the morning's training in the guidance technique, shook her head. "It's okay, Mom. The medicine has just been absorbed. I'll go wash up." 10 minutes later, the mother and daughter sat down at the dining table. Before they started eating, the girl seemed to think of something and asked, "Mom, where is my brother?" Hearing her daughter ask this, the woman rolled her eyes. "Except for hiding in the battleship summoning room to practice the guiding technique. Where else can he be?" As she said that, she quickly waved her hand and pretended to be impatient. "We don't care about him. Your brother is now the captain of the escort ship. It's normal for him not to eat for a few months. You should eat more." Click. Before the woman finished speaking, there was a sudden noise from the hall. The two turned their heads and saw a shirtless, square-faced man walking out of the entrance of the underground battleship summoning room. The man's name was Song Liang, who was the girl's brother, and the son of the plump woman. The moment she saw Song Liang, the woman's face showed obvious joy. Although she was ruthless, what mother would dislike her son? She hurriedly said, "Xiao Yang, come here quickly, I just made your favorite dish." But before the woman finished speaking, Song Liang spoke first. "Mom, have you stewed the fire carp soup?" As soon as the 3 words fire carp soup came into her ears, the woman seemed to understand something instantly. She hurriedly stood up. Her eyes were full of surprise. "Xiao Yang, what about the seed of fire?" Although she looks like a housewife now, she is almost 150 years old. She was promoted to captain of the escort ship a few years ago, and her experience is not shallow. While asking, without waiting for Song Liang to answer, she ran back to the kitchen and opened the cupboard. In the corner of the cupboard, there was a closed light curtain formed by psionic energy. When the woman dispelled the psionic energy, a bowl of fish soup that was still emitting heat and fragrance appeared. Taking the fish soup, Song Liang poured it into his mouth, and then sat down on the spot. On one side, the woman's face was full of mixed emotions, sometimes expectant, sometimes happy, sometimes worried. At this time, Song Li also came over. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Brother?" The woman suppressed her chaotic thoughts and explained softly, "Didn't your grandfather know that it was hopeless to break through to the 3rd level, and exchanged all the contribution points he had accumulated for more than 200 years for your brother's new special resource, fire carp? After decades of continuous nourishment, your brother's white seed of fire should be promoted to blue." Hearing this, Song Li was also happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. In this way, Song Liang's theoretical upper limit will rise to the captain of a cruiser. For her who has not yet awakened, the help she will receive in the future will definitely be greater. The transformation of Song Liang's seed of fire lasted for dozens of minutes. When Song Liang opened his eyes again, he saw the blue flame flashing in his eyes. Song Li and her daughter were surprised. "Mom, Shili, I have to go back to the battleship summoning room to strengthen the battleship parts. You don't have to wait for me. Do you have enough floating land origin?" "Enough." When Song Liang disappeared at the entrance of the battleship summoning room again, the joy on the woman's face did not disappear for a long time. However, she turned to her daughter and said sternly, "Li, the family is now in a period of rapid development. The ancestors, the heads of the family, are not stingy in cultivating the young people below. Quenching fluid, blood bodhi, floating land origin, fire carp. These rare resources that people would fight over in the outside world can be exchanged for contributions and merits. This is the blessing of your generation. So you must not relax. If your grandfather's generation had such an environment, perhaps your grandfather would have been an extreme cruiser captain now. Not far from being a Zulu captain. Don't let me and your father down. And the expectations of the whole family. Mom, your daughter understands. Jiasong floating land. A 100-meter-long frigate soared into the sky, and soon disappeared in the sky of the floating land. In the battleship's main control room, Song Liang activated the jump device without hesitation. More than 100 light-years away, at the edge of the Jiasong star region, the Qinliang, which had been released from the jump state, was speeding along. In the battleship's main control room, Song Liang's eyes were filled with excitement that was difficult to conceal. With the help of my father and grandfather, the Qinliang, which has been promoted to a frigate for nearly 50 years, has already consolidated its foundation. Now that the Seed of Fire has been promoted to blue, it only needs another 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother, and Qinliang will be able to try to start the battleship promotion mission. Once I succeed in the promotion, I will be a cruiser captain in my early 80s, and I can be considered in the upper middle class in the clan. It is not impossible for me to challenge the captain of Zulu in the future. When he thought of this, Song Liang could not suppress his excitement. Captain Zulu is enough to suppress a low-level floating land. He has watched the changes of the Starry Sea for 2,000 years. He can be considered in the upper middle class in any force. His thoughts were racing. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense artillery fire in front. The violent energy fire illuminated the dark starry sky in front. This sudden change made Song Liang's heart tremble. Fortunately, his father and grandfather had high hopes for him since he was a child. Through their words and deeds, Song Liang was not the kind of greenhouse flower who panicked when encountering problems. He calmed down as quickly as possible and slowed down the speed of the ship. With the blue void membrane parts that had just been strengthened to the 3rd level, Qinliang was not discovered. This also allowed Song Liang to observe the specific situation ahead with confidence. It is the 14th squadron of the 1st Dragon Whale Guard fleet under my father's command. There seems to be a fleet of the Morning Star family. That is the Purple Butterfly clan. Are they jointly pursuing the Purple Butterfly clan? After carefully observing the battlefield situation, Song Liang figured out some basic situations. But he was still a little confused. Although the Jiasong Star region borders the Morning Star family star region in the east, and the star region under their feet is indeed jointly managed by both parties, their fleet has never cooperated with the Morning Star family for hundreds of years. What is the reason for the two parties to act together this time? Puzzled, he looked at a special disc on the side. This disc is not a shipborne component, but a sub-communication disc of a communication component. As for the main body, it is naturally his father, the captain of the 3rd level cruiser. As early as decades ago, the family made every effort to purchase communication components from outside. After decades, it has achieved initial results. At least most of the cruiser captains in the family are equipped with such components, and Song Liang's father is one of them. After hesitating for a moment, he still activated the component. After a short wait, a ray of light appeared on the disc, and soon a communication frame appeared on it. Xiao Yang? How did you get here? Where are you now? Remember not to get close to the border area. The communication component on Song Liang's father's ship was not of high quality, and the farthest communication distance was only 10 light-years. Now that Song Liang successfully activated the communication, he immediately guessed that his son had come to the squadron base. Dad? I'm fine. My Seed of Fire has been successfully promoted, and the void membrane has been strengthened to the 3rd level. The Purple Butterfly clan has not discovered the Qinliang. Don't talk about me first. Dad? What is going on? Why are they working together with the Morning Star family? Could it be that the Purple Butterfly clan has a high-level Star Sea treasure in their hands? The sub-disc did not last long after being activated, so Song Liang did not waste time and asked questions continuously. Alliance? Bullshit! The Morning Star family got the news from somewhere. They knew that the Purple Butterfly family had a purple flash escape component with a transmission distance increased fourfold. They wanted to snatch it from us. Transmission distance increased fourfold. Isn't this the component that Chi Zhu has released for high-price searches? After knowing that the Morning Star family had ill intentions, Song Liang's eyes suddenly turned cold. He knew very well that once the other party got the special flash escape component, they would use it to raise the price. If Chi Zhu wanted to get it, he would have to bleed a lot. Father, do you know which Purple Butterfly clan member the special evasion component belongs to? After a brief exchange between the father and son, Song Liang quickly identified the target among the fleeing purple butterflies in front of him. I found you, he thought to himself. But another message came from the CD communication box in front of him. Xiao Liang, don't act on your own. Although the Purple Butterfly clan is only a low-level civilization, there are still several remaining third-level Purple Butterflies. In addition, the Morning Star family has also sent out many dark ships to search. Your ship is only a second-level one. Obviously, Song Liang's father did not want his son to act recklessly. But before he finished speaking, the duration of the communication sub-disc had ended. Song Liang retracted his gaze and looked back at the starry sky ahead, or more specifically at a third-level Purple Butterfly in the battlefield ahead. He did not follow his father's instructions, and had already locked onto the third-level Purple Butterfly that was suspected to be carrying the special flash escape component. His idea was simple, and he wanted to use this to ask for a reward from the youngest fifth-level ancestor of the family. The main thing was to have a mentality of repaying. It was not just him, but all the young brothers of the Longjing Song family had this mentality. As for the reason, quenching liquid, quenching cream, fire carp. These rare resources are all related to Song Qi. Without Song Qi, the family cannot stably produce these resources. This means that the younger generation of the family who have used these resources need to thank him. Hidden in the void, Song Liang did not rush to take action. Although he had made the decision to take action, Song Liang would not be stupid enough to openly target a third-level Purple Butterfly among the fleeing Purple Butterfly group. He had his own judgment. With the joint attack of the two fleets, it is only a matter of time for the Purple Butterfly clan to be wiped out. As a third-level Purple Butterfly clan, they will definitely try their best to escape. In this case, the other party cannot be with the main force, the target is too big, and as long as the other party is separated from the main force, it is my chance to take action. After patiently waiting, several hours passed. Finally, Song Liang, who had been staring at the battlefield for several hours, raised his mouth, and the engine of the Qin Liang that disappeared into the void was activated, and it rushed towards a remote star field on the side. Just now, the third-level Purple Butterfly finally couldn't help himself, activated the strange item with the ability to evade, and quietly left the fleeing team. He was very cautious and chose the right time to evade. If Song Liang hadn't been paying attention to him, it would have been difficult to notice the disappearance of such a Purple Butterfly in the team. With the support of his grandfather and father, the configuration of Song Liang's ship Chunliang was not weak. Even though it was just a frigate, it was already equipped with 3 purple parts. Among these 3 purple parts, one of them is the engine. The purple engine that has been strengthened to the 3rd level naturally provides a good speed for the warship. Even though the 3rd level Purple Butterfly clan used the flash escape magic in their hands to escape a long distance, the Qin Liang was still successfully caught up with them after dozens of minutes. Boom! The energy storage is completed. The blue main gun on the Qin Liang explodes suddenly. As the attack is triggered, the Qin Liang naturally appears from the void. The moment they sensed that a warship was catching up, the 3rd level Purple Butterfly clan was full of fear, but when they found that the Qin Liang was only a 2nd level warship, the fear in the hearts of the 3rd level Purple Butterfly clan instantly turned into surprise. The figure with a wingspan of 1,000 meters suddenly turned, and the countless tiny eyeballs in the scarlet compound eyes continued to rotate, which gave people a creepy feeling at first glance. Vine Binding Seal Star Vine Binding. Song Liang reacted quickly and activated a control component on the warship that was strengthened to the 3rd level. I saw many thick black vines shooting out from Qin Liang, and soon hit the 3rd level Purple Butterfly tribe that was rushing straight at me. Bound by the black vine, the 3rd level Purple Butterfly tribe paused. And seeing this, Song Liang directly activated the attack component. However, this time it was not the main gun of the battleship, but a purple quality external launcher under the battleship. 2 external nuclear bombs roared out, and directly hit the body of the 3rd level Purple Butterfly before it broke free. Boom! The violent energy shock wave was centered on the 3rd level Purple Butterfly, and continued to spread outward. How is it possible? Song Liang's eyes narrowed, and he only felt a purple phantom flashing in front of him. And in an instant, it was close to the Qin Liang. The sharp butterfly wings ignored the outer energy shield, and cut fiercely on the hull of the Qin Liang. However, fear appeared in the eyes of the 3rd level Purple Butterfly tribe. Its full-strength cutting did not cause much damage to the small battleship in front of it. Instead, it saw dozens of 3rd level terracotta warriors that appeared at some point in the surrounding area rushing towards it, attacking the huge wound left by the nuclear bomb explosion just now. It wanted to evade, but at this time, Several vines shot out from Qinliang again, making it unable to move at all. Chapter 534 Projection arrives. All this happened in an instant. After all this was done, Song Liang inside the Qinliang was no longer panicked. His face looked particularly calm, as if the violent contraction of his pupils before was just an illusion. At this time, he only heard himself muttering, "Want to deal with Qinliang at close range. Sorry, the 3 purple parts on the Qinliang include a purple obsidian hull armor." In front, dozens of the 3rd-level blue crab general terracotta warriors did not stop attacking, and kept stabbing the crab claws in their hands into the flesh and blood of the 3rd-level purple butterfly tribe. If that was all, it would not have much effect. After all, the combat power of puppet soldiers is well known. They can only be called pseudo-soldiers in the same level. However, the fact is that the claws of dozens of blue crab generals seem to be stained with something else. Every time they pierce into the wound of the 3rd-level purple butterfly clan, there will be a sizzling corrosion sound. In this case, the life breath of the 3rd-level purple butterfly clan is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spider venom of the sky poison spider is really terrible. But the soldiers only applied a few drops. Seeing that the battle situation has been basically determined, Song Liang's mouth corners can't help but rise instinctively. This sky poison spider is a kind of alien species that the family has raised for its amazing poison. He had specially prepared some before, but he did not expect that it would come in handy here. Buzz! Before Song Liang could be happy for long, he was startled by the sudden spatial fluctuation behind him. "It's not my father." Just as he confirmed this, a terrifying beam of light had penetrated from the bow of the other ship. Almost instantly, the outer energy shield of Qinliang was completely overloaded, and a faint beam of light immediately fell on the dark ship. "Warning, the warship is under attack. The hull armor is damaged by 42%. The hull is damaged by 20%. Song Liang's eyes trembled. You know, it has only been more than 10 seconds since he activated the Obsidian Guardian feature of the Obsidian Hull armor, and the duration of the Obsidian Guardian feature has not yet ended. If not, he dared to conclude that the Qinliang has sunk at this moment. It's the cruiser of the Morning Star family. Through the mark on the other ship's hull, Song Liang immediately confirmed the other party's identity. His eyes are cold, with the anger that has never been concealed, staring straight at each other. "Excuse that part of the part, the captain of this captain for your life." Song Liang's sight is still cold. "Just stare at each other like this, I didn't answer it. Delay time? Innocent." The sound of the joke fell. The sound of the sound, at the head of the ship of the long warship in front of the front. The light began again, the energy of the main gun. Song Liang's fist clenched. There was a fear at the bottom of the eyes. He has the heart control Qinliang no. Pull away the distance many times. During the time when the Terracotta Warriors attacked the Third Order Purple Butterfly Tribe, he has successfully obtained the special flash part. The task has been perfectly completed. But the truth is that he didn't want to leave. But he couldn't. Qinliang has been controlled by the other party with special means, and is temporarily unable to move. My father is a direct descendant of the Song family. Do you, the Morning Star family, really want to go to war with my Song family? Under the instinct of survival. Song Liang questioned the warship communication projection that had just been connected. However, the reply he got made him feel cold in his heart. Two families go to war? Ha! Little thing. You can't represent the Song family yet. This captain gives you the last 3 seconds. If you don't hand over that component, you will be buried here. After a brief psychological struggle, Song Liang's eyes fell into calm again. I may not represent the Song family, but if I die here today, I can guarantee that you will die too. And you will die miserably. His plain words seemed to bring great pressure to the third-level captain of the Morning Star family. For a moment, the other party's eyes became extremely ugly. Both sides knew that this special flash escape component could only be regarded as a top-grade purple component. The reason for all this was that Song Qi searched for it on a large scale. If this component really caused the death of a member of the family with good potential, Song Qi, who had a great reputation in the entire Morning Star Kingdom and even the entire Tianpan River system, would never let it go. During this brief hesitation, a subtle spatial fluctuation was heard again in the starry sky. A moment later, the second cruiser appeared. Dad. Seeing the familiar outline of the cruiser, Song Liang's eyes sparkled again. The newly appeared cruiser was the commander of the 14th Squadron of the 1st Dragon Whale Guard Fleet of the Song family, Song Qian, who was from the second direct line of the Song family. Razor Morning Star. You are looking for death. Seeing that his son was not in trouble, Song Qian breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked at the Morningstar family cruiser opposite, the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Based on the extent of damage to the hull of the Chiliang, he could tell that the move made by Riser Morningstar was definitely fatal. The moment he saw Song Jian appear, Riser Morningstar's heart sank, knowing that this time there would be no result. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat. But just as he was about to activate the second flash escape component to leave here, several space fluctuations came from behind again. The Song family sent 3 more cruisers. And the key point was that one of the 3 cruisers directly opened the forbidden magic field, which cut off his idea of flashing away. They really want to kill me. After coming to this conclusion, Razor Morningstar's face flashed with panic. He had said before that Song Liang was not qualified. Even if he was killed here today, Song and Morningstar would never go to war. But if the words were reversed, wouldn't it be the same for him? The Morningstar family has been passed down for more than 6,000 years, and there are at least thousands of third-level Xinhua captains in the family. So what would it matter if he died? Just when he was anxious, finally 2 cruiser captains from the Morningstar family arrived. Riser Morningstar thanked the 2 clansmen in his heart, and his attitude changed completely, turning into a disdainful look again. Although Song Qi has been developing strongly in the past 200 years, and is the first family under the royal family of the kingdom, in his opinion, the Longji Song family, which has only been passed down for 3,000 years, is more like a nouveau riche, and is naturally inferior to the Morningstar family, which has already entered the immortal family. In the group chat of the 4 Song family cruisers, a clan member asked Song Jian, "Captain, what should we do?" The murderous intent in Song Jian's eyes did not diminish at all, and his voice was extremely firm. "Razor Morningstar must die. I will bear all the consequences. Go!" As if he had sensed Song Jian's thoughts, Razor Morningstar's face darkened. "Song Jian, do you really want to disturb the balance between the 2 families that has been maintained with great difficulty?" Song Jian did not respond, but simply controlled his ship to rush straight towards Razor Morningstar's ship. In the back, the other 3 Song family cruisers split into 2. 2 turned to meet the Morningstar family cruiser coming from behind, and 1 cooperated with Song Jian's ship to rush towards the Razor Morningstar ship. Seeing this scene, Razor Morningstar was filled with anger and astonishment. He was weaker than Song Jian. If another cruiser was added, he knew that he would not be able to hold out for long. "No, I can't let things go on, otherwise Song Jian will really sink my ship here." Thinking in his mind, Razor Morningstar shouted to the back, "Quick, activate that sub-seal." After receiving his order, a Morningstar family cruiser in the back that was not within the forbidden magic area directly activated a certain component. Buzz buzz buzz. The dark starry sky above, violent spatial fluctuations covered a large area. Soon, a shadow slowly condensed. It was the projection of a 3,300-meter-long Zhulu ship. "Be careful, it's the projection of the Zhulu ship of the Morningstar family." Song Jian's face changed, and he immediately reminded his fleet members. However, while the projection of the Zhulu ship had not yet completely solidified, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The bow of the ship had long been replaced by a purple ramming horn, and it rushed towards the Riser Morningstar at the fastest speed. Looking at this posture, if the 2 sides collided, the Riser Morningstar ship, which could not activate the hull armor defense characteristics, would at least be hit with a big hole. If the luck is worse, it is not impossible that the warship will be grounded. However, when the 2 warships were less than 100,000 meters apart, the projection of the Zhulu warship in the rear, which had been completely solidified, suddenly surged with a great energy. This energy was also emitted in the form of a field. However, compared with the forbidden magic field activated by the Song family cruiser, it seemed to have an unstoppable momentum, and easily crushed the forbidden magic field. This is not over yet. In this unknown field, even Song Jian's flying ship suddenly froze, and was inexplicably imprisoned in the original place. This sudden change turned the battlefield situation in an instant. Until then, respectful voices came from the 3 Morningstar family cruisers. "Welcome to the Elder Quinn." There was no response. Captain Zhulu, named Quinn Morningstar, seemed not to want to make a big fuss. He only said indifferently through the warship projection, "This matter ends here, everyone disperses." But before he could finish his words, Song Jian's voice, which was almost a roar, which suppressed his infinite anger, suddenly sounded. "So far, this star field is already the territory of our Song family. They not only attacked our Song family territory without permission, but also killed our second-level clansman. Lord Quinn, can you tell me on the spot that this matter ends here? As the captain of the Zulu, he was forcibly interrupted by a third-level cruiser captain. Even though Song Jian was right, the look in Quinn Chinching's eyes turned gloomy. Are you questioning a Zulu captain? The gloomy voice came from the projection of the Zulu ship. And at the same time, there was also the terrifying field of oppression acting on Song Jian's ship. Crack, crack, crack. Under Quinn Morningstar's deliberate control, the power of the domain, which has reached the 6th level, was fully exerted on Song Jian's ship. Warning, the battleship is under attack. The battleship's energy shield is damaged by 46%, and the current shield value is 54%. Warning, the battleship is under attack. The energy shield is completely overloaded. The hull armor is damaged by 22%. The hull is damaged by 3%. Please repair it in time. Warning, the hull armor is damaged by 80%. The hull is damaged by 59%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Under this terrifying power of the domain, in almost a second, the degree of damage to Song Jian's ship skyrocketed. Dad. On the side, Song Liang in the Qinliang had his eyes wide open, and even cried a little. It's not just your Morningstar family that has Captain Zulu. Even though the battleship was seriously damaged, Song Jian's voice was still firm. He changed his mind and activated the projection component submetal in the battleship. Jian, a descendant of the Song family, respectfully invites the elders of the clan to come. As soon as the voice fell, violent spatial fluctuations were also heard above his ship, and then a projection of the Zulu ship with a length of 3,300 meters quickly gathered. After the projection of the Zulu warship appeared, the oppressive force on Song Jian's ship instantly dissipated. The next second, a female voice with a hint of anger sounded in the starry sky. Quinn Morningstar, are you bullying me? The Song family? For having no one. On the other side, a reply was quickly heard from the projection of the Zulu warship of the Morningstar family. Song Ting, you are not qualified to talk to me. Chapter 535 120 billion light years. Song Ting rarely responded to this remark, because the other party was telling the truth. Quinn Morningstar was a descendant of the Morningstar family of her brother Song Chi's generation, and ranked before Nciti's brother Sean Morningstar, who was the third prince of the Morningstar principality of that generation. Compared to her, Quinn Morningstar had been promoted to the captain of Zulu for nearly 200 years, and was said to be a senior captain of Zulu. Although she had the support of her brother Song Chi, she was only promoted to the captain of Zulu more than 40 years ago, and her combat power was far behind that of Quinn Morningstar. However, although she knew this, Song Ting's tone was not weak at all. Don't talk nonsense. You are the ones who are not right this time. Either this person stays, or I summon my brother. At the end, Song Ting's words were already merciless, with an undisguised threat in her tone. You, on the other side, the psionic energy around the projection of the Zulu ship was surging, as if telling Quinn Morningstar's inner restlessness at the moment. However, although he wanted to refute, in the face of facts, he could hardly find words to refute. Song Chi is no longer on the same level as him. The less than 200-year-old battleship captain has been identified by the Morningstar family's top brass as a super river genius who can compete with veteran battleship captains. If Song Ting really summons Song Chi, things will obviously be more difficult. But if he is asked to give up a third-level clan member, this is absolutely impossible. If he really does this, I am afraid he will be ridiculed by the captains of the same level in the entire kingdom in the future. Thinking of this, Quinn Morningstar spoke again. It is impossible to detain my Morningstar family members. However, in exchange for a piece of purple component. I don't agree. Song Jian interrupted the future powerful figure of the Morningstar family for the second time, which made Quinn Morningstar no longer able to suppress his anger. He no longer mentioned the issue of concessions and compensation. His voice turned cold again, and he said word by word, "It seems that the Morningstar royal family is too easy to talk to. Today, I want to see who dares to touch the people of the Morningstar royal family." This sudden change in tone seemed to give Lei Se Morningstar great confidence. His eyes suddenly turned to Song Liang on the side, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Boy, you'd better be careful. Things change. You are lucky this time. But it doesn't mean that luck will always favor you. Maybe one day in the future, you will die quietly in some barren star field." Hee hee. Although these words were said casually, everyone could hear the threat in them. The meaning of this Laser Morningstar is very simple. Not only can he leave safely today, But he also clearly stated that he has set his sights on Song Liang. If he finds an opportunity in the future, he will definitely kill without hesitation. This arrogant remark also reached the ears of Song Ting's ship projection. 2,000 light-years away. The Jielong Star Field. The 4th-level Jielong floating land. As one of the few 4th-level life-type floating lands in the 3,000 light-year star field, the Jielong floating land is the capital of the Jielong star field. And it is also the stationing point of the 4th-level elders of the Song family, who are responsible for the order of this star field. At this time, a Zhulu ship suddenly rushed out from the shield of the Jielong floating land. After rushing out of the floating land shield, Zi Chong Ting started the space jump directly. After 2 jumps, Zi Chong Ting arrived at the Jiesong star region. When seeing the main body of Zi Chong Ting, Qin Qing's face changed. Song Ting Yu. Before he could finish, Song Ting inside the warship had already activated the projection Emperor Stone in his hand. The light flowed, and the shadow of the 14,000-meter-long warship quickly emerged. Xiao Ting. Song Qi was a little confused. He had been staying in the City of Holy Light for decades. When he suddenly received his sister's projection request, he chose to accept it immediately. Originally, he thought that Song Ting was in danger during the exploration of the alien star domain, but the current situation made him a little confused. Brother. Song Ting was about to explain everything that happened before. On the opposite side, Qin Morningstar had already secretly signaled to Riser Morningstar to leave quickly. However, just as Riser Morningstar was about to activate the flash escape component, the void on the right side of the ship suddenly shot out a void chain, which easily imprisoned him in place, making him unable to move at all. Seeing this, Qin Qing said gloomily, Song Qi, are you really going to break the rules? Song Qi recognized Qin Qing the first time he projected over, but he was too lazy to pay attention. Now that the other party took the initiative to question him, he also did not look at the other party, but just replied in a cold voice. Song family territory. Without the permission of our Song family, no one can leave, including you. After saying that, regardless of the other party's reaction, he continued to listen to his sister's explanation. When he heard the flash escape parts that increased the transmission distance 4 times, Song Qi's eyes sparkled. He had been searching for the parts in the City of Holy Light for decades, but he didn't expect to find them in his own star field. This surprise was too big. After figuring out the whole story, he controlled the projection of the Tianxu Sangqiong to fly close to the Qiliang. Meeting Master Qi. In the battleship's main control room, Song Liang looked at the projection of the Tianxu Sangqiong approaching with excitement. You did a good job. But as a son of the Song family, if someone bullies you in your own territory, you must pay back 10 times the amount. After saying that, Song Qi turned his indifferent eyes to the ship that Razor Morningstar was holding. There was no emotion in his eyes. If an outsider saw his eyes, they would definitely see that he was looking at a dead person. Song Qi. Do you really want to fight with my Morningstar family? Qin Morningstar paused. His warship projection was completely suppressed by the virtual sea power emitted by the Tianxu Sangqiong. The two sides were not on the same level, and the projection of the Tianxu Sangqiong easily crushed it. Song Qi had no good feelings towards the Morningstar family. More than 100 years ago, the other party had also rushed into his territory without permission, and forcibly took away half of the Time Realm fruit resources. Therefore, he had no scruples in this attack. After all, the other party was just a warship projection. Even if he defeated it, it would not violate the rules set by the 4 empires. Xiao Ting. Do it. Understood. Brother. Purple clothes chanting inside. Song Ting had a faint smile on her face. She had always disliked the Morningstar family. After entering the ranks of the Immortal Clan, the other party was so domineering in the kingdom that many of the Song family's children had been targeted by them. Unfortunately, the family has been pursuing a low-key development strategy for the past 100 years, and it is strictly forbidden for the family members to conflict with other families in the kingdom. Now that Song Qi has spoken, given her brother's status in the family, Song Ting will no longer have any scruples. She activated an orange main gun of the battleship. Elder, save me! Feeling the strong crisis of death, Laser Morningstar shouted and asked Qin Morningstar for help. Song Qi, if you really dare to do it, my Morningstar family will never let it go. While trying his best to resist the pressure of the Tianxu Sangqiong projection, Qin Morningstar spoke with difficulty. But Song Qi didn't buy it. Or maybe Qin Morningstar wasn't qualified enough in his eyes. If it was the 6th-ranked dreadnought Captain Angel Morningstar who spoke up, he might have some reservations. Soon, the bow gun of the purple-clothed Chanting fired, and without any surprise, the ship of Razor Morningstar was completely dimmed, and he was killed in one blow, as the warship sank. Because the captain did not leave the warship, Razor Morningstar and his own ship died completely. Song Chi. Quinn Morningstar was furious when his family members were killed in front of him, but Song Chi was not in the mood to listen to his threats and said first, "I'll tell all the ancestors of your family a message. If you want to start a war, my Song family will accompany you at any time. If you just want to be dissatisfied, I, Song Chi, will also accompany you at any time, whether it's the Starry Sky battlefield or the alien star field. Just pass a message." After saying that, the dark energy and virtual sea power around the Tianxu Sanqiong further surged, and the manic energy crushed the projection of Quinn Morningstar's flagship. "Okay. Shouting and Liang stay. The rest of you go." Inside the Tianxu Sanqiong projection, Song Chi took the initiative to activate a component. And then, the star field around the 3 warships was completely blocked. Seeing that the fixed sky locking seal was successfully effective, Song Chi, who was far away from endless light years, activated the virtual real conversion feature of the Emperor's Tomb of the Virtual Sea projection. This, seeing the entire process of the Tianxu Sanqing projection from virtual to real with their own eyes, Song Ting and Song Liang were both shocked. After the projection was temporarily transformed into a physical entity, Song Chi ignored the two people's reactions. He quickly activated the traction force of the warship and pulled the sunken ship of Riser Morningstar over. Lucky, there are still 2 purple parts that have not been damaged. Under his control, the Void Shadow Killer clan sent the 2 preserved purple parts to Song Liang. At the same time, Song Chi said, "Liang boy, you have made a great contribution this time. These 2 purple black blade demon hunting cannon and fixing space stone parts are one of the rewards. In addition, what else do you want?" He has already got the flash escape part with the characteristic entry of transmission distance increased 4 times, which can be completely improved to the space wormhole generator part. This also means that his long-awaited time chessboard search plan will soon be officially launched. Therefore, for Song Liang, who risked his life to get the parts, he naturally had to reward him well. Chen Yang in the main control room, Song Liang thought for a while and quickly said, "Chi Zhu, my grandson wants a high-quality energy shield." "Energy shield? Let me see." Hearing this, Song Chi glanced at some of the parts he had accumulated over the past few decades. "You are lucky, I just got a red energy shield not long ago." Take out the Ion Spark energy shield that he had traded in the market not long ago. Song Chi thought for a while, and took out a strand of ordinary orange upgraded fire source. Seeing the final reward given by Song Chi, Song Liang was ecstatic. The value of the red energy shield is beyond words. The ordinary orange upgraded fire source can further transform his newly promoted blue fire seed into a purple fire seed. It can be said that this has paved the way for him to be promoted to the captain of Zhulu in the future. How can he not be excited? After encouraging the little guy, Song Chi turned his sight to the purple-clothed Chanting. The hatch of the physical form of Tianxu Sanqiong opened again, and then a brand new projection Emperor stone swept out of it and was delivered to Song Ting. After finishing all this, Song Chi activated the Oath Covenant again and signed a confidentiality agreement with the two. There was no other way. The importance of the virtual real conversion feature was still very high. It was better not to expose it unless it was absolutely necessary. City of Holy Light. The top floor of Taibai shop. Holding the Escape Star Broom component, Song Chi entered the market, did not stay in the market, and directly returned to the Dragon Ridge continent. Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Dragon Whale Hall. Wrapped in the chaotic fog, Song Chi took the initiative to speak. "Grandfather, my grandson needs to borrow the space wormhole generator on your ship." For a while, Song Wujiang's eyes were not too surprised. After all, Song Chi had tested a set of star field coordinates not long ago. Although he was not surprised, there was a hint of confusion in Song Wujiang's eyes. It had been tested before, and the effective distance was not enough. So what was the purpose of Song Chi borrowing the parts now? Based on trust, he did not ask more questions, and went to the inheritance battleship room with Song Chi. When the two returned to Dragon Whale Hall, Song Chi was already holding the LV-70 space wormhole generator that had been unloaded intact. "Ancestor, wait a moment." After saying that, his figure disappeared in the Dragon Whale Hall filled with chaotic fog. In the Jutian market, in front of the origin improvement platform of strange objects. Song-Chi repeated the previous operation and easily extracted the transmission distance increased 4 times feature of the escaped star broom component, and then consumed 10 red strange objects to extract the loaded warship space resistance plus 8,200 feature of the space wormhole generator component. Finally, he integrated the feature entry of transmission distance increased 4 times into the space wormhole generator. After completing all the steps, Song-Chi nervously clicked on the properties of this component. Effect: provide an end coordinate. Starting from the coordinate of the loaded warship, derive a space wormhole connecting the coordinates of both parties. And the current space wormhole can connect the farthest airspace, 120 billion light-years, 100 by 3 by 4. Confirming that the component effect column has been successfully increased from 30 billion light-years to 120 billion light-years. Song-Chi snapped his fingers. It's done! After being superimposed with the component's own characteristic 3, the distance of the airspace that the space wormhole can connect has been tripled. The maximum connection distance of the space wormhole generator component has successfully reached 120 billion. Dragon Whale Hall, Song Wujiang's eyes condensed. This? Xiaoqi Yu. Song Wujiang's eyes were fixed on the new attribute panel of the space wormhole generator component, and his mind was greatly shocked. If he had only thought that Song-Chi would achieve great success in the future, then at this moment he was certain that his grandson might have the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of human civilization in the future. This is a golden holy domain component, easily modifying the characteristics of a golden component. This ability can no longer be described as heaven-defying. According to Song Wujiang's vision, if he wants to do this, the black ultimate component cannot do it. At least the color lower-level component must be used. Chapter 536 Foreign Land. After a brief shock, Song Wujiang's sight suddenly turned. Seeing this, Song-Chi's expression quickly straightened up. He saw the seriousness and solemnity in the eyes of the ancestor. Xiaoqi promised the ancestor that the modification of the characteristics of the golden holy domain level components must not be known to outsiders. Seeing that the ancestor had asked this, Song-Chi nodded seriously. Grandson understands. He naturally knew the importance of this matter. Normally, the ones who can freely modify the characteristics of components are Silver Apple and Golden Apple. After completing the evolution of components through them, then they can add characteristics autonomously. As for the Golden Sanctuary level parts, they require the 9th level Golden Apple, so you can imagine how difficult it is. Song Wujiang didn't feel safe with verbal assurances. In order to ensure the confidentiality of the matter, he activated the silver contract type parts on the ship and signed a silver quality confidentiality agreement with the two. Let's go to the falling fire plane. After signing the confidentiality agreement, seeing the impatience in Song-Chi's eyes, the two rushed directly to the falling fire plane. Inside the large combined illusion, Dinghai Longxiang hangs high in the sky, and below on the ground, Song-Chi waits quietly. Although he appears to be as calm as an old dog, he is actually very nervous. After all, if it still doesn't work this time, then he can only wait for the Tianqiu Sangqiong to be promoted to the 6th level, and for the Seed of Fire to be promoted to gold, or for the ancestors to turn the Seed of Fire into gold. No matter which one, it is definitely not something that can be achieved in a short time. At least 100 years later, or even hundreds of years. It is naturally not what Song-Chi wants to see such a long delay. At this time, the Dinghai Longxiang in the sky slowly landed. Ancestor, how is it? He stared at his ancestor, until he saw the smile slowly emerging on Song Wujiang's face, and then he felt relieved. It was so obvious, the final answer was about to come out, but he still asked a question in the end. Is that coordinate within the range? Yes. Xiaoqi, in addition to the coordinates you provided, I also tried the Red Star continent. Unfortunately, it still didn't work. Song-Chi was a little surprised, which meant that the star field where the time chessboard was located was likely to be between the Dragon Ridge continent and the Red Star continent. He didn't pay too much attention to this matter. He thought of another point. At this time, Song Wujiang's voice sounded again. Xiaoqi, let's go to Red Star continent, see if it can connect to this coordinate. If it can, it would be better to open a space wormhole in Red Star continent. Song-Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. The ancestor thought the same as him. Although the space wormhole generator has been confirmed to be able to connect to that coordinate, but what is on the other side of the coordinate? Is there an alien civilization? Is it an advanced alien civilization? These are all unclear. It is too risky to rashly open a wormhole from Dragon Ridge continent. On the contrary, if the development point is placed in the red star continent. Even if they find something wrong, they can run away without any psychological pressure. Anyway, there are already enough alien races in the red star continent, and one more is not a big deal. The two agreed, and there was no delay in the subsequent actions. Song Chi directly took Song Wujiang to the red star continent with the dimensional space stone. Half an hour later, the two returned helplessly. The star field where the red star continent is located is ridiculously far away, and it is impossible to connect to the star field coordinates where the time chessboard is located. In that case, then let's go to Jiefeng Floating Land. Longji continent is the foundation of our Song family. There can't be any accidents. Yes, Jiefeng Floating Land, somewhere in a medium-sized combined illusion, Tianxu Sangqiong and Dinghai Longxiang are both in this illusion space. In addition to Song Qi and the others, Song Xiwan, who has been stationed in Jiefeng Floating Land for more than 150 years, is also there. Tianxu Sangqiong and Akala Mingwang hovered in the low sky, keeping a close eye on the Dinghai Longxiang, which was shrouded in golden light in the sky. The space wormhole is about to take shape. If there is any danger on the other side of the wormhole, they will assist Dinghai Longxiang to forcibly close the wormhole. If there is a small probability event that the alien civilization on the other side of the wormhole can forcibly imprison the wormhole channel, Song Qi will not hesitate to use the market projection order to forcibly destroy the wormhole with the power of domination. In addition, the three-eyed royal family flagship is also hanging high in the sky, ready to be deployed at any time. As time passed, things did not develop to the worst. After the wormhole was opened, no abnormalities were reported on the other side. The three of them looked at each other and decided to act according to the previous plan. The flagship of the three-eyed royal family took the lead and rushed into the wormhole channel first. Tianxu Sangqiong, Dinghai Longxiang, and Akala followed behind. They never found anything unusual while traveling all the way. But the three of the Song family were not the new generation of captains, and they did not relax their vigilance at all. Alien star field. Dark starry sky. A space vortex with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of kilometers stretched across the empty star field. Suddenly, a warship of terrifying size emerged from the space vortex. Behind the steel behemoth, with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers, there are three smaller warships following. Warship Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chat. Song Xiwan, not bad luck, it turned out to be a star sea void zone. Song Wujiang, Xiaoqi, how is it? Is your component responding? In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, staring at the Tianming Sinan Pan the ground star map, Song Qi's eyes sparkled. As Tianxu Sangqiong appeared in this star field 95 billion light years away from Longji continent, 3 points of light suddenly appeared on the ground star map. Such dense light spots. Obviously, the divination of the 7th level astrologer was not a bluff. Even if this place is not the main part of the time chessboard, it should not be too far away. Of course, this far is compared to the entire boundless broken star sea, the actual distance is still in billions of light years. In addition to joy, Song Qi frowned again. No, these 3 light spots are all silver. If my guess is correct, these 3 should represent time chess, not time chessboard. Song Qi frowned. What he wanted to search for was always time chessboard, not this time chess. There are hundreds of time chess, and if we really search for them one by one, it is unknown how long it will take. Moreover, even if we spend a long time to collect all the time chess, it is highly likely that we will not be able to find the time chessboard with them. On the contrary, as the main time chessboard, once obtained, it is very likely that all the scattered time chess can be recalled. The difference between the main and the secondary has always been a huge gap. After thinking for a while, Song Qi told the old ancestor and the original ancestor the truth. Song Xiwan, are they all subcomponents? This is a bit troublesome. It seems that we have to search here slowly in the future. After Song Xiwan finished speaking, Song Wujiang asked, Xiaoqi, do you have high-quality jump parts on your ship? Your original ancestor and I have to go back to the tribe to guard, and we can't search with you. We can only see if we can help you from the side. Hearing the old ancestor ask this, Song Qi shook his head. He had prepared for this. The silver-quality red sky jump device has been strengthened to level 70. And the properties of the components have been greatly improved. And the single jump distance of its red sky jump feature has also soared to an extremely exaggerated level. Red sky jump device LV70 quality, silver. Features, maximum jump distance doubled. Feature 2, Loaded warship space resistance plus 6,400. Feature 3. Jump times recharge. Can be recharged up to twice. Feature 4. Red sky jump. Consumption 100,000/time. Psionic points. Number of jumps possible. 2 halves effect. After charging, loaded warships perform space jumps in the specified direction. Current maximum jump distance 13,6,500 by 2 light years. Red sky jump. Consume 300,000 psionic points. Perform a remote space jump in the specified direction. The maximum jump distance is 500 times the normal jump limit distance, 6.5 million light years. The cooling time is constant at 1 year. This jump is accompanied by great uncertainty. Without a detailed star map, it is very dangerous. Normal jump? It can already cross tens of thousands of light years. And if the red sky jump is activated, it can jump 6,500,000 light years at a time. This jump distance is extremely exaggerated. As for the shortcomings and hidden dangers, Song-Chi naturally understands them, but does not care. The disadvantage is the cooling time of 1 year. But taking into account the 2 components of Potion Seal and Time Chess, it can be directly compressed to less than 1.5 months, which is definitely an acceptable range. The hidden danger is the uncertainty after the jump. Once the landing point is stuck in a floating land or an asteroid, the entire warship will be directly squeezed into a pile of debris. For this, Song-Chi also has a solution. His idea is to transform the Tianxu Sangqiong into a micro-neutron star before the jump. With the terrifying density of the micro-neutron star, even if the jump point is unfortunately hit in the Shanghai floating land, an asteroid, or even an extreme celestial body such as a black hole, it can also withstand for a period of time. In this way, he would have enough time to use the flash escape parts, Angel King's wings, market projection order, black hole evolution layer, and other means to save his life. Okay, since you are prepared, we won't delay any longer. Be careful. After saying that, Song Wujiang and the other 2 turned around and sank into the space wormhole with the 3-eyed royal family domination flagship. Finally, Song-Chi added that he asked the 2 to destroy the space wormhole after returning. Although the wormhole is in the void zone, it is inevitable that there will be accidental situations. He will leave this place soon. For the safety of Jiefeng Fulu, it is safest to destroy the wormhole. As for himself, with the space anchor point, he can travel back and forth at any time. Although this place is more than 90 billion light years away from the Dragon Ridge continent, he has just tested it many times, and can still travel back and forth freely through the Shutian market. Not long after, under Song-Chi's gaze, the space wormhole that spanned the void belt gradually collapsed and finally dissipated. After confirming this, his sight turned back to the territory star map. Looking at the 3 light spots on the star map, he shook his head. Forget about time chess. The star fields where the 3 are located are tens of millions of light years apart. Even if you use the red sky jump, it will take more than a year to get them all. It is better to search for the time chessboard directly. While muttering, he recorded all the coordinates of the 3. If he didn't find the time chessboard in the end, he would still have to collect these time chess one by one. After confirming this, he did not rush to activate the red sky jump, but carefully planned on the star map of the territory. It was not clear where the time chessboard was, and he had to carefully plan the search route. Otherwise, there would be a high probability of repeated searches later. The area he was going to visit next was not a small star field, but a vast starry sky with a radius of 2 billion light years from this void belt as the center. This was the search area he had planned, and it was also the limit of his current ability. As for the 30 billion light years mentioned by the 7th level astrologer, it was really impossible at the moment, and it would take too long. His plan was simple. If there was no result in the surrounding 2 billion light years, then he would wait until the Tianxu Sangqiong was promoted to a dreadnought and the seed of fire turned into gold before trying again. By then, he could get a golden jump device, and the tracking radius of the Sinan Jueyuan feature could be increased to 2 billion light years, making the search much easier.